administrative law judge assigned by the commission to this case. With us here are several representatives on behalf of the active parties. There is also a court reporter here who is taking down what is being said and will produce a written transcript of this hearing. I will briefly explain the nature of this proceeding and allow these representatives to briefly introduce themselves to you. Then we'll hear from you. As you know, the Pennsylvania American Water Company has filed two requests. First, Pennsylvania American, I think it went back up again.
You need to speak into the mic.
Thank you. As you know, the Pennsylvania American Water Company has filed two requests. First, Pennsylvania American is seeking a general rate increase for its water service by approximately $199.2 million, or by 24.2%. Second, Pennsylvania American's wastewater division is seeking a general rate increase for its wastewater service by approximately $4.7 million, or 2.5%. The Commission suspended the effective date of the proposed rates until August 7, 2024, and directed that this investigation be undertaken. In general rate cases such as this one, the Commission is required by the Public Utility Code to ensure that the rates it approves are just and reasonable. There are many factors which are evaluated in determining whether the proposed rates are just and reasonable. Among them are the efficiency, effectiveness, and adequacy of the utility service, the legitimate needs of the utility for revenue to provide both current levels of service and to improve future service, and the prevention of inequitable rate discrimination among customers or customer classes. Active parties in this investigation, in addition to the company, are the Commission's Bureau of Investigation and Enforcement, or I&E, the Office of Consumer Advocate, or OCA, the Office of Small Business Advocate, or OSBA, the Coalition for Affordable Utility Services and Energy Efficiency in Pennsylvania, or CAUSE-PA, the Commission on Economic Opportunity, or CEO, the Pennsylvania American Water Large Users Group, or POWLUG, Cleveland Cliffs Steel, the Borough of St. Lawrence, Exeter Township, Robert Rawls, and Kyle Donahue. Some of these parties are here this afternoon and will have a chance to make some brief introductory remarks. Let me briefly outline what has happened in this case so far and what the schedule is for the future. A pre-hearing conference was held on January 3rd, 2024. The active parties worked out a schedule and we addressed various procedural issues. If the parties are unable to agree on a settlement, then hearings will be held telephonically on March 7th and 8th, 2024, so that the active party witnesses who presented written testimony will testify under oath and be subject to cross-examination. These telephonic hearings are open to the public, and you are welcome to listen in. Because hearings are sometimes canceled or changed, you should contact our legal assistant, Pamela McNeil, at 215-560-4228 the day before you plan to attend to ensure that the hearing will be held as scheduled. When the hearings have been completed, the parties will prepare and submit to us written briefs describing the facts as they see them and the law that they believe should be applied to those facts. Main briefs and responsive reply briefs are due on March 26, 2024 and April 5th, 2024 respectively, and our recommended decision will be issued in May 2024. The Commission will decide if our recommendation concerning the proposed rates should be adopted, rejected, or modified. A significant step in the hearing process is the public input hearing. The purpose of this hearing is to obtain testimony of you, the people who will be directly affected by the proposed rates. Let's talk about how this will be conducted today. There are two ways you can testify. First, you may testify formally. This means that we will swear or affirm you in, the court reporter will record and transcribe your statement, and you'll be subject to cross-examination by any of the active parties here. We may also ask you some questions. To the extent that your testimony is relevant, material, and competent, it may be considered by us and by the Commission. If you choose to testify, and we strongly urge you to do so, you will be asked to state and spell your name, give your address. We will ask if you are employed and by whom, and if you're a customer. If you are appearing on behalf of a group or organization, please state that. Please do not be intimidated by the terms that I have used, such as testimony and cross-examination. We all recognize that you may not be lawyers, and we know that none of the parties here would try to embarrass you in any way. They may ask you questions about your testimony. You should not become upset by this questioning or feel that you are under personal attack. Such questioning is entirely normal for this type of legal proceeding. We ask simply that you listen to the questions asked of you and that you answer the questions to the best of your ability. If any questions are improper, we will let you know. The second method of participation is for you to make an off-the-record, unsworn, or unaffirmed statement. If you choose to do this, you will not be sworn in, and the court reporter will not record your remarks. We, and the Commission, as a matter of law, cannot consider evidence which is not part of the official record in this case. If you choose to make an off-the-record statement, you will be asked to state your name and address, whether you are a customer, and if you are representing a group or organization. You will not be subject to cross-examination. We will assume that everyone who has signed up will make an on-the-record statement. So if you do not want to testify formally, please let me know when I call your name. If you do not wish to testify, you can always contact one of the active parties here, such as the company, I&E, or OCA, to express your concerns directly to them. For the benefit of the court reporter, please speak slowly and clearly and identify yourself when speaking. This public input hearing is your opportunity to present evidence regarding the proposed rate increases. If you have questions concerning the filings, we are sure that the company representatives will do their best to answer them briefly. We do want to remind everyone that this is an official legal proceeding. While we don't want you to feel intimidated or nervous about speaking publicly, please keep in mind that this is a serious and official hearing. Finally, regarding time limits, I just want to note that we have about 50 people signed up to testify here this afternoon. Judge Coogan and I have discussed it, and we've discussed it with the parties. We are going to impose a 5-minute time limit so that we're going to hopefully get to all of you who signed up. If we can't get to you before the end of this afternoon's public input hearing, we invite you to come back for the 6 o'clock public input hearing. If you don't want to wait around for the 6 o'clock public input hearing, we invite you to register for one of the 4 telephonic public input hearings that are scheduled for next Monday and Tuesday, February 5th and 7th. Monday and Wednesday, February 5th and 7th. So when we're going through your testimony, I'll alert you at the 30-second mark when you have 30 seconds left so that you can wrap up your statement. Before we begin hearing from you, which is why we're all here, we will allow the party representatives present to make a very brief statement. Turning first to the company.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me okay? Is that better? Okay. I'm gonna...
Just use his.
It'd be too much of a hassle. He's gonna come and adjust it. He's gonna adjust that microphone too.
Okay, how's that? Better? All right. All right, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Elizabeth Rose Triscari. I'm Director of Corporate Counsel for Pennsylvania American Water Company, and I'll be representing the company in today's hearing. As Judge Pell indicated, the company filed a request to adjust its rates with the Pennsylvania Public Utility Commission on November 8th, 2023. When the company filed its rate case with the Commission, we filed very extensive supporting data and information as required by the Commission in its regulations and orders. The Commission and all the parties to this case, including, as the judge mentioned, I&E, OCA, OSBA, and other stakeholders, have been poring over that information and supporting data, as well as additional information that they have asked the company in the form of data requests or questions. We've answered over 900 questions from stakeholders, many with multiple subparts, totaling over really 2,000 questions. Since our last rate case, the company has made and continues substantial investments in new and replacement facilities in order to replace and rehabilitate infrastructure as it reaches the end of its useful life, to continue to meet customer demands for water and wastewater service, and to comply with the evolving standards under the Safe Drinking Water Act, the Clean Water Act, the Clean Streams Law, and the various regulations issued by the agencies that administer those statutes. Since our last rate case, we will have invested over $1 billion in infrastructure upgrades, including replacing more than 160 miles of aging water and sewer pipelines and upgrading treatment facilities, storage tanks, wells, and pumping stations. The company has received recognition from the EPA through its Partnership for Safe Water for the quality and high standards of its water treatment plants. The company also developed and offers its home water conservation program to educate residential customers and promote ways for them to lower their water bills through a variety of conservation measures. Additionally, Pennsylvania American Water was the first water company to start a customer assistance program to help eligible low-income water customers who had short-term or longer-term difficulties paying their bills, and have since expanded that program to include wastewater customers. If you think you might be eligible to participate in either of those programs, I encourage you to speak with some representatives we have at the back table in the corner, Jessica and Tawana. If you guys want to raise your hand, please feel free to speak with them, get some more information about those customer assistance programs. If you're not able to talk to them today, you can also call our customer advocacy group at 717-550-1606. Pennsylvania American appreciates the opportunity the Commission is providing through this and other public input hearings to hear directly from its customers. The company listens carefully to all the testimony provided in these hearings and uses that input of customers to enhance its operations and customer service. Also wanted to mention that there are a number of people from the company here in the room today listening to what you have to say. I want to point out that the president of our company, Justin Ladner, is here in the audience. There's also other senior level management, our vice president of operations, our vice president of engineering, many local folks who are in the field. If everybody from Pennsylvania American, maybe just raise your hand, let everybody know who's in the room. Appreciate y'all coming out today. If you have any specific questions about your bill, service, or other matters, someone from Pennsylvania American will follow up with you as soon as possible, no later than 48 hours from today's public input hearing. We look forward to hearing your comments and thank you for participating today.
Thank you. OSBA?
Hello, I'm Rebecca Lytle, and I'm the attorney for the Office of Small Business Advocate. And as the title suggests, our state agency advocates on behalf of small businesses in the state of Pennsylvania. Small business is companies that have under 250 employees. We hire experts to review all rate filings, to go over the numbers, the impact, and the experts also look at the testimony that you are going to be giving to be able to come up with expert testimony to help keep these rates down. If you know of any small business or you yourself own a small business that is struggling paying their utilities, please testify to that today. I also have business cards up front that you're more than willing to take with you, or I can talk to you after the hearing. But our agency wants and does advocate for the small businesses when they have trouble paying for their utility bills. We don't want any of these businesses to go under because they can't pay for water or wastewater anymore. Thank you.
Thank you. OCA?
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you all for being here. My name is Melanie Elatia. I go by Mel, you catch me after this. I'm a senior attorney with the Office of Consumer Advocate, or the OCA. The OCA, we're not a part of the PUC, rather we're an independent office of the Pennsylvania Attorney General's office. Our job is to represent the interests of utility consumers before the Public Utility Commission. And I am here because I'm a part of a team of lawyers and experts that have filed a formal complaint against Pennsylvania American Water's rate increase. We are going to be an active party every step of the way in this case, and we will zealously advocate for the interests of consumers. Our goal being to recommend to the judges and to the PUC to set PA American's rates as low as reasonably as possible. Now let's turn to why you are all here. As the judges explained, the purpose of this public input hearing is to hear from you about your thoughts, your concerns about Pennsylvania American's proposed rate increase and about its quality of service. If you are a consumer, I strongly encourage you to testify under oath, because when you do, it becomes part of the record, and we can turn and use that testimony as part of our case and as part of our arguments to the PUC. Now, after you testify, since there's a lot of people here, it's going to be limited, but you will be subject to potential cross-examination. If I have a question for you, it's meant to be friendly, just to help get out your thoughts and opinions about certain portions of the company's case. Today with me is the consumer advocate of Pennsylvania, Patrick Cicero. He's in the back, if he can wave. He is very dedicated and is always fighting for consumers and utility matters. Also here is Andrew Zerby. He's an assistant counsel. And we will be here after the conclusion of this, should you have any questions. My business cards are on the back table, so are some pamphlets about our office. Thank you.
Thank you. I&E?
So I'm going to talk into the microphone because I already know no one in the back of the room is going to hear me if I don't. My voice just doesn't carry. My name is Carrie Wright. I am a senior prosecutor with the Commission's Bureau of Investigation and Enforcement. We're an independent bureau within the Commission because our main function is to prosecute cases before the Commission. I also work with a team of expert witnesses who have reviewed the company's filing. We've gathered a lot of information from the utility. What we don't really have is a lot of information from the utility ratepayers, who are the ones who are the most impacted by these rate increases. We think that it's very important to hear from the customers today. I know the judges mentioned several ways that you can present information to us. For our office, and I think everyone's office, the best thing that you can do today is testify under oath. That's going to be the best way for us to use the information that you give us when we make our recommendations to the Commission. So thank you all for coming out today, and I look forward to hearing from you.
Thank you. Cost PA?
Thank you and good evening. My name is John Sweet. I'm an attorney at the Pennsylvania Utility Law Project. In this proceeding, we represent the Coalition for Affordable Utility Services and Energy Efficiency in Pennsylvania, which is an unincorporated association of low-income individuals that advocate on behalf of its members to ensure that consumers of limited economic means are able to connect to and maintain affordable utility services. Cause PA is opposed to PAWC's rate increase, especially at this moment as many are beginning to recover from the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic. In this proceeding, we are investigating the impact of the proposed rate increase on low-income households, the adequacy of Pennsylvania Americans' low-income assistance programs, and the reasonableness of Pennsylvania Americans' policies, terms, and conditions of service to ensure that they are just, equitable, and do not have a disproportionate or discriminatory impact on certain consumer groups. I encourage you all to testify on the record in this proceeding so that your testimony can be considered in making a decision in this case. In providing your testimony, be sure to share what this rate increase would mean for you, your family, and your community. Thank you.
Thank you. This portion of my opening statement is directed towards the media and anyone who may be recording portions of this public input hearing. Please do not be disruptive during the hearing. This is an official court proceeding, the main goal of which is to obtain testimony of those who may be affected by the proposed rate increase. Please respect the wishes of those testifying. If they do not wish to be filmed or recorded, we ask that you turn off your recording devices for the duration of that witness's testimony. And any interview must be conducted outside of the hearing room. To those who are here to offer testimony regarding the proposed rate increase, if you do not want your picture taken or statement recorded by the media, then let us know when you come up to testify and we'll ask the media to refrain from recording your statement. Sometimes elected officials attend public input hearings to offer testimony on behalf of their constituents. Since these elected officials are very busy and offer testimony on behalf of a number of customers, we allow them to offer their testimony first so that they may then leave and attend to their many other responsibilities. And we do know that we have Senator Judy Schwenk present. Senator, would you like to come forward and offer testimony? I'll administer the oath. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you provide here today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I
If you would please just state and spell your name.
My name is Judy Schwank, Judyschwank.
Please state your address.
169 Stitzer Road, Fleetwood, PA.
Are you a Pennsylvania American Water and/or Wastewater Company customer?
I am not.
And my understanding is you're appearing on behalf of your constituents today.
Yes, indeed, I am.
Thank you. What would you like to tell us?
Thank you, Judge. Before I begin, I would first like to thank the Pennsylvania Utility Commission, PUC, and the distinguished judges for providing me with the opportunity to comment on the Pennsylvania American Water Company rate increase request at today's public input hearing. My constituents and I have been looking forward to this day and this opportunity to express our opposition to this rate increase request. Good? Okay. This process is so vitally important in ensuring that the public has a forum in which they can make their voices heard on an issue which not only impacts their daily financial well-being, but also their accessibility to a vital life resource. When I learned that PAWC was seeking yet another rate increase, I asked the Pennsylvania Office of Consumer Advocate to intercede on behalf of ratepayers in these proceedings. In his reply to my request, our Commonwealth's distinguished consumer advocate agreed that the proposed increase would place a severe burden on many households and shared my concern over the continuing upward rate spiral. The consumer advocate noted that his office will also ask the PUC to consider consumers' ability to support any rate increase, particularly given how much the water bills and sewer bills have already increased in 2023. While I will not make presumptions about the evidence the consumer advocate and his expert staff will present, I do think that his reply to my request demonstrates the severity of the current proposed rate increase. It's not simply an issue of the present rate increase request, but is also an issue of systematic increases and the burdens that this places on a consumer. I've had the honor of serving the constituents of the Pennsylvania's 11th senatorial district for the past 13 years. In my tenure, I cannot count the number of times I have presented testimony pertaining to utility rate increase requests, some of which were made by the Pennsylvania American Water Company. In addition, the ripple effects of Act 12 of 2016 have been felt across the Commonwealth, and my concern has only grown over the years as these requests from PAWC have seemingly become a biennial occurrence. I was flabbergasted by the rate increase in 2020. I was very disappointed by the rate increase request in 2022. And while I'm not shocked anymore, I'm deeply unsettled by the rate increase request today. Given the difficult times of economic uncertainty many of us experienced through the COVID-19 pandemic and the years following, I'm quite certain that very few, if any, ratepayers will be able to afford not only the proposed rate increase, but any rate increase at all. As inflation and unemployment rates settle back down to be on par with pre-pandemic levels, this is not the time to venture down this path. The public deserves the time and grace to recover from economic turmoil of recent years, rather than face the stress of higher bills for essential water and wastewater services. PAWC indicates that their current request would increase the monthly payment for their average customer who uses 3,201 gallons of water per month from $70.65 to $88.24. Per their own projections, this is an increase of nearly 25%, with an additional yearly cost of $211 for water usage alone. The average wastewater consumer who uses 3,122 gallons per month would actually face a monthly cost decrease from $105.18 to $100.08. This cost decrease, however, is masked by stipulations and alternate rate-making practices. For one, the projected decrease in wastewater bills would only happen if PAWC is able to offset 27% of total wastewater costs onto their water consumers. That's on top of their existing water service costs. Unfortunately, there are also some new practices being proposed: a revenue decoupling mechanism and an environmental compliance investment charge. The proposed revenue decoupling mechanism is aimed at normalizing PAWC's net revenue. In short, the PUC sets a revenue ceiling under a rate case that is in effect until PAWC moves forward with another rate increase request. Under this revenue decoupling mechanism, that revenue requirement almost becomes a target. If PAWC comes in under that number, then they will add a surcharge to consumer bills. If PAWC comes over that number, then they will add a credit to consumer bills. At the forefront, this may sound like unproblematic normalization measure. However, this takes some autonomy away from the consumer. Let's say a consumer wants to take water conservation measures to lower their bill. If many other consumers have the same idea, then those measures may actually raise their monthly water bill due to the surcharge that PAWC will add to the monthly water bill for coming in under the targeted income. The consumer can't win. Many would agree that a business has a right to earn a fair rate of return, and I agree too. However, at the root of this right is the matter of fairness and equity. At its core, a business's goal should not simply be to maximize profits, particularly when you're providing a vital life service to your customers. It should be to provide your customers with quality goods and/or services at reasonable costs. In its current form, I believe that these proposed rate increases, especially paired with the proposed revenue decoupling mechanism that I talked about, are far beyond what we could think of as being reasonable. In addition to the revenue decoupling mechanism, PAWC proposes an environmental compliance investment charge. This charge would allow a company to offset the costs of, for example, projects that they take on to meet DEP's requirements, Pennsylvania Department of Environmental Protection, onto the consumers through a surcharge to their monthly bill. A large part of running a business is assuming the risks and responsibilities associated with the operation. The proposed rate-making practices from PAWC appear to shift all of this risk onto the consumer. This is especially alarming because many of their consumers, including the residents of Exeter Township, my constituents, do not have the option of choosing a new provider for water and wastewater services. There's no place else to get these services. To put it bluntly, unless a consumer moves into a new home outside of PAWC's service territory, they'll be trapped into paying these exorbitant costs. Anecdotally, I have heard countless concerns and complaints from PAWC consumers who reside in Exeter Township. Some have told me that their current monthly bill is greater than their quarterly bill was 5 years ago. Others have called my office, frankly, in a panic after receiving their monthly bill. Some of the common terms I've heard constituents use to describe this situation are they're angry, they're outraged, they're worried, and they're scared whether they can continue to afford this. Therefore, I respectfully urge the Commission to carefully review and consider the testimony presented by the citizens, advocates, and experts during this hearing process. Take into account the significant impact the requested rate increases will have on PAWC consumers. The PUC has been tasked with balancing the needs of utility consumers with the needs of the utility providers. We get that. But I would submit that the current situation facing PAWC consumers is totally out of balance. It seems like they are bearing too many of the costs. It's heavily weighted in the favor of a utility provider. Any final decision rendered must be just and ensure that additional undue hardship is not placed on ratepayers. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you. Any questions from the company?
Just wanted to thank you, Senator, for your comments today. We look forward to an ongoing dialogue.
I would appreciate that. Thank you.
Any questions from OSBA?
Yes. Rebecca Lytle, OSBA. Have you heard any complaints from small businesses in the area about the rate increase or the current rates being too much for them?
Yes, we have. We've received numerous phone calls, consumers in general, but definitely some of the small businesses in the area as well.
And what were their complaints or their feelings?
Well, certainly they're concerned about the costs that they're assuming, not only in terms of utility costs, but all the other things that they have to pay for, such as supplies that they use to operate their businesses.
Do you feel that there's, the water company should have some type of payment protection program for small businesses that may have to go under if they can't pay the bills?
I definitely think that a program of that type should be extended, but it needs to be one that actually works.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from OCA? Any questions from INE?
No,
Any questions from COSPA?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Amanda Johnson. I'll administer the oath. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you provide here today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Would you please state and spell your name for the record?
My name is Amanda Johnson, AMANDAJOHNSEN.
Please state your address for the record.
My address is 6106 Pond View Drive, Birdsboro, Pennsylvania, 19508.
Are you employed, and if so, by whom?
Yes, I'm employed by Mace North America Limited.
Are you a Pennsylvania American Water and/or wastewater company customer?
I am.
Are you appearing on behalf of yourself or on behalf of a group?
I'm appearing on behalf of myself.
Thank you. What do you want to tell us?
I've prepared a statement that I'm going to read. Exeter Township is a working-class community full of honest, hardworking people. We have many residents who are living on fixed incomes and working multiple jobs to make ends meet. American Water's aspirations of higher rates do not match our local income level, and for this reason, I ask that their request for rate increases for water and wastewater be denied. Since the acquisition of our wastewater treatment plant in 2020, our community has seen bills from American Water increase over 200%. On top of high rates, we are subjected to American Water's ever-fluctuating billing cycles, which range between 27 and 35 days, making it difficult for households to budget for these high bills. From what I have determined, there isn't a set pattern to the billing cycle fluctuations, and as a result, some months we receive a bill in the first week of the month and one in the last week of the month, and sometimes when cycles are 35 days in length, the bill is much higher than anticipated, or only an extra week's worth of water. Residents are moving out of our community and warning potential buyers of our high water and wastewater bills to deter people from falling into the crisis our community has been subjected to at the hands of American Water. I have spoken with many neighbors in this community about their water issues over the last year, from households of one or two individuals who are unable to afford American Water's budget bills of $300+ per month, to neighbors who are unable to afford one bill and find themselves hundreds of dollars behind due to late fees. I should note, several of those individuals told me they are on payment plans and are still unable to afford their American Water bills. Lastly, many of our residents have experienced receiving shutoff notices ahead of receiving their monthly bill. The current rates are already pushing the budget of many households in our community and throughout the Commonwealth over the edge. Every time I turn on my faucet, I'm charged for water and wastewater, whether that water goes down the drain or not. And as a result, I have ceased using my outdoor hose to water my plants. Our household does not wash cars or let our young children play in the sprinkler outside. We no longer have a kiddie pool. We are militant about the length of showers and use of the kitchen sink, and have said goodbye to tubby time for our youngest child. Those activities would potentially cost us hundreds of dollars we just don't have. We have replaced appliances and household fixtures to ensure they use a minimal and efficient amount of water. These efforts, at a cost to my household, have yielded little savings. In 2023, a 10% reduction in use yielded a $2 savings. Unfortunately, my household is at a point where we can no longer reduce beyond what we've currently done. And I know we are not alone. Many of our residents have figured out that a $10 per month gym membership to shower is cheaper than showering at home. Some have taken to using laundromats in neighboring areas to clean their clothes, despite having washers and dryers in their homes. Last year, water cost my household $910 for the year, and wastewater cost us $1,400. We used an average of 3,800 gallons of water per cycle. By comparison, in 2020, I paid $867, and wastewater was only $1,102 for the same 3,800 gallons per cycle. My American water bill is the most expensive utility bill I have, and I dread opening the statement every month because I know it will continue to increase despite my family's best efforts to conserve. Our community has also
30 seconds.
had issues with our water quality, and in some areas of the township, the water is undrinkable. People are supplementing undrinkable water with bottled water, which they then have to factor into their budget.
Thank you. Any questions from the company?
Just very briefly, wanted to follow up on just a couple things from your testimony. Are you aware that there is the option for budget billing in order to choose your bill date for your bills?
Yes, and the residents that I've spoken with find that unaffordable.
And the other question was following up on, kind of your summer usage, filling pools, outdoor sprinklers, that kind of thing. Are you aware that in this rate case, the company has proposed something called winter averaging billing?
Yes, but we've seen what the average or estimated cost of billing is over the actual cost, and we still have concerns.
Okay, are you aware that the winter averaging would do your billing from the 3 winter months so that summer seasonal usage would not factor into your wastewater rates?
In my personal case, it wouldn't make a difference because I've eliminated those outdoor water activities. However, those in our community that do have pools may be affected differently.
Thanks for your testimony today.
OSBA? OCA?
Yes. Can you pass the mic?
Thank you very much for your testimony. You were talking about reducing showers, replacing household appliances to save water, right? Were you aware that the company is proposing a new rate mechanism called the revenue decoupling mechanism that would require any bill savings that you achieve, require you to share it back with the company, some or all of a portion of that savings?
Yes, I'm aware.
Okay, and it's for the purpose so that the company can meet its desired or revenue target.
Yes, I'm aware.
And what do you think about that?
I think it's horrible. We don't all live under rocks, and we see what their executives and CEOs make on an annual basis in both salary as well as bonuses, and that money is coming directly out of this community's pocket. We can't afford to fund their multiple homes or lavish lifestyles anymore.
Well, as a follow-up to that, are you aware that the company is asking consumers to pay an additional up to $11.8 million in rates per year to reward it for doing its job in a prudent manner?
I am aware.
And what do you think about that?
I think that's ridiculous.
Thank you very much.
INE?
No questions.
OSBA?
No questions, Your Honor.
One question for you guys. Are you also aware that the rate decoupling mechanism can result in a credit on customer bills?
I'm going to say I'll believe that when I see it, because when our customers, myself included, have been overcharged from estimated bills, that credit that we're owed seems to fizzle into nowhere.
Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Kathleen Schwartz. I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you provide here today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Would you please state and spell your name for the record?
Kathleen Schwartz, SCHWARTZ. First name Kathleen, KATHLEEN.
Please state your address.
205 Constitution Avenue, Reading, Pennsylvania, 19606.
Are you employed, and if so, by whom?
I am employed. I work for Spring Ridge Financial Group.
Are you a Pennsylvania American Water and/or wastewater company?
Yes, I
customer?
am.
And are you appearing on behalf of yourself or on behalf of the group?
Myself.
Thank you. What do you want to tell us?
I've been a resident of Exeter Township for 30 years, and I've lived in my current home for 23 years. Since our plant was sold, the sewer rates have increased substantially. I am now paying somewhere between 170 and 200% more for my sewer. In 2019, there were 4 people living in my home, and my total bill for water and sewer for that year was $1,155.51. I don't know what my usage for water was because I didn't track it then. In 2021, when we started seeing substantial rate increases, I still had 4 people in the house, and my bill was $1,497.02. The usage for the year was 42,700 gallons. Fast forward to 2023. There are now 2 people living in my house, and my bill totaled $1,904.73, and my usage was 36,000 gallons. My usage has gone down, but my bills are much higher. I can't pressure wash my fence. I can't pressure wash my sidewalks or the siding because it's too expensive. I can't grow a vegetable garden because I can't afford to water it. I can't wash my car. If I want to reduce my gas or electric bills, I can do things like turn things off, unplug devices, or lower the temperature. I have the freedom to shop rates for gas and electric, but I have no option with water and sewer. There's nothing left to reduce except skipping laundry and bathing, and nobody wants to see that. Or I can shower at the gym like some of my fellow residents have started doing. We buy our drinking water because the water quality is absolute garbage. Exeter has extremely hard water. There is calcium and lime buildup on everything. Having a water softener is a must, but I had to turn it off because the water is so hard that my softener cycles constantly, which of course counts towards wastewater. Our water pressure is abysmal. It cuts out regularly in the middle of the laundry cycle for no reason. If the washer is running, it's not possible to take a shower or use the sink. This has become increasingly worse over the last 4 years, and I've noticed a significant drop in pressure over the last month or so. It feels like we are on the bottom of a very weird pyramid scheme. Our rates go up with every purchase made by Pennsylvania American Water. Where is the end? At this pace, my water and sewer bill will be higher than my mortgage payment in a few years. I am concerned about my home's value. Who would want to buy a home or bring a business to this area where the water and sewer rates are higher than the gas and electric bills? The only foreseeable solution is to leave the state. Since this also affects schools and businesses, I expect their rates to go up, and they will pass it on to the consumer by way of increased prices and taxes, so we get screwed twice. This is a for-profit company. I'd like to know what the CEO makes in bonuses. In my research, I've come across over $4 million. I wonder what the Pennsylvania rep makes for bonuses. I'm sure he did a good job this year. The constant rate hikes cannot continue, and I ask you, do not approve these rate increases. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the company?
No questions.
OSBA?
No.
OCA?
Yes, you mentioned water pressure.
Yes.
Is this something that comes and goes, or is it more constant?
In the last month or so, it's become more constant.
Okay. Also, you mentioned PA American's desire to grow through acquisitions. Do you believe that the company should just focus on basics in terms of quality service at reasonable rates? And
Yes.
thank you.
INE?
No questions.
Cause PA.
No question, John.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Charles Wilson? Charles Wilson? Diane Michalowski? Oh. I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you provide here today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Would you please state and spell your name for the record?
My name's Diane Michalowski, DIANE-MICHALOWSKI,
Please state your address.
94 Western Court, Wingspread, Exeter.
Are you employed, and if so, by whom?
I am retired business owner and a retired veterinary nurse.
Are you a Pennsylvania American water and/or wastewater customer?
I am.
And are you appearing on behalf of yourself or on behalf of the group?
Myself.
Thank you. What would you like to tell us?
I would like to tell you that I've been a customer since 2019, and my water bill takes up 1/12 of my Social Security payment per month. I live with my husband, who works approximately 55 hours a week, and on his days off, we usually go out and do things away from the home. I flush the toilet 2 to 3 times a day to try to conserve water. I watch my showers. I do everything I can do to minimize the water bill. And I too, when I open up the American Water to pay my monthly bill, I hold my breath. I pay between $135 and $150 a month for water and wastewater. In 2019, I paid $80 a quarter, which came to $320 a year, and now I'm paying $1,680 a year. That's a 136% increase in 4 years. The wastewater and fees are 3 times the water rate. This month, we used $37.05 worth of water, and the $97.54 were wastewater and fees. And I believe Senator Schwank mentioned about using, to sell your home, they're using that, the selling point that American Water does not get used at that home. In the past 3 years, I have had bills that were exactly the same, to the penny. 2021, August, September, and October, the exact bill of $113.79. In 2022, from July to October, exact same bill of $125.30. In November and December of the same year, $125.66. Last year, January and February were exactly the same at $125.90. April and May, exactly the same at $166.38. And October and November, exactly the same at $121.52. And my final point is that the line items on the invoices change. There's a deferred tax credit, and then all of a sudden in February last year it disappeared. There's a distribution system improvement charge. There's a recoup surcharge for water and wastewater. These seem to come and go. You have to really study your invoices. And that's all I have.
Thank you. Any questions from the company?
No questions.
OSBA?
No,
OCA?
Your Honor.
INE?
No, Your Honor.
COSBA?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you very much for your
Thank you.
testimony. Priscilla Gentry? I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you provide here today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Would you please state and spell your name for the record?
My name is Priscilla Gentry, Priscilla Gentry. I reside at 1103 Stonehenge Drive in Farming Ridge, Exeter 19606. I am a water and sewer customer, and I am retired.
And are you appearing on behalf of yourself or on behalf of a group?
I am appearing by myself.
Thank you. What would you like to tell us?
I had my husband check we don't save our water bills or sewer bills. I had him check our checkbook, and in 2019, we were paying $50 to $60 a month for our water. Our water bill now monthly is $350. That's a big jump, and we're retired on one retirement income. Our water is unaffordable. It costs more for the water sewer bill now than it does our electricity and natural gas bill. I don't mind paying a little bit more for water if the quality is good, but the quality is not good. For $350 a month, I want liquid gold coming into my house. And it's far from
Please let her finish testifying.
we have temporarily our granddaughter who's 4 months old living in the house, and we have to sterilize bottles. When we use the tap water, the bottles came out coated white. It's minerals, but it's pretty darn hard water. So we have to buy bottled water for the baby to drink. We have to buy demineralized water to sterilize the bottles in, because to handle a powdery bottle, she was not drinking it. She doesn't like Exeter's water. We have to have a double water filtration system in the house because the water quality just tastes so horrible. We have to have a water softener because in preparation to retire, we've thought ahead and saved up to upgrade our water heater, our air conditioner heater, doing everything responsible so we can age in place in this house that we saved a lifetime of savings for. We have to use the water softener to protect the washer, the dishwasher, and our tankless hot water heater. We've done everything we can to save money, and it's costing us because now we have to buy water, spend, I don't know, I never priced it, but the water filters, solar salt, all of this just to improve the quality of the water coming into the house. We also, like most everyone in this room, don't water our lawns anymore. We take shorter showers. I shut the water off when I'm soaping up, and that feels pretty darn good in the wintertime when you're sitting there freezing because you don't want to elevate your water bills. We wash our clothes when we have to. I shower every other day. We flush the toilet when we have to, but let the yellow stuff stay in a little while so you're not using so much water, because every penny you pay to come in, you're paying every penny to go out. We don't live extravagantly. I shop at a discount food store and then use the grocery store to fill in between. I'm
30
not-
seconds.
I am not abject to going to Goodwill for my clothes. We're doing everything we can to save money, and the PAWC continues to raise their rates exponentially. You're driving people out. We will end up moving from our house because we can't afford the exorbitant taxes and the escalating water and sewer rates. It's killing us.
That's time.
Thank you.
Any questions from the company?
No questions. Thank you for your testimony.
OSBA?
No, no.
OCA?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you, ma'am, for your testimony. You talked about reducing your water usage to save money on your bill.
Yes,
Are you aware that the only way you as a consumer can save money on your monthly bill is by reducing your water usage?
that's what I assume.
And are you aware that in this case, the company is proposing a new rate mechanism called a revenue decoupling mechanism that would require you to return back some or all of those savings that you achieve if the company doesn't hit its revenue target?
That's just dandy.
Well, what do you think about that?
I think it's disgusting.
Thank you.
INE?
No questions.
Cause PA?
No questions, Your Honor.
Thank you for your
Thank
testimony.
allowing me.
Keith Sauer? I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you provide here today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Would you please state and spell your name for the record?
My name is Keith Sauer, Keithsauer,
Please state your address.
4824 Farming Bridge Boulevard, right here, Reading, PA.
Are you employed, and if so, by whom?
I am employed full-time with Diamond Credit Union.
Are you a Pennsylvania American Water and/or wastewater company customer?
Yes, we are.
And are you appearing on behalf of yourself or on behalf of a group?
Appearing on myself.
Thank you. What would you like to tell us?
I come here today to speak for my family, which includes my wife Amanda Sauer, my two children who are the ages of 11 and 8. We're just a middle-class family of 4 who live in a 1,600 square foot home in Farming Ridge. And I'd like to thank everybody for being here today, especially the PA American Water Public Utilities Commission, Judy Schwang. I'm a concerned customer of PAWC who's seen countless increases over now combined water and wastewater bills. I understand that in the last few years, inflation's made everything cost a little bit more. In fact, according to the USInflationCalculator.com, the cumulative rate of inflation from 2020 to year-end 2023 was 17.7%. But I've keeping an Excel spreadsheet of my costs for American Water since May of 2020, and I can show you that the rates far surpass the rate of inflation. I'll focus on the last 3 years from today for reference. I submitted all of this materials to the OCA as Exhibit A for inclusion for this public comment. The spreadsheet shows my average monthly bill from 2021 to 2022 was only $180.50 a month. And my average monthly gallons was 5,517. In total for the year was $2,165.94. Then in 2022 to 2023, we've seen a 13.5 increase over the prior year. The monthly average bill went up to $204.84. That's an annual spend of $24.5802. My average monthly gallons was only 5,483, so we didn't use any more water. Finally, in this last 12-month period, we tracked an additional 38.8% increase due to the approved rate increase that was performed a mere 11 months prior to this case. Even using less gallons in the prior year, only 5,475 gallons a month, our monthly bill averaged $273.99 for an annual spend of $32.87.91. So from 2021 to the current day, that's a 51.8% increase. An annual life-sustaining need that's required, but yet we used 500 less gallons annually these past 12 months. We spend about $9 a day in this township compared to other local municipalities paying as little as $1 to $3 a day for the exact same service. If you go back further, when we were billed quarterly for wastewater from Exeter Township, the rates have gone up over 171% since 2019. This far surpasses the rate of inflation I spoke about earlier. And I know we're all feeling it, from gas to groceries. If PAWC wants to raise rates even more, how are we supposed to continue to come up with the additional money for the same product that hasn't changed? Why hasn't PAWC tapped into $55 billion allocated to safe drinking water in the bipartisan infrastructure bill? Why are we funding the CEO's $6.72 million annual compensation package? There's much more money, that's just as much money that can run an entire 40-employee municipal system. Just ask Anthony Belito, Executive Director of North Penn Water Authority. In every formal complaint response I've read, the same boilerplate message states the company denies that these commission-approved rates are not affordable. The company complains they performed a detailed analysis of the affordability. And quite honestly, I asked, what type of public surveys are you conducting, and where are you getting your data from on your customers, whether they think these rates are affordable? I can tell you that PAWC might think they're affordable because we prioritize paying our water bills ahead of other expenses. For one, water is an essential life need, and two, these bills get so high, if you get behind, it's going to be very challenging to ever catch up. I can tell you if my internet service went up by these rates, I just change packages or switch companies. But there's no choice with PAWC. I switched electricity generation suppliers and natural gas suppliers before, and I thank all
30 seconds.
who were involved for PA Power Switch. But there's no system in place to do this for water and wastewater. The other item I want to talk about is the questionable billing period, going from 35 days to 27 days. I asked the reps on the phone, and the lady just said, that's just the way it is. She couldn't give me a concrete answer. I have MedEd and UGI bills bill me exactly 33-day-month periods. Both bills combined with UGI and MedEd are more
That's time.
than PAWC.
Any questions from the company?
No questions.
OSBA? OCA?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you for your testimony. You mentioned the Infrastructure Investment Jobs Act, the federal funds
Yes.
available. Are you aware that to date the company has opted not to pursue taking low-interest loans available from the government through PennVest because it'll affect its bottom line?
That's what I gathered, because I could not find any research otherwise that they've done so.
Do you believe the company should, in the interest of consumers, take low-interest government loans or grants so it can reduce the rates to its consumers?
I wholeheartedly believe so. That money is there from the taxpayers for this reason, and we're already seeing that today with internet providers building into new territories, roads and bridges being fixed. So why can't PAWC do the same?
Thank you very much.
OSBA?
No question.
I understand you had a question from counsel for OCA, but are you aware that Pennsylvania American does pursue any federal funds, low interest loans that are available and that it is eligible for?
No, I'm not aware, because it does not seem to be heavily publicized.
We have a couple of exhibits that were circulated by the OCA in advance. The first one, I know you spoke to Sour, it's been labeled as Sour Exhibit 1. But we have the Sour Exhibit 2. Just want to confirm, is this the billing periods you were referencing?
Yes.
Okay. These were specifically referenced in Mr. Sour's testimony. Any objections to their admissible with that? Okay, without objection, Sour Exhibit 1 and Sour Exhibit 2 are admitted to the record. Thank you very much, Mr. Sour. Ron Foy. I'll administer the oath. Do you you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you provide here today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Would you please state and spell your name for the record?
Ron Foy, R-O-N-F-O-Y.
Please.
The 205 Eagle Drive, Reading, 19606. Thanks.
Are you employed, and if so, by whom?
I'm not employed, I'm retired.
Are you a Pennsylvania American water and/or wastewater customer?
Unfortunately, I am.
And are you appearing on behalf of yourself or on behalf of a group?
On behalf of myself, and I'd like to thank everyone here today for the community support. And it's a long time, Judy Schwank, I haven't seen you.
Thank you. What would you like to tell us?
Well, I live in a newly constructed home with updated appliances, low flow, everything. It's my wife and I. Our average bill for 2023 was $317.56. I know I tell my wife she doesn't need a shower 4 times a day, but I'm pretty sure that the limited amount of laundry and showering and normal household usage, okay, couldn't possibly justify such usury in pricing. What's really gone on, and I thank Senator Schwenk for being here, is a twofold insult to us. Act 12, which allows Pennsylvania American Water to buy up small water companies, put capital investment into it, and then charge all of us back for their business investments in order to make long-term profit, okay, which is simply unbelievable for what's supposed to be a controlled monopoly. Monopolies were set up so that both the user and the company could exist in a form that didn't take advantage of the consumer, while at the same time allowing the company to pursue a reasonable level of profit. That is certainly not the case here, okay, with Pennsylvania American Water. On the other hand, the other thing is the decoupling issue that we're dealing with, which is basically legalized price fixing. At the end of the day, it's you win, we lose, you lose, we lose. If we do our job to reduce usage, if we do our job to be conservationists, if we do our job to exhibit any kind of proper conservatism, you win, because you'll set your targets in order to win. We're not privy to how you want to set your objectives for financial performance. You don't publicize that. You don't do it year over year with the same balance sheet that you're working with. We are simply being taken advantage of. And in my new home, the water quality is, as another person here, the pressure varies, okay, from hour to hour. Shouldn't be able to not wash clothes and still get full bore pressure out of your sink. I don't know about the water quality because I had to spend $4,000 to put a water system in because of the hard and unusable water that flows through our pipes. Some of that can't be controlled fully by the water company. It's what comes out of the ground. But I don't have the facts and figures and tables. I just know that I'm spending over $3,500 a year for water. I'm fortunate, I guess I can afford it. But that has nothing to do with being used as a consumer and being overcharged and ill-treated by a company. Thanks.
Hold on 1 second, sir. Wait 1 second. Any questions from the company?
No questions.
OSBA? OCA?
Yes, thank you. Sir, thank you very much for your testimony. You mentioned Act 12. Are you aware that in this proceeding, the company is proposing to recover costs for 2 systems it's acquiring under Act 12?
Yes, I am.
Okay, and are you aware that it's proposing to recover a major portion of those costs? These are wastewater systems, and it's proposing to recover a major portion of those costs from water customer and water rates.
Yeah, I mean, the whole idea that a company goes and buys, okay, they spent $50 million here, they buy a wastewater treatment plant, they'll make $200 million, okay, on the increased prices and surcharges they keep applying to that acquisition. And go to a community that has nothing to do with Exeter, or Berks County for that matter. Whatever they invest there, we'll pay for it. So the increased service or the upgrade to those services that we get no benefit out of, it isn't going to make our water better. It isn't going to make the delivery of our water more efficient. It isn't gonna lower our bills in any way, but you want us to pay for it. That's the real criminal piece of that process.
Thank you. No further.
Sir, 1 second. Heidi
No questions.
Cosbier.
No question.
Thank you very much for your
Thank you.
testimony. Alicia Shusett. I'll administer the oath. Sure. Okay. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you provide here today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Would you please state and spell your name for the record?
Sure, it's Alicia Shusett. That's Alicia. The last name is Shusett. That's S as in Sam, H-U, S as in Sam, S as in Sam, E-T-T.
Please state your address.
49 Warwick Court, Reading, 19606.
Are you employed, and if so, by whom?
Yes, Cedar Crest College.
Are you a Pennsylvania American Water and/or wastewater company customer?
I am
And are you appearing on behalf of yourself or on behalf of a group?
myself.
Thank you. What would you like to tell us?
We moved to Exeter in late August of 2019 from Upper McCountry Township. We purchased a 3-bedroom, 2.5-bath townhouse. Our household is 2 adults and 2 adult children who visit and stay regularly. We had no idea the township had decided to sell its water and sewer systems to Pennsylvania American Water Company. Nor could we have understood the impact of that decision. Previously, we lived in Upper McCountry for 14 years. The Lehigh County Authority provided our water services, and the township controlled the sewer. You can see from Exhibit 5 that I submitted, our monthly water bill was $36.27. You can see additionally, you can also see from Exhibit 4 that Upper McCountry Township sewer fees are quarterly. They have not changed since 2019. I do not have the coupons from that time, but I did do a screenshot capture of their page. For a year, our average yearly water and sewer costs were $800. We moved to Exeter, and we see our bills rise at an alarming rate. For 2023, our costs for water and sewer services were $1,457. That is nearly double what we paid living in Upper McCountry Township. You can refer to Exhibit 2, which is the chart of my bills. From June of 2020 to January 2024, we have seen billing cycles over 30 days 16 times, many of them 35 days. This is in addition to wildly varying per gallon costs. There is no way to understand any of these data sets. Our most recent PUC bill was $148 and is due on February 5th. It was for 28 days. The previous bill was 35 days, it's $166. For comparison, I have submitted other utility bills, Exhibit 6, 1, and 3. Our electric is $79, gas is $56, and cable and internet is $120. Our PUC bill is more than all of them, and more than our electric and gas combined. We have worked to replace and upgrade and improve items in our home for efficiency. We've replaced 2 toilets, 3 faucets, 2 shower heads, 1 hot water heater, 1 dishwasher, and 1 washing machine. We also added an over $3,000 water softener system and drinking filtration system due to the extremely hard water destroying all of the faucets and things we had to replace and the less appealing taste of the water. We also employ a variety of conservation methods. We have an annual plumbing check at our home to check for leaks. We use an electric tea kettle to heat up water to avoid running the faucet. We use water from cat bowls. So in the morning I give them fresh water. That all gets put into a watering can to water plants. I collect dehumidifier water during the summer months to water my outdoor plants so as to not turn on a hose. We're only running a full dishwasher, a full clothes washer. We take 5-minute showers. I have a clock in the bathroom mouthwash. We're saving pasta water during dry spells in the summer to water our outdoor plants. I keep a big pot on the stove with excess water in it. And we've employed the yellow mellow toilet water conservation method. And if you don't know what that is, I'm not going to explain it to you. You can look it up. This has helped our consumption. The website watercalculator.org estimates that personal, so a single person, daily usage is 94 gallons. For our household of 2, we should be at about 200 gallons. Yet we average 81 gallons per day. It is maddening that our efforts could backfire due to the alternate rate making. And it hurts to know that while our costs have risen, we have neighbors that are paying rates of $400 to $600 a month. Our recent UN report on water from a conference of experts in March of 2023 led with the statement, water is a common good, not a commodity. Thank you.
Any questions from the company? OSBA? OCA?
Quickly. You just stated that your efforts to save money by reducing your usage could backfire due to the alternative rate making. Were you referring to the rate mechanism, the revenue decoupling mechanism?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Heidi?
No questions, Your Honor.
Cosby?
No question, Your Honor.
Okay. Ms. Shusett, correct?
Yes.
Submitted 6 exhibits in advance of the hearing. They were circulated by OCA. Any objections to them being admitted? Without objection, Shusett exhibits 1 through 6 are admitted into the record. Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Gary Soroy? I'll administer the oath. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Would you please state and spell your name for the record?
Gary, G-A-R-Y, Sirois, S-I-R-O-I-S.
Please state your address.
4902 Farming Ridge Boulevard, Reading, PA 19606.
Are you employed, and if so, by whom?
Retired.
Are you a Pennsylvania American Water and/or wastewater council?
I am.
You are. Are you appearing on behalf of yourself or a group?
For myself, thank you.
Thank you. What would you like to tell us?
Talking with friends and neighbors over the year, this topic of the very high water and sewer rates always came up. Hearing monthly comments from people saying their bills exceed $400 for many families was not unusual to hear. I had received unusually high bills in 2023, and I took a closer look at what I paid to PA American Water in 2023 and compared it to 2022. Note, we're a 2-person household. My wife and I are both retired. I was alarmed to see that in 2023, we paid 18.5% more than we did in 2022. On top of that, we used 11% less water in 2023 than we did in 2022. I looked to compare what we paid PA Water in 2023 and to our 2 major other utilities, which is UGI for natural gas and MedEd for electricity. I found in 2023 we paid PA American 8% more than our other 2 major utilities combined. I found that in 2023 we paid 8% more than electricity and natural gas combined. It's kind of hard to believe. For example, in my experience, I found PA Water seems primarily focused on what is financially beneficial to the company and their shareholders versus their customer base. For example, years ago, and that was well before they were providing the wastewater service in our area, the company changed from a quarterly to a monthly billing cycle. The only issue with this change is the water service charge remained the same on our monthly bill as it did on a quarterly bill. So calling customer service when that change occurred, they told me the change to the monthly billing cycle was for the benefit of the customer to be consistent primarily with the other bills they get on a monthly basis to make it easier for them to pay. I responded it was clear to me that this change was primarily a financial benefit for the company since this change resulted in the customer paying 3 times more for the water service charge. Existing rates are a stress on a monthly budget. The proposed new rate increases are excessive and will add an additional financial burden to the customer. Also, the proposed alternative rate mechanisms, a revenue decoupling mechanism, which we heard about, and an environmental compliance investment charge, are really both designed to protect and increase the revenue stream by allowing the company to apply additional surcharges to the customer. I urge the PUC to side with the consumer and not approve the current PA American Water Company proposals for water and wastewater rate changes and alternative rate mechanisms. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the company?
No questions.
OSBA? OCA?
Yes. Quickly. Thank you, sir, for your testimony. You mentioned the environmental compliance infrastructure charge that the company is proposing. Were you aware that they're proposing it so that they're saying it so that they can comply with environmental laws?
Correct.
Okay. Are you aware that the company is always obligated under the law to provide you safe drinking water that meets all environmental standards?
Correct.
And are you aware that before the company can recover its costs for meeting those standards, it must file a rate request like this one and have public input hearings and have a full evidentiary hearing subject to the scrutiny of the OCA and other parties before the PUC?
Correct.
Okay, and do you think it's appropriate that that type of review and scrutiny continue before the company can recover its costs for delivering you safe drinking water?
Yes, I do.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
INE?
No questions.
Cosby?
No questions, Your Honor.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Rich Jenkins? Rich Jenkins? Judith Cranes?
Good afternoon.
I'll administer the oath. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony provided will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Would you please state and spell your name for the record?
Name is Judith Cranes, Kraines, Judith the standard spelling. And I live at 406 Arrowhead Trail in Spring Township, so I don't have many of the problems that the Exeter customers have, which is good. Not for them, but. And
Are you employed, if so, by whom?
I'm retired, and I'm speaking for myself. And what have I left out?
Are you a Pennsylvania American
Yes.
Water or wastewater?
I've
Or a
always
customer?
been.
Okay.
And since I've moved to Berks County, I've been in Pennsylvania water customer.
What would you like to tell us?
Well, I would first speak to our representative from PA Water that I do not have many of the problems with pressure. I have no problems with discoloration. My water is fine except for the hardness. My appliances wear out way too soon. And that's true in Spring Township as the same problem you have here. But I don't have many of the other problems you have. And I'm glad to give that testimony to know what my neighbors are going through.
Could you keep speaking into the microphone,
Sorry.
please? Thank you.
I'm here because I'm an elderly person, I'm 78, and I have noted that my bill, which is much lower than the Exeter people, but my bill of $64 with these new increases will go up to $82.58. That's a $17.58 increase for the same amount of goods. To me, that's 4 or 5 dinners, and that's a significant effect on my budget. But more important to me than what my budget is, because I have resources, is the fact that I need people to allow me to stay in my home. I can't manage all the things I used to manage on my own at my age. So there's someone who cleans my house. For her, her average dinner is about $2.50 because that's what she can afford. And for her, that means she's going to miss 5 or 6 dinners for paying an increase in water bill. And I can't do the yard work anymore, so I have people who do my yard work. They are mostly recent immigrants They tend to be young people with young families. And I wonder how many of them will be able to feed their children when they have these kind of water increases. And I look at this from a communal basis because I think we are a community and we need to be a community. I understand the need to comply with new laws, but to me, taking the money from people who need it for their basic budgets so that your shareholders have a better report makes no sense at all when you think of that concept of community. I think one of the other things I've recently done is the person who has cut my hair for about 15 years switched to a small local salon. And I'm worried how those prices will have to go up to pay for the water, because they're also PA water. And that's a cost to me, and that's a cost to a lot of people. And I think when you look at how that cost spreads out, there's a real gap between that and thinking of the reward for shareholders. So there has to be something that prevents the common loss, the common connectivity loss of us all working together when greed seems to be coming in. And that's the part that I think I am most opposed to. And I had a question for our representative from the company. I read about the plan to charge winter rates for sewage. I'm in Spring Township, which does its own sewer bills. Will they be lowering the rate of that sewer bill for me in Spring Township? Do you happen to know?
When it comes time for the company to ask questions, she may be able to give you a response, but
Okay.
right now, if you could just continue with your testimony.
That's it.
Okay, well then, anything from the company?
Thank you for your testimony. And I guess I'll answer by asking a question. Are you aware that the company's plans for winter averaging for its wastewater rates would not impact the wastewater rates from another provider?
OSBA? OCA?
Just an objection that I don't follow a company's question, but that's it. No questions for me. I don't understand her question.
I did.
Okay.
She answered there would be no impact on my bill. I'd be still paying the full price of whatever the summer was on wastewater.
Are you aware, ma'am, that that might not be accurate?
I guess I'll have to check with my township.
Heine?
No questions, Your Honor.
Cosby?
No questions, Your Honor.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Karen Roberts? I'll administer the oath. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Would you please state and spell your name for the record?
Karen Roberts, K-A-R-E-N-R-O-B-E-R-T-S,
Please state your address.
4652 Pheasant Road North, Reading, Pennsylvania, 19606.
Are you employed, and if so, by whom?
I am retired.
Are you a Pennsylvania American Water and or wastewater company customer?
Yes,
And are you speaking on behalf of yourself or on behalf of the group?
on behalf of myself.
Thank you. What would you like to tell us?
I am a recent homeowner in Exeter Township for 2.5 years. When I bought the home, my brother, an environmental engineer, warned me about Pennsylvania American Water costs. I said, okay, I'm one person, how much could I possibly use? Well, I looked at my bills over the past year, and they average around $100 a month. Last summer, my family visited and played slip and slide in the backyard for 15 minutes, and my bill went from $100 to $184.32. This is affordable for me, but the rate increase has me concerned. Not only will my rates go up, but I understand our real estate taxes are rising again in March of this year. So my concern is, I don't know how more I can conserve water. I turn off the water brushing my teeth, I turn off the water washing my hands, I shower once a day, I do perhaps 3 loads of laundry per week, and I run the dishwasher once or twice a week. So I've conserved the best that I can. I don't know how else I can make these rates be affordable.
Does that conclude your testimony?
That concludes my testimony.
Any questions from the company?
Just very quickly, you mentioned the slip and slide. Are you aware that the winter averaging proposal the company has made would alleviate any additional summer seasonal usage like that? You will only be charged for what you use in the winter.
I'm aware.
OSBA? OCA? Laney?
No questions, Your Honor.
Cause PA?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Dorothy Pfeffer? Will administer the oath. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you provide will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Please state and spell your name for the record.
Sure. My name is Dorothy Pfeffer, D-O-R-O-T-H-Y, P-F-E-F-F-E-R. We live at 235 Hanover Street in Birdsboro, and I am retired.
And are you a Pennsylvania American Water and or wastewater company customer?
Yes, I am.
Are you appearing on behalf of yourself or on behalf of the group?
Myself.
Thank you. What would you like to tell us?
I have lived in Exeter Township for going on 40 years now. We were a family of 4 living in our same home. We have a well, so we do not use the water part of Pennsylvania American Water. We only use the sewer. When this was managed by our township, we paid $44 a quarter. Now, that included our recycling and our hydrant and, street light fee as well. Now, we are charged upward to $86 a month with 2 of us in our household. When there were 4 of us, we had a pool as well. We no longer have the pool. It is just my husband and I in our house, and we are charged almost 600% more than we were when the township had our sewage. Not only that, we have the inconsistent billing problem. With both of us being retired, we are on a fixed budget. I am aware about all the budgeting things I can call into Pennsylvania American Water to try and get arranged. That's not going to fix my issue. We called in when we noticed our rate increasing constantly, and after 4 calls with very rude receptionists and trying to get our point across that we needed someone to come out and check for leaks, which was a service that they offered. The gentleman came to our home, checked for leaks, he found none. And I said to him, well, pretty much you're telling me that I am stuck with this monopoly. His response to me was, no, you always have the option that you can go ahead and have a septic system installed at $40,000 to $50,000. So because of the continuing rate increase, it was something we checked out to see if this was a true and factual cost. What we found out is we do not have enough land to allow that to happen. So now we are stuck. We have no choice. We just had Pennsylvania American Water come and dig up our streets to install water into our homes, which none of our neighbors on our street opted to have, because we have well water and it is fantastic compared to what you can get through Pennsylvania American Water. With our septic system, my husband had called and spoke to someone and asked, instead of having a meter that measures what's coming into our home, why can we not have something that's measuring what's leaving our home? So then that way we can continue to water our plants, our garden. We can give the cat something to drink. We can water our indoor plants, because that's not exiting through the system as they are charging us for. So right now, they told us that that system is too expensive for them to install. I'm going to have to argue here, because with a 600% increase in my fees, I don't get a 600% increase in my benefits coming in, and I can't imagine that a meter measuring my sewage rate is going to be well over the 600% you're currently charging me. Some of the small businesses that we use in our township have started to realize the pinch of Pennsylvania American Water. So what they've done is pass that cost on to us, which I totally understand. It's the same thing Pennsylvania American Water is doing, except this is mom and pop shops who are now going to lose their customers like ourselves, because we are going to opt to go out of the township to where we can get the services at a decent, fair rate.
not having to pay, again, Pennsylvania American Water over top of what we're already paying. And when I asked our service providers why, they explained that this was due to their water and wastewater increases. The hair salons, the nail salons, you know, and I too go along to the gym, and I am pretty close to showering at the gym because I can't imagine how much more we can conserve at home. And I understand conservation and the winter rate is supposed to provide us a break, but then you've got that recoupling fee in there. So that means if you're cutting us a break here, you're just gonna catch us on the back end. And all these other rate added things they have onto their bills is nothing other than a way to increase their charges without coming before the
30
voters.
seconds.
So I just wanted to thank everyone for their time, and I appreciate you taking the time to hear everyone today.
Thank you. Any questions from the company?
No questions, thanks for testifying.
OSBA? OCA?
No, thank you.
Thank you.
INE?
No questions.
COSBA?
No questions.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Christopher Chiappini? I may be saying that incorrectly. I'll administer the oath. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you provide here today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Would you please state and spell your name for the
My
record?
name is Christopher Cappuccini. So that's Christoper. Last name is Cappucci.
Please state your address for the record.
10 Pelham Drive, East Fallowfield Township, PA 19320.
Are you employed, and if so, by whom?
I am employed. I work for Finesse Marketing Incorporated.
Are you a Pennsylvania American water and/or wastewater customer?
Not for long. I'm about to dig a well.
And are you appearing on behalf of yourself or on behalf of a group?
On myself.
Thank you. What would you like to tell us?
So my wife and I are originally from Canada. We moved into Ballackinwood, just outside of Philadelphia, in July of 2021. Water was reasonable. It resembled what it was like in Canada. Moved into our home in East Fallowfield Township, and we were very excited. We had an irrigation system, we had a pool, things that we've always wanted, and we were told by our neighbors to watch out for the water bill. So we closed the pool, and we no longer have an irrigation system. I just want to thank the organizers for allowing us the opportunity to be heard today. I'll keep it as brief as possible. There's two avenues of concern that I'm going to address today. The concerns are not only with the conduct of PA American Water, but also with our legislators. One of my points, I've been informed by the OCA, is going to be redundant, but I'm hoping this time it doesn't fall on deaf ears. After a significant amount of digging, I have come to the conclusion that PA American Water, as a monopoly, is simply conducting itself at the highest profit range in the rules set forth by our legislators. As a technical person, this is not a breach of any rule. As an ethical person, it's obvious they are simply taking advantage of a golden opportunity they should have never been given. I'll get the redundant point out of the way first. I'm sure we're all aware of the deduct meter issue. The issue is the private monopoly has written a policy to have their cake and eat it too. PA American Water, as a company, has chosen not to allow its customers to install this device. And why wouldn't they write such a policy? The answer is simple. They know they're getting paid for services they're not providing. So why the hell would they give up free money? There is no rule in place to force this monopoly to be ethical and conduct fair business practice towards its hostage customer base. I call upon the rulemakers to mandate that private monopolized water utilities allow customers the option to install a deduct meter if they choose. I'll even do you one better. Make it so the customer has to burden the cost to keep it as fair as possible. In my opinion, charging customers who have no alternative means to acquire that service for something they are not receiving is a form of theft. I will clarify. Water not returning into the system and charging for it is a service the company is not providing. But legally, I believe they're stealing. So we need to put a rule in place to force the fair business practice. I know this topic is redundant, so if everybody wants to stop hearing about it, do something about it. PA as a whole as a state, already has water rates 50% higher than any other state in the country. PA American Water has rates 50% higher than 97% of all other water utilities in the state. I know this due to several hours of plugging numbers into the water rate calculator, and I want to thank my friends at the OCA for providing that tidbit. Now, PA American is asking for another 20% increase. Why are they asking for this? Why do they feel they even have the right? I'll tell you. It's because the legislators gave them this right written in stone. Act 12 is a horrific piece of legislation. I am not sure what sweetheart backroom deal or just the sheer incompetence for lack of complete thought for future problems, but my God, did they give them the keys to the kingdom. If I may set the stage, we as taxpayers funded the creation of the water infrastructure. Our municipal governments ran them into the ground. The legislators wrote Act 12 to allow private conglomerates to buy up failing infrastructures. I don't have the exact numbers, but I'm sure we can all assume they bought them for pennies on the dollar. So taxpayers were up the creek. Now here's the kicker. Inside of this sweetheart deal, it allows private companies to recoup any investment into infrastructure upgrades from the ratepayer. For those who are unaware of this clause, I'll explain. Let's say PA American Water invests $50 million to upgrade its newly purchased property.
30 seconds.
They have been given the right to charge the cost of those upgrades to the ratepayer for 5 years. That's why we're at this hearing. It has nothing to do with better service. They want the money back to increase their bottom line, to increase the company's wealth, and they want it off of our backs. On top of it, realizing the cash cow they have, it's starting to approach healthy municipalities to purchase their infrastructure, which is why my state rep has informed us that amendments to Act 12 are coming forward. This will not solve anything. It's still going to continue.
Thank you. Any questions from the company? OSBA? OCA?
No, thank you.
IA?
No questions, Your Honor.
COSBA?
No questions, Your Honor.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Sherry High. All minutes of the oath. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you provide here today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Would you please state and spell your name for the record?
Sherry High is SHERRI, and High HIGH.
Please state your address.
28 Ironstone Drive, Reading, PA 19606.
Are you employed, and if so, by whom?
No, retired.
Are you a Pennsylvania American Water and or wastewater company customer?
I am.
And are you appearing on behalf of yourself or on behalf of a group?
Myself.
Thank you. What would you like to tell us?
I have been an Exeter Township resident for 39 years. I can't ever get through to Pennsylvania American Water without a long wait to ask questions about my bill, and why don't they allow you to make payments over the phone with an automated system or with customer service? This is the first company I have had that you do not have an option to pay by phone. It's frustrating that our bills are out of control. We are on a fixed income and already do everything possible to conserve water. I personally know a family in Exeter that the husband has cancer and cannot work but received a shut-off notice from Pennsylvania American Water. I don't understand why there is no leeway in the summer months for customers that have pools that are being topped off or filled, cars being washed at home or lawns seeded, needing to be watered in flower beds, which all these cases, the water does not go into the sewer. Can someone please explain that? I spoke at the township meetings when it was being discussed to sell the sewer plant, and I stated not to do that because township ran it as a nonprofit, but that's not what would happen if the township sold it. So here we are. I never thought that the PUC would go along with the multiple rate hikes that Pennsylvania American Water asked for because they chose to overpay for acquisitions. How is that our fault? To be passed on to us.
Thank you. Any questions from the company?
Just very briefly, are you aware that there is a pay-by-phone option?
I tried that and gave up on it. I tried that a number of times. It did not work. They said I had to either mail it or do it
over the computer, setting up an account.
I'm going to encourage you to speak with our folks here in the back of the room, and I
Okay.
think they can help you with that. That was my only question. Thank you for your testimony.
Sure.
OSBA? OCA? INE? Cause BA? Thank you very much for your testimony. Fiona Ryder? I'll administer the oath. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Would you please state and spell your name for the record?
My name is Fiona Reiter, Fiona Reiter.
Please state your address.
160 Curve Road, Reading, PA 19606. I am a PA user, water user, and sewer user. I am retired, and I'm here to represent my house.
Thank you. What would you like to tell us?
I'll not go over everything that's already been gone over, but okay, thank you. I did send in some papers to the PUC before.
Did you send exhibits in for this hearing?
Not for this, well, I sent it in when I got the original letter, and they said that you can send in information.
You mean with your complaint? Did you file a complaint?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I don't know what is anything to do with it. But I did start going through all my paperwork because I've been here for 38 years. And I have bills that go back, well, at least 7 years. But the rate that went from the sewer rate in January 2020 was 0.938. And the sewer rate in November of 23 was 2.875. That actually is an increase of 306% over the 3 years. The water rate wasn't so bad. It was 1.2217 in January 2020, and in November 2023, it was 1.6108, which is actually only up by 51%. But at that time, they were also charging an improvement tax, or service charge. When they started doing the service charge, it was $1.18, and when they finished doing it, because I noticed it's no longer on the bill, it was $14.30. And that went out to every single household. As somebody else mentioned, I'm retired, so my bill for this month was $178.38. It was a small bill because it was only 27 days worth. But that $178.38 is actually 10% of my Social Security pay. It's actually more than 10% of my Social Security pay. Fortunately, my husband still works, so we don't have a problem as yet. If they sent out this bill for the improvements and they took it off, I'd like to know what improvements there have been, because as they said, my water was atrocious before I put in a water softener. Now I have a water softener, so I have the extra water going through that, so I got the extra bill. Sewer, I don't know what improvements they've done for that, but I do know that they built a new office building up near Harrisburg. I would hope that the improvements charge wasn't done to put up that office building, because I would have thought we should have gone to sewer and water plants. And I think that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Any questions from the company?
No questions.
OSBA? OCA?
No, thank you.
INE?
No questions.
Cause BA?
No question.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Sheila Jones? I'll administer the oath. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please state and spell your name for the record.
My name is Sheila Jones, S-H-E-I-L-A, last name Jones, J-O-N-S.
Please state your address.
My address is 179 Escol Drive, East Stroudsburg, Pennsylvania, from Monroe County, zip 18301. I am employed. I work for St. Luke's University Health Network.
as vascular surgery PA, and I am a homeowner, water user, and I am representing myself in the Olympics.
Thank you. What do you want to tell us?
So I've prepared my thoughts. First, I'd like to say good afternoon and thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak today. I'm here to propose the increased cost of water and sewerage requested by PA American Water. I'm a homeowner in Blue Mountain Lake community in Monroe County. I've lived in my home since August of 2012. I have 3 specific reasons why I would urge you to deny the proposed increase. First, and most importantly, the cost of water and sewage provided by PA American Water has become exorbitant. I'm not an uneducated woman. I was not ill-informed when I bought my home, and I am not financially irresponsible. When I bought my home 11 and a half years ago, my household size was 4, with 2 adults and 2 children. At that time, my typical water bill was between $120 and $150 per month. That's approximately between $30 and $37.50 per person per month. My household size did increase, and at its largest time, we had 2 adults and 4 children, all living with me full-time. Due to life changes, my home is now occupied about 50% of the time by me and my 2 young children, who are ages 6 and 10. My typical water bill is now approximately $200 to $250 per month. While this may not seem like much of an increase, it's actually very significant in light of my current household size and the actual usage. If you break that down to 3 residents, it's actually $67 per person per month on the low end of $200. When you consider we're only there 50% of the time, that means that the cost for each full-time resident in 2024 is $133.34 as compared to $30 per person in 2012. If all 6 of us still lived in my home full-time, my water and sewage bill would be at least $800 per month. At what point will the Public Utility Commission stop allowing PA American Water to continue assaulting their customers? Additionally, there are hidden costs associated with water service. The sewage is an assumed number, as we've heard multiple times. It's not metered. This may seem unimportant. However, when you calculate the discrepancy between my usage and my billing, you'll see it's quite significant. The cost of sewage is $2.87 per 100 gallons as opposed to $1.61 per 100 of water. I have a large dog, a cat, and many plants. I water them all every week. None of that's going out to the sewage. Additionally, I have a pool which frequently needs to be topped off during the dry spells. Yes, I know your question coming. And I'm sorry, I was billed for 23,000 gallons of water in 2021 because I filled that pool. For perspective, in August 2023, I was billed for 3,400 gallons of water. I paid for approximately 20,000 gallons of sewage I did not use. I did request a billing adjustment. It was denied. I did file a complaint with the Public Utilities Commission, and that was denied as well. I was told that the PA American Water Company is well within their rights to do so, and if I didn't like it, I should contact my state rep. I shared this not to dispute the unfair billing practices, but rather to demonstrate an additional hidden cost customers are paying, to which they are not receiving any product, nor do they have any recourse. Furthermore, it's my understanding that our water is provided by wells and aquifers within our community property and delivered by the lines that PA American Water owns. Many of my neighbors, as well as myself, experience periods of poor water quality. This has led many of us to be forced to purchase expensive filtration systems or buy bottled water for safety concerns. PA American Water has been informed of this many times, and we often get notification that we will need to boil our water because it's going to be dirty. As such, the utility product which is provided is actually quite substandard and adds another additional cost to our cost of living for health and safety issues. In closing, I'd like to thank you for your time and your consideration, and I respectfully request that you reject the proposed rate increase.
Thank you. Any questions from the company?
No questions. Thanks for testifying. Thank you.
OSBA? OCA?
Yes, thank you. So we're on the same page. Would you agree with me that the word prudent means the same thing as sensible, careful, thrifty?
Yeah, I would.
You mentioned in your testimony about feeling the impact of the overall increases of the back-to-back or the pancaking of the rate increases. Are you aware that PA American has filed for and received rate increases in 2018, 2021, 2022, 2023, and then this one would take effect in 2024?
I am aware. I've been watching it creep up.
And what do you think about that?
I mean, it's really just going to drive people out of the neighborhood. You're gonna see empty houses driving our property values down, driving our tax revenue down, our schools aren't going to be funded, and because people can't afford to live somewhere. This is why I said I was not ill-informed when I bought my home. I understood what it was going to cost me, but this is exponential and it's unreasonable.
And does that sound like prudent management to you?
No.
As follow-up, are you aware that the company is asking the PUC to reward it of up to $11.8 million extra per year in rates for running the company in a prudent manner?
Yeah, I'm not really sure how anybody could correlate this with prudent, but yet I have a feeling they'll probably be awarded that nonetheless.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Irene? Cause PA? Thank you very much for your testimony. Alan Blackburn? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony provided here today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Would you please state and spell your name for the record?
Alan, A-L-A-N, Blackburn, B-L-A-C-K-B-U-R-N. My address is 4729 Allison Road, Reading, PA 19606. I am employed at Berks Creek and Technology Center. I am a user of PA, Pennsylvania American Water, and I speak for myself and my wife.
Thank you. What do you want to tell us?
So since 2019, as everyone said, my rates have gone up. If we look at the CPI inflation calculator, sponsored by the government, between November 2019 and October 2023, which is when I sent my letter to PUC, inflation was 19%. My water rates went up almost 32%. The recent filing would cause the rates to go up over 50% in 4 years. There's an even more staggering increase in my wastewater service charge. Basically, like I said, it's been over 200% in those 4 years. So think about 200%. 200% is like buying a Toyota Camry in 2018 for $25,000, now going out and spending $75,000. We're spending $5 for that latte at Starbucks and now paying $15 for it at Starbucks. This is totally unreasonable. I don't have a choice in water. I have a choice in gas. I have a choice in electric. I don't have a choice in water. 3 days without water, we die. The company wants to change our base residential bills for the month to reflect this April to December seasonal usage. As a teacher, I'm not around much in the summer. That means I'm not going to see any savings. I use less in the summer. And so what's the mechanism there? It seems to me I'm going to be a loser in that. And based on Pennsylvania American Water's history, I'm sure somehow this will become a rate increase and not a decrease. Customers of Pennsylvania American Water, we're actually providing the funds for all this increase in value of the company, but we don't share in any of the benefits of that increase in value of the company. The company paid out over $467 million in dividends in 2022, expected to be close to $500 million, $500 million in dividends in 2023. This is according to their annual reports. They also have an 8.8% quarterly growth rate, earnings growth rate, and over 22% profit margin, according to the Yahoo Finance website. They are projected to increase profits over 7% from 2023 to 2024. So what is reasonable for a company that has a monopoly-like control of something that is vital to life? Why must there be profit growth like this? Isn't it consistent profit adequate enough for the customer? Has no choice, like we don't have a choice? Profit growth should come from internal improvements, not based on rate increases. The company claims to be investing approximately $1 billion to improve reliability and quality, yet they give away $500 million in dividends every year. Mind-boggling to me. So investing typically, the term investing everyone wants to use, typically when I invest in something, I expect a return on that investment. Well, you're using our money to make these investments. We're not seeing any return. Basically, it's just money to fund the profits and the growth of this company. Also, when a company buys other companies, they're doing it and mostly to get synergistic improvements, to lower costs so they can improve their profits. How come when you buy a company, all the costs go up? It doesn't make any sense to me. I ran operations and maintenance for a company. When we were expected to improve product quality, reduce costs, improve things throughout that company, but not increase cost of that product. That was the whole goal. You paid back improvements through cost reductions. So somehow this company does not seem to understand that making improvements is an expense up front, but should reduce costs over time. They should not see rate increases of this magnitude because they should be realizing reductions in the cost of operations. In the 2022 annual report, their president, Justin Ladner, said when he was talking about their business, "We do this judiciously and with customer affordability in mind." I don't know what world this guy is living in, but 2.5 to 10 times the total inflation rate is not affordability. So explain that to people who are living on a fixed income. I plan to retire in a few years, and I will be on a fixed income. I'm hoping we can afford it. From November 2019 to October 2023, stock dividend increased over 40%. And they had an annual compound dividend growth rate of 9.7%. And that's more than inflation rate. And they had enough money in 2022 to give their CFO a sign-on bonus of $950,000, and their company was able to provide a doubling of the top 5 executives' pay. Where is that money coming from? This reminds me of a game I played as a kid. It was called Monopoly, where the goal was to put others out of business and get all their money. And they're doing it by getting all of ours. Thank you.
OSBA? OSBA?
No, thank you.
Amy?
No questions.
COSBA?
No questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Michelle Datko? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. Would you please state and spell your name for the record?
Michelle Datko, MICHELEDATKO. I live at 1408 Butter Lane, Reading, and I'm employed by ECRI, and I am a current wastewater and water customer of PAWC, and I'm speaking on behalf of myself.
Thank you. What do you want to tell us?
I'm going to try to condense this. I've been a resident of Exeter for 23 years, and I actually have a number of complaints against PAWC, but due to time constraints, I'm going to focus on 2 of them today: the proposed water rate increase and the revenue decoupling surcharge. I would describe my family's water needs as typical. There are 3 adults living in a small home. We all work. And we have a dog, we have a big garden in the summer, and a lot of houseplants we do try to conserve. We use an average of 246 gallons of water per day, which is in Exhibit 1, which I've turned in. And according to the U.S. Geological Survey, that's exactly average for the country. You will see that we spend an average of $361 a month, and that adds up to $4,300 a year for our family for water, $4,300. And according to the latest census data, if you calculate down from the gross household income to the net household income for our township, that's 6%, that bill. Consider what my family will have paid to PAWC after 10 years. At that rate, it's $43,000 over 10 years, $86,000 over 20 years for water. The costs are not just a burden on a monthly basis, but as we struggle to pay our bills on time. But if you think about the problem in the long term, we could have been spending that money on other things, such as investing in retirement, education, home improvements, and other things. In comparison, in my exhibit, I shared some water bills from other places in the United States, including Huntington Beach, a suburb of Los Angeles. The household there, which owns a pool and is using even more water use per month than us, is paying $50 a month for water and a flat fee of about $8 a month for wastewater. And yet here I am in Reading paying about 9 times that rate for the water here. And those communities haven't complained of high taxes or other issues with their water. Now, the rate increase is going to take our bill up to $387 a month on average, or $4,716 per year. If we purchase new appliances and change our habits, we are in danger of contributing to the institution of the revenue decoupling charge. So there's no award for saving money. And that's not just personally disheartening for my budget, but also I would expect in 2024 that PAWC would be more concerned with conserving money for the future of the environment. This problem is very complex. I realize that from doing research. It's part of Act 12 of 2016 is a cause. The purchase of Exeter's wastewater facility for $93.5 million. I found an article that reported that PAWC invested $20 million into Exeter's wastewater treatment facility. There is cross-subsidization of water infrastructure costs across Pennsylvania. We have outdated state laws and unfunded federal mandates. So this is not an easy problem to solve. Despite all these costs and the operating costs of PA American Water, one would think
30 seconds.
that, because of the large customer base and customers paying $4,000 or more dollars, as I am, that these costs would have more than been covered. So I urge you to put a stop to this rate charge and hope that it will be a beginning for PAWC improving how they do things. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the company?
No questions, thank you for your testimony.
OCA?
Quick. You mentioned Act 12. Do you know that it is the company's sole choice to pursue acquisitions under Act 12 and to pay, a premium for those systems?
I do, and I think that municipalities fall for that because they're struggling and they are sold on information that things are going to improve and that rates will remain reasonable.
Thank you.
Amy?
No questions.
Cause PA?
No questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Oh, 1 second. There was an exhibit, THATCO Exhibit 1, it was circulated to everyone. Any objection to that being admitted? Okay, without objection, THATCO Exhibit 1 is admitted into the record. Thank you. Stephen Anton? I'll administer the oath. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you provide here today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Would you please state and spell your name for the record?
Stephen Anton, Stephen Anton.
Please state your address.
754 Azalea Way, Exeter, which they call Reading, 19606.
Are you employed as so by whom?
No, I'm retired.
Are you a Pennsylvania American water and or wastewater customer?
I am.
And are you appearing on behalf of yourself or on behalf of a group?
Myself.
Thank you. What would you like to tell us?
Okay, this will be very brief because so much has been said that I need not repeat it. I was glad to hear people mention how we went from quarterly billing to monthly and the ramifications. how billing itself, sometimes it's 4 weeks, sometimes it's 5 weeks. And the folks that, we're paying for water that's not treated. And again, tap water, it doesn't need to go to the wastewater treatment plant. So those are very valid points. I'm a senior, I have a very limited income. I know people want to hear how it impacts us individually. I don't have a big corporate pension. I'm not a retired government employee, so I do have limited income. So I will show you how this has impacted me. I, last night, went through my bills. I found two. January the 9th, 2024, which was for the period December 7th to January 3rd of this month. And then I found the bill 13 months before. It was dated December 1st, 2022, from November 3rd to November 30th. The point being, both were the same billing units. I worked out the math, I triple checked it. So in 13 months, and I have minimal usage, a 26% increase. 26%. That's in 13 months, folks. This is you can't sustain, you can't go on like this. I won't go through the other calculations. As for recovery, our senator said, she mentioned the word recovery. There is no recovery. We are permanently, well, we're out of luck, put it that way. People must realize compounding. Even if we went to 0% inflation, we're totally out of luck. If you have a 2% increase on $100, that's $2. The same 2% increase on $200 is $4. So, same percentage, but double the increase. And that's what's happened. Even if we go to zero inflation, even if we have no increases for the next couple years, we're out of luck. My government, my lovely government, gave me a 3.2% increase, COLA, cost of living adjustment. I don't want to ruffle feathers. That is the biggest scam, the biggest lie. I can show you all my personal receipts and prove inflation was triple to quadruple. When you look at property taxes, we're getting an outrageous increase in Exeter. Insurances for car and home, food, fuel, utilities. I can prove triple to quadruple in every category. When you look at these utility companies, it's been mentioned in part, you've got to look at compensation, benefits, bonuses, pensions. We are creating a low-level aristocracy. We used to think of the Vanderbilts, the Kennedys. Now we have a low-level aristocracy, where if you're in a certain group, you work for a certain company, you get all the benefits at our expense. So maybe these companies should look at less profits, less compensation, less gigantic bonuses. So as far as an increase, not a penny. In fact, there should be a rollback.
30 seconds.
Okay, I'll wrap this up. The bigger issue, and again, I don't want to ruffle feathers, is the politicians, the government agencies and bureaucrats that have cozy relationships and take money from these corporations, these big utilities, these health companies, etc. They're in bed, and they're not doing their job, they're not protecting us. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the company? OCA? No. INE? COSPA? Thank you very much for your testimony. Tracy Duff? Tracy Duff? I apologize in advance. I'm going to say this wrong. Bill Bartolomucci? Anything even remotely close? Some of these have been spelled differently than how you spelled them yourself, so maybe Bartholomew, Bill Bartholomew, Bartolomucci. Anything? No? Okay. Tim Fenchel? I'll administer the oath. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you provide here today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Would you please state and spell your name for the record?
Tim Fenchel, T-I-M, last name F-E-N-C-H-E-L.
Please state your address.
232 Parkview Court, Harleysville, Pennsylvania.
Are you employed and if so by whom?
I am by the Schuylkill River Greenways National Heritage Area.
Are you a Pennsylvania American water and/or wastewater customer?
I am not.
Are you appearing on behalf of yourself or on behalf of the group?
The group?
And what's the group? Sorry.
It's long. The Schuylkill River Greenways National Heritage Area.
Thank you. What do you want to tell us?
So good afternoon. I'm the Deputy Director for the Schuylkill River Greenways. And the mission of the Schuylkill River Greenways is to connect residents, visitors, and communities to the Schuylkill River and to the Schuylkill River Trail by serving as a catalyst for civic engagement and economic development in order to foster stewardship of our watershed. Basically, our job is to champion the river and the communities that support it. We do this through recreation, education, and conservation. And since 2006, our organization has been administering the Schuylkill River Restoration Fund grant program, which is designed to improve water quality throughout the Schuylkill River watershed. This program implements projects from the headwaters all the way to Philadelphia, focusing on abandoned mine drainage, agricultural improvements, and stormwater remediation. This program has funded over 100 projects since it began and has had a tremendous impact on our watershed, public drinking water, and the dozens of communities that touch the river. Pennsylvania American Water has been a valued partner in this program for the past several years, supporting projects within their service area and assisting us in selecting other worthy projects up and down the river corridor. They have also come alongside the Heritage Area partner with us in engaging our shared constituents through trail and river-based events and programs. They come alongside us to educate and inform residents regarding the significance that the Schuylkill River plays as a drinking water source for almost 2 million people in our region. We continue to look forward to 2024 and the year ahead as we will continue to collaborate with Pennsylvania American Water on these programs and to continue to promote healthy and safe drinking water and conservation of the Schuylkill River.
Thank you. Any questions from the company?
No questions. Thank you for testimony.
OSBA? OCA?
Yes, thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Appreciate what your organization does. Does your organization receive donation from Pennsylvania American Water Company? Would you like to continue receiving donations from Pennsylvania American Water Company?
We would love that. They are partnering with us, as I stated, and I'm here to testify to they're doing that. We do not receive the contributions that Pennsylvania American Water makes to the Restoration Fund. 100% of those contributions go to projects. None of that goes to the organization.
Okay, now are you testifying here today about the rate increase?
I'm not. I'm testifying to the partnership that they have in their input and impact onto the Schuylkill River watershed.
Thank you very much.
IE?
No question.
Cause PA? Thank you for your testimony. Is the person who adjusted the microphones handy? Because I think the microphone at the podium went out again, and I need that on. We're going to take one moment to see if we can find him. Keep going up and down. I'm very forward now. I can hear you tapping, but it's going in and out. Thank you. Yeah. If anyone needs to step away for a minute, while we're waiting for the, yeah, thank you. You need to run. Okay. Testing. Oh no, we're gonna resume because I think the microphone started working on its own again. As soon as the panel comes back, we're gonna resume. Right, because you can hear now. You have to talk right now. Ms. Elatia, you want to return to the panel? That's okay. Okay, we are back on the record. I would just ask that when you come up to testify, please get close to that microphone. It seems to be picking up people if they keep their mouth closer to it, but it is still going in and out, so bear with us. The next person on our list is Glenna Pio. And I'll administer the oath. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you provide here today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. And if you can, remember, close to the microphone.
Is that better?
This is a little bit better.
A little bit.
Yeah. If you would state and spell your name for the record.
My
And
name
hold on
is,
one second. If I could ask all the chatter to stop, because we need to make sure that we can hear the witness and that the court reporter can hear the witness. So please be silent. Please go ahead and state and spell your name.
my name is Glenna Piho, Glenna Piho. I live at 114 Valley Drive, Birdsboro, PA 19508, and I am retired.
And are you a Pennsylvania American water and/or wastewater customer?
I'm a wastewater customer, yes,
And are you appearing on behalf of yourself or on behalf of the group?
myself.
Thank you. What would you like to tell us?
I live in Exeter Township and serviced by Pennsylvania American Water Company for wastewater only. We are on a well and pay for water usage based on a meter reading on water pumped from our well. I'm in favor of a meter to measure wastewater usage only. Our wastewater service charge has increased by 14.3% from 2022 to 2023. That is $11 per bill in 2022 to $14.30 per bill in 2023. Wastewater usage charge has increased by 50.5% from $1.9107 per 100 gallons, which PA American Water refers to as a unit, to $2.875 per 100 gallons in 2023. We use, on average, approximately 3,600 gallons per month for just two of us. This is an average cost of $103.50 plus service charge of $14.30, which equals $117.80 for the bill, which is based on 36 units of 100 gallons for the month times 2.875 per unit plus the service charge. Projecting another approximately 24.9% increase on top of these increases is not sustainable for our family of two. And this is just for sewer charges. It will push our monthly usage charge to a total of $129.27 plus the service charge of $14.30, assuming it remains the same, for a total average monthly bill of $143.57. My concern is, what about other families that have children or larger? Their usage is much greater per month than the two of us. Also, what about residents on fixed incomes? This is a huge burden on an already strained income with increases in food, utilities, healthcare, gas, and other necessities over the last couple of years. I urge the PUC to not, I repeat, not grant this increase. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the company?
No questions. Thank you for your testimony.
OSBA? OCA?
No, thank you.
INE?
No questions, Your Honor.
COSPA?
No question.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Michael Knoll? 1 minute to the oath. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you provide here today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. If you would please state and spell your name for the record.
Michael Knoll, Michael.
Thanks. And if you would make sure to speak into the microphone. Please state your address.
19 West 34th Street, Reading, PA 19606.
Are you employed, and if so, by whom?
Yes, with Eastern ETI.
Are you a Pennsylvania American water and or wastewater customer?
I am.
And are you speaking on behalf of yourself or on behalf of a group?
Myself.
Thank you. What would you like to tell us?
My name is Michael Knoll. My family has resided in Exeter Township at our current residence for approximately 25 years. Currently, it is my wife and I that reside at this location for the past 7 years. So my comments are based, for the most part, on two-person usage of water, except for January 2021 water bill reference, which was during COVID shutdown. We had our 3 grandchildren daily for 8 hours, so it was 5 people in the residence at that time. Just have a few points to cover. First, as a rate comparison from approximate time frame, American Water purchased Exeter Water and the wastewater system in October 2019. My January 2021 water and sewer bill usage was 8,400 gallons. Cost was $208.44. My July 2023 water and sewer bill usage was 4,200 gallons. Cost was $220.20. We used half the amount of water in 2023 and paid $10 more. My bill has doubled within this time period. At the time of purchase, WFMZ 69 News, October 29, 2019, reported in an interview with President of PA Water, Mike Doran, who stated they plan to spend $3 million in improvements over the next 3 years to the Exeter water and wastewater infrastructure while keeping rates for the township customers the same. What happened? We had 2 rate increases in this time period and another shortly after the beginning of 2023. In addition to a rate increase request that fortunately is frozen pending review right now. As stated by others, the billing cycle runs from 28 to 35 days. Some months we receive 2 bills in 1 month that can total $350 to $400 for the month. There doesn't seem to be a consistent pattern to this billing practice. Don't understand why billing cycle fluctuates. This practice creates monthly budgeting challenges. In the current rate increase request, there are 3 additional elements requests that technically are referred to as alternate rate making. One of these is called revenue decoupling mechanism. In the simplest example for me to explain and to understand, a business or a household understands their total revenue income and bases their budget on that income. They see that they're going to go over budget for some reason, so they must make smart, logical decisions, and sometimes use creative methods to stay under budget and save money. Businesses may cut on operating and maintenance expenses or employee expenses like overtime. In regards to us, residents of Exeter Township, customers of PA Water, American Water, we're trying to deal with these high water bills. So we start finding ways to cut water usage to stay within our budget. We stop watering our lawns, washing our cars, start looking at water-saving appliances, shower heads, and other devices to conserve water usage. We go to extremes. We join fitness clubs because the membership is more cost effective than the cost to take a shower in our own home. Or we may use our work facility showers and we may only flush the toilets when absolutely necessary. Then we sit back and we wait for the next bill to arrive to see how well our cost-saving measures work. We did it, honey. We got our bill down. You feel so good that you figured out how to deal with these high water rates, and you're also more aware of this precious resource, only to find out that you're going to get kicked in the stomach
30
again.
seconds.
This revenue decoupling request basically states, hold on there 1 minute, Baba Louie, or Exeter resident. Your monthly water usage fell below what we budgeted as your usage, so we're going to assign you a surcharge to your bill to make up for the revenue loss. Basically, how I'm understanding this is you'll never win or find a way to save on your water bill. The request
That's
makes
time.
me sick. How can we ever be thought of as fair, or having the residents' best interest in mind?
Thank you. Any questions from the company?
No questions, thanks for your testimony.
OSBA? OCA?
No, thank you for your testimony.
INE?
No questions.
Cause PA?
No question.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Terrence Riley? Terrence Riley? I'll administer the oath. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I will.
Thank you. Would you please state and spell your name for the record?
Sure. Terrence, Terence. Last name Riley, Reilly. Address 13 Craig Drive, Reading, PA, 19606. I'm currently retired, and I'm speaking for myself. Did I miss anything?
Are you a Pennsylvania American Water and or wastewater customer?
I am both.
Thank you. What do you want to tell us?
I'm told that the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. We have been told how important it is to speak out, but my wife and I have been attending almost every hearing since the 1990s and to no avail. I was under the impression that the PUC was a regulatory agency and was created to allow for reasonable returns on investments and, at the same time, protect the users from excessive greed. However, I've come to believe that the PUC has adopted the same playbook as the FDA and the CDC. That is, instead of regulating the utility industry, they are in cahoots with them. In 2023, the PUC allowed PAW to receive a 37% increase in water rates and a 50% increase in wastewater rates. Now in 24, they're looking for at least 25% increase in water rates and a slight decrease in wastewater rates with a 40% increase in the fixed charge per month. The same ploy is used every year. PAW comes in asking for a very large increase. The PUC, pretending they are representing the interests of the public, allows only about half of the requested amount, and the end result is that the citizens get hit with another huge increase. Even during the lockdowns in 2022, PAW requested and received large increases as so many people were losing their jobs and fighting to keep their homes. To me, this was unconscionable, and yet the PUC aided and abetted this heartless act. In addition, unrelated to this, we've replaced the dishwasher and 2 faucets in the last couple of years just because of the quality of the water. I think it's about time that the PUC mans up. Instead of just looking at PAW's request and deciding if it's entitled to the rate increase, take a look at the impact of the rate increase on the users. The normal inflation is bad enough. Given PAW's consecutive increases that well exceed inflation is criminal. Tell PAW there will be no rate increase this year, and if they cry about it, tell them to reduce the salaries of all of their highly paid executives. People in Exeter Township can no longer afford to use water. The past few years are a perfect example of why necessities of life, particularly water, should never be privately owned. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the company?
Thank you for your testimony.
OSBA? OCA?
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much for your testimony. You mentioned that PA American is proposing a decrease in some of its wastewater rates, correct?
They said it's a slight decrease, but they want to increase their fixed charge, I think, from $14.50 to $20.
Okay. How would you feel if I told you that PA American's direct case shows that they want to raise wastewater rates by approximately $75 million?
Wouldn't surprise me.
And the way that they propose to achieve a rate decrease in wastewater rates is by shifting $71 million to water rates.
Ms. Altea, stop.
I'm sorry, counsel is testifying. Is there a question?
If I can please finish my question, Honor, you can give it the weight it's due at the end of this. And when
What's
you're
the question?
hearing. The question is if he's aware of a part of the company's proposal.
It does sound like you're testifying. Let's sustain the objection.
She asked questions about whether
The objection is
customers
sustained.
are aware about winter
The
outages.
objection is sustained. Please move on. You have a question? INE?
Yeah, I do. How would you feel about the fact, how would you feel if your water rates went up to pay for someone else's wastewater rates?
They always do.
And how would you feel knowing that the company is proposing to increase your water rates even more in this rate case to pay for wastewater?
I guess when I write the check at the month, it doesn't really matter to me how they're combined. If I'm paying more, it pisses me off.
Thank you.
INE? Paul Tudor. Thank you very much for your testimony. John Carmelo. John Carmelo. Paul Schwab. Paul Schwab. Casey Cortazo. Casey Cortazo. I'm sorry?
I'm Mike Cortez. I think my wife meant to register me, but she put her name down.
That's your wife, Casey Cortazo? Okay, you want to come forward? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you provide here today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Could you please state and spell your name for the record?
Michael Cortazzo, MICHAELCORTAZZO.
State your address, please.
23 Sawgrass Drive, Reading, PA, 19606.
Are you employed, and if so, by whom?
Yeah, I'm employed by the Giant Company. I'm a Pennsylvania American customer, and I'm representing myself.
Thank you. What would you like to tell us?
All right, thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Thanks for coming out. Thanks to everybody, even thanks to the Pennsylvania water rep. Truthfully, it must be difficult to be the face of a predatory company in a hostile environment. So I just want
If you
to
could
say,
just keep your face close to the mic, please.
no problem. So, you know, up until this point, I kind of just rolled with it, but enough's enough. So I thank you to Pennsylvania Water Rep and to the incompetent township supervisors who sold the plant in the first place, because I get this opportunity. I have 3 small children. I get to teach them really cool things as a result of this. So instead of taking them on trips to Gettysburg or whatever, we get to pack up and, you know, take the kids to my parents' house for a sleepover. But not only do we get there, we have to bring our laundry with us because it's more cost effective to, you know, bring the laundry down to Fleetwood than it is in Exeter. Okay. Well, they think my parents are rich and they're not. I say that because, you know, they're not on a time limit when they take a bath over there. They can have a water balloon fight in the backyard. I'd rather in Exeter, give them dollar bills and light it on fire, to be honest, instead of having a water balloon fight. I tell them stories that when I was a kid, we drank right out of the hose. Everybody kind of has that story. They look at me like I'd be a millionaire to drink water out of a hose now. It's just a little ridiculous, what's happening to us as a community. I know there's a small business advocate here. Of course, I don't have proof of this, but small businesses are definitely either leaving or not coming in because of this. It's just common sense. Why would you, when you could just be right down the road and not pay triple what everybody else is paying? Like I said, we're a household of 5 people, so we're probably on the upper end here of what people are paying for, water and waste. When we moved here in 2015, we were in the same boat as everybody else, the $80 a quarter, whatever. Now it's hundreds of dollars a month. It's, you're definitely pricing us out of here. But we're trying to hold strong because, when we moved here because of the community. We moved here because, we really felt like it'd be a really great place to raise our children. We're both not from, this area, but, definitely had some positive things when we moved here. It's starting to just point blank, we're just starting to get outpriced, and the water bill's a big component of that. Me and my buddies, we're very involved in, like I said, 3 kids, soccer, volleyball, cheerleading, everything, we're at it. And that's the main thing that people my age with kids, our age, that's all we talk about anymore, is how much the water bill is this month. And, like you said, even when you conserve water, we're getting hit. It's like, it just seems like there's not a lot of recourse for any of us. When you have, PUC, we would hope that you would take these concerns seriously because it doesn't seem like there's an end to it. We're at the point where, my buddies are sitting around, we're doing the math, and we're like, the interest rates are so high, but it might actually be cost effective to get a new mortgage, out of this township. It's wild. I never thought we'd be in a position to have to think this way, but with the proposed rate increases and just what they are even before the increase, it would only take a couple of years to recoup that cost in a different township without having to pay these exorbitant, water bills or bills for any utility, like the gentleman before said. And truthfully, it is of my opinion that no private company should own water like this. And I further, just because I have the microphone, I will say, everybody's always talking about all the money we have as a township from the sale of the water treatment plant. My understanding is there's definitely still some of that left. And, I know I saw at least one supervisor in the audience. I would urge them to maybe use that money and actually hire a lobbying firm to try to get Act 12 repealed. Because it seems like the deck is really stacked against us right now. And 30 seconds. With that money, maybe we could do something about it. I know I, along with a lot of people in the crowd here, have trouble sleeping over this. But I do think that you have awoken a community of like-minded people who are very intelligent. And I do think we will find a way out of this. I do think that you picked on the wrong place, and I think we're going to be able to come together and get past this.
Thank you. Any questions from the company?
No questions. Thanks for your testimony.
OSBA? OCA?
No, thanks.
Amy?
No questions, Your Honor.
COSBA?
No questions, thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Ruth Benderoth? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you provide here today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
So help me God.
Thank you. If you would please state and spell your name for the record.
Sure, it's Ruth Benderoth. It's RUTHBENDEROTH. I live at 331 Shelbourne Road in Reading, PA 19606 here in Exeter. I work at Jefferson Einstein Montgomery County Hospital as a registered nurse, and I'm here on my own behalf. I do have sewer through PUC, but we do have a well for our own water.
Okay, thank you. What would you like to tell us?
So I have a few things that I've heard a lot of similar things to what I was going to say. So in case I get cut off, I want to jump to one thing that I haven't heard quite as much. I have heard
the madam from Posse say that they're trying to base our summer usage costs on our winter usage, which makes me want to vomit. I have a 6'4" husband. I have a little kid who gets muddy. I have 3 dogs and a daughter who lives with me as well. We wash our clothes when they're dirty now. We used to just wash them every day. But they're big clothes. And so I looked at our usage, the bills that I could find over the last year, and I found something curious. And I bet you I'm not the only one. In May and June of last year, we used 3,900 gallons. That was one of our May bills because we received 2, one at the beginning of May and one at the end. The one at the end was 4,800, so maybe we're not doing as well as we thought we were in conserving water, although I'll get to that. Where in January and February, we were using 5,900 and 6,100 gallons. So your little ploy to base my usage on other usage that you might estimate as opposed to the water usage that I'm using makes me salty. I don't think it's legal. I would prefer that you charge me for a sewer meter and actually charge me for the sewage that I'm using. So that's where I'm going to leave that. I don't feel that the water customer should be held responsible for the sewage that I'm using, especially when I know that many of my neighbors are struggling with their water and sewer bill. I can't even imagine what my bills would look like if you were also charging me my water. I think it is appalling that Act 12 went into play to begin with. I cannot believe that we privatize something that is a desperate and dire need. You cannot live without water or sewer. I am ashamed at whoever made that decision and can sleep at night today. I'm going to second some of the water conservation methods that were mentioned by Amanda Johnson, as we take many of the same. I'm going to also second the fact that I feel that our sewage should be actually measured, as mentioned by Dorothy Pfeffer, Alan Blackbird, and Glenna Fiho. And I'm sorry if I mispronounced your names. I did make a formal complaint, but was told to be heard that I would need to actually come here and speak as well. So I'm going to start with the ending in case I get cut off, despite the fact that I've also waited here hours like many of you. In short, I request that you deny the further rate increases as requested by Posse, especially if they're solely based on acquiring other sewage systems. I beg that you request proof of improvements to actual sewage systems that have currently been acquired to the full extent you're legally able to do so, as these needed improvements were what allowed Act 12 to be approved in the first place. I ask that Posse requests to uncouple sewage and water billing be denied, and I ask that you deny a bill request to customers for the e-sick charge to also be denied. We're just one of the little people. We work hard. My husband is also educated. He works in CAD designing, and I'm a registered nurse. But honestly, with inflation and the increased cost of our sewer, it's hard to make bills every single month. Every month, we dip into savings to pay our bills. Because I can afford to do that doesn't mean that your rate requests are affordable. To think of it that way, I'm enraged. I'm enraged not just for myself, but my entire community. I want to throw up by what Posse has been able to convince PUC was a good idea to do. And because of the changes that have already been approved, I wonder if PUC is in Posse's bed. I've called to complain to PUC and was told that someone would call me back and gave my work schedule so they could call me back when I was home, only to be called 3 weeks later during work shifts, and because I couldn't answer, my complaint was dismissed. We ended up paying that bill, and the billing from there on out was just what it was. We had called billing, that was back in the summer of 2020. Nothing was resolved.
Any questions from the company?
No questions. Thanks for your testimony.
I thought you would.
OSBA? OCA?
No, thank you.
INE?
No questions.
COSBA?
No questions.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Jim Quinlan? No. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you provide here today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. If you would please state and spell your name for the record.
Jim Quinlan, Jimquinlan. I reside at 4 Cherry Court, Reading, 19606. I am retired, and I am a customer of PA Water and Sewer. I'm not here to give any kind of numbers, facts, figures, or anything. I think our residents have more than covered that.
Just one last question, or one question. Are you here on behalf of yourself or on behalf of the group? Okay,
Yes,
thank you.
myself. I'm sorry.
It's okay. Go ahead.
Fellow residents have done that. One thing I've done with the jobs that I've had in my lifetime was observation and to react in action. I'm being very polite and respectful. But ma'am, representing PA Water, I saw you at the beginning of this meeting at 1 o'clock sitting tall and proudly in your chair, and now you're slouching down. I understand you're sitting in that chair for a few hours, and it's not comfortable. Just an observation that I am sure other residents here are watching. And usually that's a sign of something not proud. And as a representative of PA Water, just want to let you know we took notice to that. And that actions speak louder than words. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Any questions from the company?
No question.
OSBA, hold on 1 second. OCA,
No.
INE,
No questions, Your Honor.
Calls PA.
No question.
Thank you very much. Paul Bassler. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you provide here today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I did.
Thank you. If you would please state and spell your name for the record.
Paul R. Bassler, B-A-S-S-L-A-R,
Please state your address.
367 Warrenford Lane, Redmond, PA,
If you could just get a little closer to the microphone.
19606.
Are you employed, and so by whom?
I am retired.
Are you a Pennsylvania American water and or wastewater customer?
Yes, I am.
And are you appearing on behalf of yourself or on behalf of a group?
I'm here on behalf of myself.
Thank you. What would you like to tell us?
I would just like to say, I don't have anything prepared here, but these rates are unsustainable for most people, especially people that are retired. And I don't see how people can go on paying them and continue them. I would sincerely ask that the PUC not approve any rate increase. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the company? OSBA, OCA,
No.
INE,
No questions, Your Honor.
Calls PA. Thank you very much for your testimony. Steve Rimby. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you provide here today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. If you would please state and spell your name for the record.
Steve, S-T-E-V-E, Rimby, R-I-M-B-Y,
Please state your address.
1110 Hickory Lane, Reading, PA, Farming Ridge, 19606. And I've been a lifetime resident of Exeter Township. I'm here 54 years. I also...
Hold on 1 second. I have a couple more questions for you before I turn it over to you. Are you employed, and if so, by whom?
Yes, I'm employed by the Department of Energy as an energy auditor with 30 years experience on the license. So I'm on the cutting edge of how to save energy, and some of that is with water.
Okay. Are you a Pennsylvania American water and or wastewater customer?
If I must admit to it, yes.
And are you appearing on behalf of yourself or on behalf of a group?
Myself, but maybe some of these things will help other people because, like I said before, a licensed energy auditor with 30 years experience, working for the government. I do everything possible to keep my water bills down. I'm going to shock some of you, my water bills range and sewer bills combined range between $85 and $100 a month. But painlessly, my wife and I can serve wherever we can. I have water saving toilets throughout the house, aerators, shower heads. I'd like to have a hot tub, can't afford the electric, can't afford the water, so I don't have that. I have a rain barrel to collect the water, so I can water my garden. That helps keep my grocery bill down a little bit. I'm a Pennsylvania Dutchman, I'm frugal. I don't spend more than I make. I put money aside for a rainy day. I pass along some of these tips to people in my own age group and to others. Our rates are some of the highest in the nation. At one time, the Reading Water Authority, their rates were higher. Their water was actually better when I lived in Canada, in Kenners, than the quality of the water that I get in Exeter. Okay? Another thing I'm going to discuss, and this is water under the dam, the township supervisors should never have sold our sewer plant. Certain things should be monopolies. Shame on them for doing that. My father worked for Bell, Pennsylvania, which was a precursor to Verizon. When the government broke up that monopoly, he said, your service is going to go down, your price is going to go up. Same thing happened with our sewer plant. Also, we should not be paying for improvements in other water or sewer facilities in other parts of the state or country. Each center should be its own profit and loss center. When I worked for Honeywell, each location was its own profit and loss center. If you're buying a facility that needs a lot of work, you should know that up front and that you're going to have to spend some money to make some money in the long run. Also, I want to know, and I don't know if I can get an answer, we had a poultry processing plant on the other side of the township that owed way over $100,000 in water and sewer bills. And they are having trouble getting money out of them. Did you get money from them? Are their arrears at zero? Or are they on a payment plan and are they making regular payments? Our rates should not go up if there are delinquent individuals or businesses that are not paying their fair share of what they owe. Okay, so if they're not getting their money, then be more aggressive with getting the money and spend a little bit more time after them than thinking of ways to separate us from our money. As I said before, I do everything possible to keep my usage low. I don't know what else I can do to keep my usage low. I'm afraid in 10 years, when I go to retire, that I'm not going to be able to afford to flush the toilet. I'm not going to be able to afford to make ice cubes to put in my drinks when I sit out in the patio and enjoy my retirement. So I want to know what the PUC is going to do to keep this manageable. Yes, if the company spent money to improve things, they're going to want to see a return on their investment. But they don't have to make all their money in 1 year on their investments, okay? So it has to be fair and equitable all the way around. That's how I see it. And if that's old-fashioned thinking, well, then I'm an old-fashioned Dutchman. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any questions from the company?
No questions. Thanks for your testimony.
OSBA? OCA?
Yes, quickly. Thank you, sir, for your testimony. You explained the efforts you undertake to conserve water. Have you heard the testimony here today about the new rate-making proposal called the revenue decoupling mechanism?
Repeatedly, and I think it sucks.
Okay, well, that was going to be my next question.
Because if I'm spending the time and the money to go out and buy aerators, or do this improvement or that improvement, and then they're gonna penalize me for it, come on.
Thank you very much.
You know, that's a no-brainer.
INE?
No.
Cause PA?
No question.
Thank you for your testimony. Tom Hinkle? Tom Hinkle? David Shirley?
Without the other.
Okay.
Everyone wants to see that.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you provide here today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. If you would, please state and spell your name for the record.
David Shirey, David Shirey.
Please state your address.
10 Ironstone Drive, Reading, Pennsylvania, 19606.
Are you employed and if so, by whom?
Retired.
Are you a Pennsylvania American Water and or wastewater customer?
Yes.
And are you appearing on behalf of yourself or on behalf of a group?
On behalf of myself.
Thank you. What would you like to tell us?
Well, just about everyone has said everything that I wanted really to say. You do have, the quarterly was there, I think we used to have like less than $50 for a quarter. So then they went to monthly billing. Well, as it was stated, the service fee continued every month. When I questioned that the first time they had these hearings, they said no, it was going to be split over the 3 months. Well, that didn't happen. It went to $25 every month instead of every 3 months. The same way with the increase, I don't know how we're going to be able to afford this. I thought about getting a porta potty, but they're going to charge me if I put something down the sewer, even if I'm not using the sewer. So why would I do that? You know, just making life there. But, I mean, I don't know what we can do, you know, with this decoupling. Why should I save anything? You're going to charge me more anyhow. I don't really have much more to say, except these rate increases shouldn't be turned down. We went up quite a bit in the last few years, and as was stated, it wasn't supposed to increase when the sale went through. Here we are.
Does that conclude your testimony?
Yes, it does.
Thank you. Any questions from the company?
No questions, that's your testimony.
OCA. OCA.
No, thank you.
INA.
No questions.
Cause PA.
No, thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Skip Bowman.
That's actually my name, my real name is Charles.
Okay. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you provide here today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. If you would please state and spell your name for the record.
CHARLESBAUMAN.
At your address.
528 West Baumstown Road, Exeter Township, mailing address Birdsboro, PA 19508.
Are you employed, and if so, by whom?
I am retired.
Are you a Pennsylvania American Water and or wastewater customer?
Yes, sir.
And are you appearing on behalf of yourself or on behalf of the group?
Myself and my wife.
Thank you. What would you like to tell us?
Yes, I'm retired, and when this first started, for one thing, I personally blame the township for doing this. When it was under the township ownership, we had a flat monthly rate, which I'm sure everybody could afford. Now, we are under this, which I consider a monopoly. Whether it is or not, that's beside the point. The thing is, I only have the sewer. My wife and I still have a well, so here's the thing that really gets my goat. A couple of years ago, I was outside, representative from the water company shows up, wants to know where my well is located, the container, down in the basement. He said, will you please show me where it is? I take him down. He attaches this device to the well. I said, what are you doing? He goes, because you have a well, this is the way we will determine your bill. I said, no, wait a minute, what do you mean you will determine my bill by attaching this device to my well? They said it's either that, you will pay every drop that comes out of your well, whether it goes into the sewer or not. That will be your bill. He said it's either that or you will be given a flat monthly rate, which will be higher. I said, what am I supposed to do? So it's attached. It's been there ever since. Now, I made a complaint to the PUC. Naturally, of course, it goes unanswered. Nothing. They said, I said to the PUC, how can this be, how can they get away with this? They said, the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania and their legislative body has determined that any lawful means that any utility can use, they can get away with. Doesn't matter whether you see if it's right or not, if it's in the law, deal with it. This really stinks. And I'll tell you one thing, I am retired, and as I will say to all you young people up there on the board, here in the audience, one of these days, you'll find out. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the company?
No questions, thanks for your testimony.
OSBA?
No.
OCA?
Yes. Sir, are you aware that the PUC ultimately has discretion when it is approving rates?
Yes.
Do you believe the commission should exercise its discretion here in terms of the rate increase?
You know what, whether or not it is or not, you're gonna do what you wanna do, all right? Now, I'm here to tell you what they've been doing to me, as well as all of us, everybody else here. Like they said, they have basically these things throughout the entire state. Why should we have to put up with what is done out in Pittsburgh and vice versa? All right? That's just the way it is. And you two, you're going to do what you want to do anyway. So that's it.
Thank you, sir.
IME?
No questions.
Cause PA?
No questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Natalie Rank?
It's actually rare.
I'm sorry, I don't know your name. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you provide here today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Would you please state and spell your name for the record?
Natalie Rarick, it's Natalierarick. I live at 785 Lilac Lane in Reading, PA, 19606. I am a BN Water Company customer, and I'm representing myself.
And are you employed and if so by whom?
Yes, I am employed by Army Industries, and I'm also self-employed as a small business within the township.
Okay, thank you. What would you like to tell us?
I'm currently only a 14-month resident of the township. When I originally went to purchase my house, I was told that the water bills for a family of 5 was $110 per month. Since then, for a family of generally 3 with a toddler, we've been facing $290 to $350 bills per month. As a small business owner operating out of my home, I luckily do not have many customers who come into my house, so I do not have to support that. But if I did, I would definitely move my company out of the township immediately. As a business owner and working full-time, I do have the opportunity to supplement my income, unlike a lot of residents in this township, and I feel wholeheartedly for those that can't do the same as I can. So for anyone that I can help in any way, please let me know. As someone I have built a very good life for myself, and I have been able to educate myself, and the fact that a company can have 0 corporate responsibility within their organization, it is absolutely appalling. Just because acquisitions under Act 12 give you the ability to take advantage of such a system does not mean you're entitled to or should. There is an ethical dilemma here. Many people here that testify today, they're on fixed incomes. And in many instances, some of them are facing lienable expenses against their homes, which they've been in for their entire life. Personally speaking, as a business person, the sustainability and the customer presence is deteriorating with the current business structure that PA American Water Company is developing. There is no supportable evidence that can say that these year-over-year returns would be sustainable in a long-term effect. Not only that, but the quality of life impaired over this essential life resource is just absolutely, it's enraging, and every resident in this entire community has a reason to be upset with this company.
And I hope that PUC takes it into account that the quality of life is very deeply being affected. That's all.
Thank you. Any questions from the company?
No questions, thank you for testimony.
OSBA? OCA?
No, thank you for your testimony.
INE?
No questions, Your Honor.
Cause PA?
No questions, thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Jeff Anderson? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony provided today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Would you please state and spell your name for the record?
Jeffrey Anderson, JEFFREY,
Please state your address.
107 Hedgerow Lane, Farming Ridge, Reading, PA 19606.
Are you employed, and if so, by whom?
I'm retired.
Are you a Pennsylvania American Water and...
Yes.
Okay.
Unfortunately.
And are you appearing on behalf of yourself or a group?
Well, I'm testifying on behalf of myself, but I'd like to also include all these people. Because there's a problem here. And unfortunately, it appears that you're the only one that can help us. Because this water company has us by the, you know what. We can't do anything. I live in Farming Ridge. If I could, I would have a well dug in my backyard so I could get water. There's three things we need to sustain life. We need air, we need water, and we need food. It's basic, simple problems. You can't live without water. But with the way these people are raising the rates, and with this stuff that the township did to us by selling to them, they're just going to drive people out of this township. And it's just unbelievable how these elected officials who are supposed to be helping us are just burying us. I just can't understand it. When I joined the Marine Corps, I gave an oath to protect and defend the Constitution of the United States. But if you people don't wake up to the problems that you are letting other people create for us, there's going to be a revolution. And I'll be the first one to stand in line and help that revolution. Because this is getting out of control. All across the board, not just local, but in the state, in the whole country. We are going down the tubes the way this is going. And this is a perfect example of a company holding us hostage just so that we can have war. And we have to have war. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Any questions from the company?
No questions.
OSBA? OCA?
No, thank you.
INE?
No questions.
Cause PA?
No questions.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I'm not sure about this one. Terry Mainza? Lives on Foxtall Lane? Maybe, I think it's Terry Mainza. Anyone named Terry here? Okay. Karen Roberts? Oh, no, sorry, never mind. Okay. Kathleen Townsend? Kathleen Townsend? I think the last name is Reinert. I can't make out the first name. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the the testimony provided today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Would you please state and spell your name for the record?
My name is Leroy Reiner. It's Leroy Reinberg. I live at 85 Thayer Road, Wordsboro, PA, 19508. I am a customer of American Water and Sewer, and I'm speaking on behalf of myself and my wife.
And are you employed, and if so, by whom?
Pardon me?
Are you employed, and if so, by
I'm
whom?
retired.
Thank you. What would you like to tell us?
My wife and I are both retired, and if something's to happen to one of us, I don't know how the hell we're gonna pay the sewer bill and water bill. I feel for all the retirees in here as myself. Yeah, they say, yeah, we're gonna have to sell our home. But you know what? You don't care, because somebody else is gonna buy our home and pay the damn bill. So who the hell gives a shit?
Just refrain from the language.
I'm sorry. I apologize. So, I served this country for freedom, and this middle class is going down the tube. Like, a lot of people already said, I don't want to repeat the same thing. One of these days, you usually are going to get over. Usually people probably be lucky because you got hundreds of millions of dollars in your pocket. It won't affect it, but it affects all of us. My concern is, mostly is my sewer bill. I want to know why I can't get a meter on my outside water spigot, because I own a corner property. Comcast came last summer, sprayed lines over my sidewalk, says, oh yeah, they'll wash off in about a couple of weeks. 6 weeks later, I had to pressure wash it off, and there's still marks on the highway. I pressure wash my home because I want to keep it clean. I want to be respectful to the neighborhood. I have a vinyl fence. I keep it clean. It costs me money. I have a pool for my grandchildren. In the summertime, the water evaporates. I've got to fill it up. I want a meter on my outside spigot. If I own a tire company, and you come into my company and said, I need 2 tires, and I say, okay, now you know I'm about to charge you to get rid of the old tires, and you say, sure, I understand, but I'm going to charge you for 4. You say, you're crazy, I'm only buying 2. So why are you cheating me? You're stealing from me. If I was to crack that spigot right before the meter and run a separate line to my house, I'd be in jail quicker than I could crack that union. Why are you stealing from me and the people in here? You should be behind jail. Your company should be behind jail. Because I'm paying for something that I'm not receiving. That's all I got to say.
Thank you. Any questions from the company?
No questions.
OSBA, OCA, IME,
No questions.
COSBA. Thank you for your time. Chad DeFelice. Chad DeFelice. Okay.
Are you all getting salaries? Nobody's answering any of them.
Please, no, if you're signed up to testify, you'll have an opportunity to come up here and testify, but please, nothing from the audience. Stephen Taylor. I'll administer the oath. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Would you please state and spell your name for the record?
Stephen B. Taylor. Stephen, S-T-E-V-E-N. Middle initial B. Last name Taylor, T-A-Y-L-O-R.
Please state your address.
12 Windsor Court, Reading, PA, 19606.
Are you employed, and if so, by whom?
No, I'm retired.
Are you a Pennsylvania American water and/or wastewater customer?
Yes.
And are you appearing on behalf of yourself or on behalf of the group?
On behalf of myself and my wife.
Thank you. What would you like to tell us?
Well, I have the same concerns as all the other people that spoke before me. Specifically, in January of 23, I had 71 gallons used was $93.23. On January 9th of '24, I had 114 gallons, which was 40 units, which equaled $211.23. So it effectively doubled in 1 year the amount I had to pay per month. In February 5th of '24, I had 111 gallons, 30 units at $165.89. So that bill seems to be a reoccurring bill. I want to digress to August, actually June, July, August, and September and October of 2023, I had the exact same bill, 30 units, $166.37. I don't know how you can read the exact same amount when we're not using the exact same amount every month. And I would like to be specific about August 8th, 86 gallons, 30 units, $168.87. September 5th, 23, 107 gallons, 30 units, $166.37. October of 23, 86 gallons, 30 units at $166.37. Now, there's got to be some variation because we don't do the same thing every day and we don't do the same thing every week. November 7th of 2023, 107 gallons, 30 units at $166.37. I called the water company to find out how they're reading these meters. They said they don't come inside, they read it from the street. Well, apparently they're rounding these units, they're rounding the gallons up to what they want, to 30 units. Because I had 86 gallons, 107 gallons, 86 gallons, 107 gallons, and they're all 30 units for every month. And I ended up with $166 a month for a bill. And that's when I'm being conservative. So I cannot sustain that, no one else can. And I think there should be an investigation as to how these meters are being read and how these costs are being established. Because you can't be rounding up if you're going to give an exact meter reading. And that's pretty much what I wanted to say, but I think this has to be investigated.
Thank you. Any questions from the company?
No questions, thanks for testimony.
OSBA? OCA?
No, thank you.
INE?
I have a question.
1 second. POSPA?
No questions, thank you. I have a question of the Pennsylvania American Water. Am I going to get any return on these units that have been rounded up? Because I'd like to get some of this money back.
You might want to refer.
Yeah, we have some folks in the back from our customer advocacy group that would be happy to follow up with you and talk about how your bill, how your meter's read.
All right. I'd also like to submit these exhibits to the PUC.
What exhibits?
What I talked about.
Sure. Thank you. Do you want these back?
No.
No? Okay.
Sir, can you come back for a second? Oh, yeah, we need you to identify this for the records. If you go back to the podium for a second. Yeah. Go back to the record. So you're on the mic. Could you go to the mic? So, since you only have the one copy, I'm going to hold them up. If you can just identify what they are as I hold them up for you.
Okay.
This top document looks to be a portion of the bill, but I don't know. I'm not sure. What is this document?
That's the page 2 of the bill. It shows the previous history of what was used at the residence.
Okay. And what is this handwritten document?
That handwritten document is a breakdown, a handwritten spreadsheet of the dates, the gallons of usage, and what was paid for that month, particular month.
Okay. So I'll mark the one that's marked as Exhibit A, which is the portion of the bill is Taylor 1.
That would be page 2 of that bill.
And then what you have marked as Exhibit B, which is your handwritten spreadsheet, I'm going to mark that as Taylor 2.
Thank you.
Just so everyone knows, that's my record at the top of the document. Any objection to these documents becoming part of the record? No, without objection, we'll admit them into the record. Would you be kind enough to take them and scan them? Thank you. The OCA will take your documents and make sure that we all get copies of them.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sean Shower. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you provide here today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Would you please state and spell your name for the record?
Sure. Sean Shower, SHAWN, SCHOWER. I'm at 191 Fairway Drive in Reading, 19606. I am employed with Kodiak Solutions, and yes, I am a Pennsylvania American Water customer, and I'm speaking on behalf of myself.
Thank you. What would you like to tell us?
I moved to Exeter in 2006. I'm originally from Ole, so I grew up with a well, soup, all of that. So we have a family of 4, 2 young kids, ages 12 and 5. We moved to the area because we had a great school system. We anticipated having children. As of right now, our water and our wastewater bill is more than all of our other utilities combined. We have no choice in providers. We can choose our electric, we can choose our gas, we can choose our internet, we can choose everything else. We just cannot choose water, and we need water. It's actually our bill for a family of 4 is right now close to $340. It's a third of our mortgage. Financially, it doesn't make sense to stay in this area. The rate increase isn't justified, and I'm not sure how the PUC even allowed the prior rate increases. We're paying over $250 more a month than we did 5 years ago. And we haven't really changed. We've actually conserved water. I taught my kids to take their hands, get soap, make them wet, turn the water off, and then wash. We say no to pool days. We say no to the water slides. We say no to everything. It's actually cheaper for a family of 4 to go to a water park than it is to pay for water to allow your kids to have a water day on a hot summer day. A bigger concern is the trickle-down and domino effect that these rates are going to have. We talked about small businesses. Are they going to be able to survive? The taxes are already going up 24% in Exeter. What else are they going to go up after the rate increases are hit? The fees that we're going to get for a slice of pizza is going to be higher. We're going to want to go outside of Exeter for services. The groceries are going to be higher. Everything's going to be higher. So not only do we pay higher water and wastewater bills, we're going to be paying higher taxes and higher everything to live in this area. It's less money for my kids' future. It's less money for my future. The surcharges, this whole revenue recoupment, we've conserved, right? We've replaced our toilets 2 weeks ago, all the faucets to low flow, all our water spigots. We don't let our kids play in there. We're taking shorter showers. We're not flushing the toilet every time. I mean, it's crazy that this is the way that we now have to live, and if we're trying to conserve to get our water bill down to a more reasonable so we can stay in this school district for the next 13 years to allow my youngest to complete school at a great school, there's not going to be much money there. We're going to be hit back again with a surcharge because Pennsylvania American Water thinks that we should be at the 5,100 where we have been. If we actually do conserve, we could actually pay more. And that's sort of sickening. And then the other winter fees, I'm not sure about you, but I don't wear shorts and shirts in the winter, so we do a whole lot more laundry for a family of 4 because everything's larger for the winter. So having the fees for the wastewater based on winter for us is, and probably most everyone here, is probably going to be higher than it would be for the summer. I also wanted to mention, we have had all of our bills say actual. One of the months we were gone for 9 days. It was the exact same as 2 other months that we were there for full time. As other people said, the invoices come all sporadically, so it's a good thing we have auto pay because you can't track or even plan when these bills come. And the letters, I'm not sure if anyone's mentioned this, they come very accusatory. The last one said, hey, you didn't respond if you have lead pipes. I never got a notice. A A lot of the emails come and messages that we need to do things, and if we don't do it, you guys are gonna send somebody to my door or inside my house. When our water meter was replaced, the woman called and said, oh, it's a 12-hour window. I said, I have kids to take to school, I work. She said, I'm sorry. You know, if you're not there when we're there, when we come, you know, then you'll just have to pay the penalty or have your water shut off. That's pretty much not very good customer service. So those are items I would like, so thank you so much for your time and for listening to me.
Thank you. Any questions from the company?
No questions.
OSBA?
No.
OCA?
Quick, thank you for your testimony. You stated that it was sickening, that you would be conserving all this water only to later get hit with a surcharge. Are you talking about the company's new rate proposal, the revenue decoupling mechanism?
Yes, I'm curious to know how that's even legal.
Thank you.
Anything?
No questions.
OSBA?
No questions,
Thank you very much. Michelle Kircher? Hi. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you provide here today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Would you please state and spell your name for the record?
My name is Michelle, Michelle. Last name is Kircher, Kircher. I live at 1101 Stonehenge, Stonehenge Drive in Exeter Township.
Are you employed, and if so, by whom?
I'm retired, but I am a supervisor for the township. This is my, not consecutive, but this is my 17th year of doing it.
Okay. Are you a Pennsylvania American Water and or wastewater customer?
Yes, I am.
And are you appearing on behalf of yourself or on behalf of the group?
I am speaking on behalf of everybody that's in here speaking now and forever. I represent over 25,000 people.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay, well, the rates are outrageous, everyone agrees with that. The fact that we get so many bills. But my big problem is the quality. The quality it's terrible. I get white rings around everything for my dishes, my pans. It just is not something that I want to have at my house. Now, one thing I would ask the PUC to do in the future, because when it was sold this last time, when we bought it before, there were only a couple of us fighting it. The whole township did not know. I was not a supervisor at that time. So I think that if the PUC must make the company who wants to come in and take over something in the township, that every person in this township needs to be notified. That is only the fair way to do it, so that everyone can be equally represented. The water quality is terrible. I use plastic bottles for the dogs, plastic bottles for me, and then we see all this in the news about how bad plastic is. You can't drink the water. It tastes horrible. My bills are over $300 a month. Now they've come down and gone up, and one person. I have 2 dogs that drink spring water. That's it. Something is wrong. Well, we know it's wrong, but something is really wrong with the whole system. And I am asking you, representing all these people in the township, to listen to them, to do something about this. We want to be able to keep hearing from the PUC and find out what the heck's going on with the company over here, and to make sure that we want this company coming in and disrupting all our lives. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the company?
No questions.
OSBA?
Yes. Rebecca Lytle from SBA. I'm sorry, I missed it. Did you say you're a county commissioner? Or?
No, I'm a township supervisor.
All right, great.
I did work for the county, but now this is my 17th year of doing it, not consecutively.
And have you noticed that the high water and wastewater rates are affecting any of the small businesses in your area?
Yeah, I think it's affecting everyone. If you go out and talk to people, one of the first things they say is they can't afford the water in their sewer. And it's really hard for companies that had to close due to COVID, and then they want to open up again, and they can't afford to serve the customers unless the prices are skyrocketed. So, you know, we need something that instead of the company coming first, it needs to be the citizens coming first. That has to be everybody's main objective. And that way, I think it'll make everyone happy, we'll have good stuff, and we need to be notified on everything, not just sent to the township. Because this is what happened, the township made decisions, the whole community didn't know about it, and now we're suffering for it. So that's why I'm asking that PUC, if something like this happens again, that every single household does receive notice.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
OCA?
Yes. You talked about the water quality and having to use bottled water.
I use bottled water. My dogs even drink it because I don't want them to have it. Yeah, you can't. I had a pot sitting in the sink to wash, had some water in it, I thought maybe I could use it for some plants. And I emptied the water out and there's a big white rim around it. The quality is terrible.
Okay, so the white rim, and then you mentioned it tastes horrible. Can you
Yes.
describe the taste? Is it a metal taste?
No, it's not a metal taste, it's more like a moldy
Moldy taste.
type. And it smells.
And it smells,
Yeah.
what does the smell like?
Well, when I don't have a cold, it does smell sort of like a musty smell, I would say. Yeah.
And is there any discoloration?
No,
Okay.
no discoloration in the water. The water pressure is up and down, that's a problem too. My father was a Marine, I take GI showers, 5 minutes in and 5 minutes out.
Okay, in terms of this taste and smell problem, how long has this been going on?
What has it been going? It goes for a while, then it stops, and it will go again.
Okay.
So, I really can't give you the specific number about it.
Okay, thank you very much.
Amy?
No questions.
Cosby?
No questions.
Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Deborah Sokol? Deborah Sokol? Najma Iqbal? Najma Iqbal? Sean Hollis? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you provide here today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Would you please state and spell your name for the record?
My name is Sean Hollis. I reside at 209 Fairway Drive, Reading, Pennsylvania, 19606. My wife and I are retired, and I am here on behalf of myself and my wife.
Just a couple of things. Could you spell your name for the record?
S-E-A-N, that's the correct way, H-O-L-L-I-S.
And I don't believe you said this. Are you a Pennsylvania American water?
Yes, I am.
Water and wastewater, or both?
Both.
Both. Okay, thank you. Thank you. What would you like to tell us?
First off, let me start out by saying that I'm a firm believer in full contact capitalism and free enterprise and free markets. But with that said, we have to keep in mind that these public utilities have a legal monopoly, and that's where the PUC comes in. They're supposed to make sure that these public utilities aren't raping their customers. And right now, with the rate increases we've had the past few years, I think using the word raping is appropriate. And the funny thing is, and I'm sorry that Ms. Schlank left, because they can do this because of laws that the legislature has passed. Act 12 is a disgrace. If you look at it, it was not written to protect Pennsylvania American Water Company's customers. It was not written to protect anybody. It was written to help bail out municipalities that once upon a time thought they could operate a public utility and found out they couldn't. If they don't want to repeal that, then maybe they can write another act to help them unload country clubs that once upon a time they felt they could operate properly and found out they couldn't. But I don't think that's going to happen. Instead of Act 12, they should have let Act 47 do its thing. But I've worked I'm retired now, but I spent most of my career working in procurement for various engineering companies, doing EP projects and EPC projects. And it was always important to contain costs. We had to write savings reports every month. If we had a particular purchase that went over budget, we had to write a report explaining why. I ended my career working for another public utility company, not Pennsylvania American Water Company, and it was a real eye-opener to me. The laws that they operate, and for going for rate increases, there is actually no incentive to contain costs. Actually, there's a disincentive. I mean, it was spelled out to me when I started there. Don't worry about saving money. If we go over our costs for our rate period, we'll just put it into our next rate increase. And if we come in underneath what we had projected, then we have to give money back to the customers, and we'll never do that. We're just going to buy new trucks, new office furniture, new computers. It's a disgrace. And again, Ms. Schwank should be here, but I tip my hat to her. She had the guts to come here. None of her colleagues did. But the whole system is messed up, and it needs to be addressed. And you are our representative, PUC. Do your job and deny this rate increase, because they are raping us. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the commission? OSBA? OCA?
No.
INE? Cause,
Are you two down there getting paid to be here? Because I noticed you haven't asked anybody a single question.
That's fully within the prerogative if they want to ask questions of
Are you being paid
anybody.
by taxpayers?
I'm not at liberty to.
Yeah,
clarify that.
Okay.
Thank you for your testimony. Is there anybody here who signed up to testify that I haven't called on? Ma'am, you want to come forward? Yes. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you provide here today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. Would you please state and spell your name for the record?
My name is Sharon Winter, SharonWinter. I live at 52 Emily Court, Reading, 19606. I am a customer of Pennsylvania Water. I am here representing myself and my husband, and I am retired.
Thank you. What would you like to tell us?
Basically, we moved to Exeter back in 2017, and at that time, it was the first year where Pennsylvania Water was both water and sewer. And our rates were a bit higher than what we had when we lived in Warnersville, and they kept going up, so we decided we were going to start replacing everything, which we did. We replaced the washer, we replaced the dishwasher, the toilets, the shower heads, etc., to conserve. At the end of that year, in 2017, our total water and sewer was $785. Last year, 2023, our total water and sewer was $1640. It was more than 100% increase in that 5 years that we lived here. Are we conservative? When you hear some of the other rates that people have paid, yes, we are very conservative. We watch what we use and we pay attention to it. We read our meter every day, so we know exactly where the water is coming and going, and when we do the regeneration on the water software, we know it's going to boost up and what have you. We object vehemently to more rate increases, but even more, we object to this revenue decoupling proposal, because people like us, who are very conservative and careful, are going to end up being penalized, and it will destroy or negate everything we've tried to do. That's the one thing that I would hope comes out of these hearings, that not only are the rate increases controlled, but these little side things that are going to bring money in the back door and hurt a lot of us, that those are really paid attention to. That's it for me and for my husband. Those are the things that we are really, really concerned with. The other question I have, which still puzzles me, and I know it has nothing to do with the water per se, but I find it very interesting that Pennsylvania American Water is not an American company. It is a German-owned company. That in itself bothers me, because the Home Office probably could care less about Pennsylvania and Reading. And that's it. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions from the company?
Sure, just to clarify something, are you aware that the company is not a German-owned company?
No longer owned by? Okay, no, I was not aware of that. Thank you.
OSBA?
No.
OCA?
No, thank you.
Thank you.
IME?
No.
COSBA?
No questions, thanks.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Could someone near the back door please close it? It's, some people are starting to get a little cold. Thank you very much. Is there anybody else present who signed up to testify that I didn't call on? We do have a few more minutes. Is there anyone who would like to testify that did not sign up?
Can I match my testimony?
Very briefly. I'll just remind you, you are still under oath. And then I think after your testimony, we're going to wrap this hearing. Yes,
Sure.
thank you.
This is still Ruth Benderoff.
I'm
So
sorry,
now-
what did you say?
It's Ruth Benderoff.
Thank you.
From 331 Shelbourne Road. So I had a whole thing written, I just got angry and upset and couldn't keep it together. But I did want to say that we currently average $150 a month for our sewer. And again, that's just only our sewer. Our bills are between 120 and 180, and that's a 576.9% increase. That over what we were paying before PUC acquired Exeter Township's wastewater. So when we are notified that there's going to be an increase, there's been many requests for increased rates, and seemingly they've all been approved. They have all been approved. The customer rates imposed by PUC, again, they consider to be affordable, and when we looked at the 20% they were initially requesting, that was only $5 of our $26 a month bill, and it didn't seem like much, but now that we're at 150 at an average, and sometimes we've gotten a bill as high as $386 before, it really does affect us. We've done a lot to conserve our water usage. We don't garden anymore. We don't pressure wash our house, fence, patio, or sidewalks unless we budget for the increase in billing. We don't wash our cars at home, and actually we don't wash them at the local car wash because their rates have increased by 300%. I don't know how that's affecting Scott's Car Wash. They probably rely heavily on water, but that might be a small business to check. We don't water our grass, and there's been a lot of erosion this year because our grass died, and we don't do a kiddie pool, we don't do sprinklers, we don't flush toilets unless there's solid matter. We certainly let it mellow if it's only yellow. We try to wear clothing more than once prior to washing, but I'm a nurse, and I don't wear my scrubs more than once. And we only shower when we're around crowds of people. My kids are at school though all winter, and so we wash their clothes when they're around germy people. We don't do intensive cleaning like mopping floors. We don't let the water run to get warm water. I love that someone kept a tea kettle. I'm gonna start using that. Our shower times are limited. We don't run the dishwasher till it's overpacked, and we maximize our water usage away from home. We do laundry at our little campground that we go to in the summertime. That's probably another reason that our summer usage is considerably less than the winter. We do use the laundromat there when we can. But there are things that are more impactful. We've tried saving money to pay for our water bill in other ways. We don't save for retirement now, other than the minimum that we're required to by our employers. We don't go home. I live in South Dakota growing up. I haven't seen my mom in 5 years. We're paying our water bill. I don't save for my kids' college in any amount. We are literally trying to cut expenses everywhere else to be able to afford it. I cut my own kids' hair. I cut my own dog's hair. We've done interesting things to cut expenses so that we can afford it. But I don't consider that affordable, with all due respect. I understand if you spent $1 billion on lines, etc., but in Exeter Township here, I haven't seen how many other $1 million you've collected, or hundreds of millions of dollars from our township employees. I don't know that you've made any improvements in Exeter Township specifically. And so I object to the rate increases for all those reasons, and I appreciate the extra time given back to me.
Thank you. Any questions from the company?
Just one quick question. I just wanted to clarify for you. You mentioned the winter averaging again. Are you aware that if your usage...
Objection, counsel, sounds like she's testifying.
I'm going to just cut you off here. I am aware that if we estimate the winter usage, I'll actually be paying more for summer usage, because I quoted the estimates were several thousand gallons less in the summer. So we'll just...
Are you aware that if your usage is less in the summer than the winter, you will pay for your actual usage?
No, I was not aware of that.
OCA?
No questions, but I note my objection.
Oh, I overruled the objection. INE?
No questions.
Cause PA?
No question.
Thank you very much. Okay, we're going to adjourn the hearing. Thank you very much for your testimony.
Any of the attorneys going to want a copy of that transcript? Okay. Write their email.
Yes, mine are in the back. You can reach out.
You guys have
Thanks so much for running around and everything.
It's all good. It's an old system, and you tried that this morning. Everything worked together. You guys have everything. We do have to go to
All right, never mind.
Okay, cool. All right,
I'm not ordering it.
I will email you tonight about it.
Can they play one more? We can have them do hard. 6 of them. Sure, that'd be great, yeah. What's that? A password now?
Okay, good evening, everyone. We're about to start. This is a public input hearing scheduled in connection with the 2 pending rate filings of Pennsylvania American Water Company. My name is John Coogan. I am one of the administrative law judges that the commission has assigned to hear this case and produce a recommendation for the commission to consider. With me is Administrative Law Judge Christopher Pell, the other administrative law judge assigned by the commission to this case. With us here are several representatives on behalf of the active parties. There is also a court reporter here who is taking down what is being said and will produce a written transcript of this hearing. I will briefly explain the nature of this proceeding and allow these representatives to briefly introduce themselves to you. Then we'll hear from you. As you know, the Pennsylvania American Water Company has filed 2 requests. First, Pennsylvania American is seeking a general rate increase for its water service by approximately $199.2 million, or 24.2%. Second, Pennsylvania American's wastewater division is seeking a general rate increase for its wastewater service by approximately $4.7 million, or 2.5%. The commission suspended the effective date of the proposed rates until August 7th, 2024, and directed that this investigation be undertaken. In general rate cases such as this one, the commission is required by the Public Utility Code to ensure that the rates it approves are just and reasonable. There are many factors which are evaluated in determining whether the proposed rates are just and reasonable. Among them are the efficiency, effectiveness, and adequacy of the utility service, the legitimate needs of the utility for revenue to provide both current levels of service and to improve further future service, and the prevention of inequitable rate discrimination among customers or customer classes. Active parties in this investigation, in addition to the company, are the Commission's Bureau of Investigation and Enforcement, or INE, the Office of Consumer Advocate, or OCA, the Office of Small Business Advocate, or OSBA, the Coalition for Affordable Utility Services and Energy Efficiency in Pennsylvania, or CAUSE-PA, the Commission on Economic Opportunity, or CEO, the Pennsylvania American Water Large Users Group, or PALUG, Cleveland Cliffs Steel, the Borough of St. Lawrence, Exeter Township, the City of Scranton, Robert Rawls, and Kyle Donahue. Some of these parties are here tonight, and we will give them a chance to make some brief introductory remarks. First, I'll briefly outline what has happened in this case so far and what is scheduled for the future. After the case was filed, a pre-hearing conference was held on January 3rd, 2024, and the active parties worked out a schedule and addressed various procedural issues. If the parties are unable to agree on a settlement, then hearings will be held telephonically on March 7th and 8th, 2024, so that the active party witnesses who presented written testimony will testify under oath and be subject to cross-examination. These telephonic hearings are open to the public, and you're welcome to listen in. Because hearings are sometimes canceled or changed, you should contact our offices prior to the day you plan to attend to ensure that the hearing will be held as scheduled. When the hearings have been completed, the parties will prepare and submit to us written briefs describing the facts as they see them and the law that they believe should be applied to those facts. Main briefs and responsive reply briefs are due on March 26, 2024 and April 5th, 2024, respectively, and our recommended decision will be issued in May 2024. The Commission will decide if our recommendation concerning the proposed rates should be adopted, rejected, or modified. A significant step in the hearing process is these public input hearings. The purpose of these hearings is to hear the testimony of you, the people who will be directly affected by the proposed rates. And I'll talk about 2 ways you can testify tonight. First, you may testify formally. That means that we will swear you in, and the court reporter will record and transcribe your statement, and you will be subject to cross-examination by any of the active parties here. We may also ask you some questions. To the extent that your testimony is relevant, material, and competent, it may be considered by us and the Commission. If you choose to testify, and we strongly urge you to do so, you'll be asked to state and spell your name, give your address, and we will ask you if you are employed and by whom, and if you are a customer. If you are appearing on behalf of a group of organization, please also state that. Do not be intimidated by the terms I use, such as testimony and cross-examination. We all recognize that you may not be lawyers, and we know that none of the parties here would try to embarrass you in any way. They may ask you questions about your testimony. Please don't become upset by this questioning or feel that you're under personal attack. Such questioning is entirely normal for this type of proceeding. We ask simply that you listen to the questions asked of you and that you answer the questions to the best of your ability. If any questions are improper, we will let you know. The second way you can participate tonight is to make an off-the-record, unsworn, or unaffirmed statement. If you choose to do this, you will not be sworn in, and the court reporter will not record your remarks. We and the commission, as a matter of law, cannot consider evidence which is not part of the official record in this case. If you choose to make an off-the-record statement, you'll be asked to state your name and address, and if you are a customer, and whether you are representing a group or organization. You will not be subject to cross-examination. We will assume that everyone who has signed up will make an on-the-record statement. So if you do not want to testify formally, please let me know when I call your name. If you do not wish to testify at all, you can always contact one of the active parties here, such as the company, INE, or OCA, to express your concerns directly to them. This hearing is being transcribed by a court reporter, so please speak slowly and clearly and identify yourself when speaking. This public input hearing is your opportunity to present evidence regarding the proposed rate increases. If you have questions concerning the filings, we are sure that the company representatives will do their best to answer them briefly. Again, we want to remind everyone that this is an official legal proceeding. We don't want you to feel intimidated or nervous about speaking publicly, but please keep in mind that this is still an official hearing. Similar as we've done in other public input hearing sessions for the Pennsylvania American Water rate increases, we have been imposing a time limit simply because we just have that many people signed up to testify. And so at this point, we will ask folks to please limit their testimony to 5 minutes, and we will let you know when you have 30 seconds left before the 5 minutes. And at that point, if you can please wrap up your testimony. So, and also, if you'd like to indicate that you agree with the prior speaker as a way to quickly indicate your stance on a particular issue, that's fine to do that as well. There's no need to repeat what's already been said tonight. So again, before we begin hearing with you, which is why we are all here tonight, we will allow the party representatives to make a brief statement. So first, for Pennsylvania American Water Company.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good evening, everyone. My name is Elizabeth Rose Triscari. I am Director of Corporate Counsel for Pennsylvania American Water Company, and I will be representing the company at tonight's public input hearing. As Judge Coogan indicated, the company filed a request to adjust its rates with the Pennsylvania Public Utility Commission on November 8th, 2023. When the company filed its rate case with the commission, we filed very extensive supporting data and information as required by the commission in its regulations and orders. The commission and the other parties to this case, including the Bureau of Investigation and Enforcement, the Office of Consumer Advocate, the Office of Small Business Advocate, as well as other stakeholders, have spent the last few weeks and months poring over that information and supporting data, as well as additional information and questions that they have asked the company to provide to assess the company's rate request. At this point, we have answered over 900 questions, most with multiple subparts, which came out to be about 2,000 questions, including subparts. Since our last rate case, the company has made and continues to make substantial investments in new and replacement facilities in order to replace and rehabilitate infrastructure as it reaches the end of its useful life, to continue to meet customers' demands for water and wastewater services, and to comply with the evolving standards under the Safe Drinking Water Act, the Clean Water Act, the Clean Streams Law, and the various regulations issued by the agencies that administer those statutes. Since our last rate case, we have invested over $1 billion in infrastructure upgrades, including replacing more than 160 miles of aging water and sewer pipeline, upgrading treatment facilities, storage tanks, wells, and pumping stations. The company has received recognition from the EPA through its Partnership for Safe Water for the quality and high standards of its water treatment plants. The company also developed and offers its home water conservation program to educate residential customers and promote ways for them to lower their water bills through a variety of conservation measures. Additionally, Pennsylvania American was the first water company to start a customer assistance program to help eligible low-income water customers who have a short-term or longer-term difficulties paying their bills, and have since expanded that program to include wastewater customers. If you think you or someone you know might be eligible to participate in either of these programs, I encourage you to visit our representatives that are in the back corner there at the table, Jessica and Tawana. If you guys want to raise your hands. They can help you with more information about those customer assistance programs. If you're unable to connect with them tonight, they have flyers for you to take with you. You can also always call our customer advocacy number, which is 717-550-1606. Pennsylvania American appreciates the opportunity the Commission is providing through this and other public input hearings to hear directly from its customers. We listen carefully to all the testimony provided in these hearings, and we use that input of our customers to enhance our operations and customer service. Importantly, there are a number of people in the room tonight from Pennsylvania American who are here to listen to your testimony. Our president, Justin Ladner, is there in the back of the room. We also have with us Jim Runzer, our VP of Operations, Bruce Ayton, our VP of Engineering, as well as many other local folks who are here who work in your communities. If everyone from Pennsylvania American maybe could just raise your hand so everybody knows who you are. Everyone's here to listen to the testimony being offered today. If you have specific questions about your bills, about service or other matters, we do promise that someone will reach out to you and follow up with you as soon as possible, no later than 48 hours. And I also wanted to make a note that once you testify, even if I don't respond to your testimony or ask you any specific questions, know that someone will follow up with you after your testimony. So we look forward to hearing your comments. Thank you all for coming out and taking the time to participate, and we're looking forward to hearing from you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The Office of Small Business Advocate.
Hello, I'm Rebecca Lytle, and I'm the attorney for the Office of Small Business Advocate. As our name suggests, we advocate on behalf of small businesses in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. We are a state agency. As you know, there are many small businesses that are really trying to stay afloat, especially due to after the COVID happened. With the high rate of water and wastewater, it's really hurting these small businesses. Whether they can't open up a new business, or they're forced to close, or they decide that they need to move to another area because it's too expensive in this area. There's going to be a trickle-down effect. We look at the small business, how this is affecting the small businesses, such as, are they going to have to start charging more for their products because in order to stay and be able to pay their water bill, they need to pass the cost off on you. So everyone will be affected when businesses are affected. Please, when you come up to testify, do it under oath. We have several experts that review this testimony. Our experts look at all the rate filings, the numbers, what is happening with this application, and they will condense it and make it into an expert report for us. So please testify under oath so it's part of the record. Lastly, I do want to say, when you do testify, if you know of any stories about small businesses being hurt by the water rate hikes or wastewater, or you are a small business owner, please include that in your testimony. You may see me typing, but that's because I'm taking notes on everything, but I need to hear this and it needs to be part of the record. Also, as you're leaving, or anyone else, I have a bunch of business cards with my email address on it. Feel free to pick one up, and I'll be here afterwards if anyone needs to talk.
Thank you. The Office of Consumer Advocate.
Your Honor, may I stand and approach?
Hi, good evening. Thank you you all for being here. My name is Melanie Alachia. I go by Mel. I'm a senior attorney for the Office of Consumer Advocate, the OCA. The OCA is not a part of the PUC. We are an independent office with the Pennsylvania Attorney General's office. The job of the OCA is to represent the interests of consumers in utility matters before the PUC. I am here because I'm a part of a team of lawyers and experts that filed a formal complaint against PA American and its rate increase. We will be an active party in every step of the way. We will be zealously advocating for the interests of consumers. Our goal being to recommend to the judges and to the PUC to set PA Americans' rates as low as reasonably possible. Now, let's turn to why you are here. The purpose of this public input hearing is to hear from you about your opinions, concerns about PA Americans' rate request, and about its quality of service. If you are a consumer, I strongly encourage you to testify under oath, because when you do that, your testimony becomes part of the evidentiary record, and then our office can rely upon it when we're making arguments to the PUC. We will be presenting our direct case testimony tomorrow to the judges, and within a couple of weeks from then, we can present a supplemental direct case where we are going to present everything that we've heard here in these public input hearings. Now, after you testify, as the judges explained, the parties have the right to ask you questions. That's cross-examination. If I ask you questions, trust me, it's friendly. If you don't know the answer to my question, just say, I don't know. Here today also is Andrew Zerby. He's an assistant consumer advocate. He is on this case with me, and he and I will both be here afterwards should you have any questions. I do have some materials on the back table. I guess my business cards were popular. I've been traveling from Pittsburgh to Scranton to here today, so I don't know if I have any left, but if you want to give me your information, I can take that and reach back out to you after tonight. So, thank you.
Thank you. The Commission's Bureau of Investigation and Enforcement.
Good evening, everyone. I'm going to use the microphone because I have a feeling the folks in the back of the room won't hear me if I don't. Despite what my kids might tell you, I'm actually not very loud, so. My name is Carrie Wright. I'm a senior prosecutor with the Commission's Bureau of Investigation and Enforcement. We're an independent bureau within the Commission, and we're independent because our job is to prosecute cases before the Commission. Specifically, I work in the rates division of I&E, and we're involved in all cases that have an impact on utility customers' rates. I do work with a team of expert witnesses, like the other attorneys up here have mentioned, and our expert witnesses consist of engineers, financial analysts, economists, and safety personnel. And these folks have reviewed the company's filing. They have asked the company for more information in the form of interrogatories. We've had informal discussions with the company, and given all those questions and all the information the company has provided to us, we have a lot of information from the company. What we don't have is a lot of information from the company's ratepayers, who are really, at the end of the day, the ones who are most impacted by the rate increase. So for us, we think that the information that you present here is really vital to this process. And our expert witnesses also review this testimony. And to the extent that it's something that we can use to make our recommendation to the judges and to the Commission, we'll use that testimony. And like a few of my colleagues have mentioned, the best way for us to be able to use that testimony is if you testify under oath. So your testimony becomes part of the record in this case. So I would urge anyone who has something that they would like to say tonight to say that and to also testify under oath, if at all possible. So thank you all for coming out tonight, and I look forward to hearing what you have to say.
Thank you. Cause PA.
Thank you and good evening. My name is John Sweet. I'm an attorney at the Pennsylvania Utility Law Project. In this case, we represent the Coalition for Affordable Utility Services and Energy Efficiency in Pennsylvania, also known as Cause PA. Cause PA is an unincorporated association of low-income consumers who advocate on behalf of its members to ensure that low-income consumers are able to connect to and maintain affordable utility service in their homes. CAUSE-PA is opposed to the rate increase, especially at this moment of economic uncertainty. In this proceeding, we are investigating the impact of the proposed rate increase on low-income households, the adequacy of Pennsylvania Americans' low-income assistance programs, and the reasonableness of PAWC's policies, terms, and conditions of service to ensure that they're just, equitable, and do not have a disproportionate or discriminatory impact on certain customer groups. I encourage you all to testify on the record in this proceeding so that your testimony can be considered in making a decision in the case. In providing your testimony, be sure to share what this rate increase would mean to you and your family and your community. Thank you.
Thank you. And our last active party is Exeter Township. Mr. Paiho, could you please come to the podium and give a few brief remarks?
I'm first up. Thank you. My name is Jack Paiho. I'm the chairman of the Board of Supervisors for Exeter Township. And I appreciate the PUC for holding the hearing here at the Dunn Center. And also thank the residents for your participation. I'll keep this brief because I know that we've submitted written testimony to the PUC. The township, on behalf of itself and its residents, is extremely concerned about the impact of the water and wastewater rate increase proposed by Pennsylvania American Water. This rate increase would substantially increase residential rates for residential customers and for the township as a municipality. The township is home to over 25,000 residents, and approximately 17.1% of the township residents are at least 65 years of age or older. Many elderly residents survive on fixed incomes, and especially given recent rampant inflation across all sectors of the economy, the rate increase proposed by PAWC only served to further strain the limited resources of township residents. With respect to residential water, my understanding is that the PAWC's proposal would generally increase a residential water bill for a typical customer using approximately 3,200 gallons per month from $70.65 to $88.24 per month, or 24.9% increase. With respect to township residents, I understand that PAWC's proposal would increase the per 100 gallon water usage for residential customers in Exeter Township from $1.61 per 100 gallons to $2.13 per 100 gallons, or an increase of 32.4%. It is my further understanding that PAWC's proposal would increase the per 100 gallon water usage for municipal customers, which includes Exeter Township, by approximately 19.7%. And I do not think our residents realize that we as a township, we also pay for water from PAWC. The steep increases in rates for water as proposed by PAWC will have a disproportionate harmful impact on the township's elderly residents on fixed income and our residents. By increasing the municipal water rates, that is an impact on our budget, on the Exeter Township budget, which we will have to address. We certainly do not support, unequivocally, I wrote down, does not support this rate increase. We have, as I have said, there's a big concern for the residents, the cost to the residents, especially our elderly and our residents that are on fixed income. In closing, I wanted to mention just in general that the 1 p.m. meeting, we had a packed house here. It was very good, and we had many retirees expressing what I just said, because they were very concerned about the rate increase and their impact on their personal budgets. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
We also note that there may be members of the media here tonight, and this portion of my opening statement is directed towards the media or anyone who may be recording any portions of tonight's public input hearing. If you are recording, please do not be disruptive during this hearing. This is an official court proceeding, the main goal of which is to obtain testimony of those who may be affected by the proposed rate increase. Please respect the wishes of those testifying. If you do not wish to be filmed or recorded, we ask that you turn off your recording devices for the duration of that witness's testimony. And any interviews conducted have to be conducted outside of the hearing room. To those who are here tonight to offer testimony regarding the proposed rate increase, if you do not want your picture taken or statement recorded by the media, please let me know that when you come up to testify, and we will ask anybody recording to refrain from recording your statement. Sometimes elected officials do attend public input hearings to offer their testimony on behalf of constituents. These elected officials often have tight schedules and offer testimony on behalf of a number of customers, so we allow them to offer their testimony first so that they may then leave and attend to their many other responsibilities. That being said, I believe Senator Judy Schwank is in the audience, please. If you could please come up to the podium. Thank you. And Senator Schwank was here earlier and offered her sworn testimony at the 1 p.m. hearing, so I won't swear you in this time, but feel free to give your remarks.
Thank you, Judge Cook. I really appreciate the opportunity to speak again. So again, I'd like to express my gratitude to the Public Utility Commission and the distinguished judges, both of you, for providing the public with this forum to comment on the rate increase request from Pennsylvania American Water Company. As you said, I had the opportunity to provide testimony at the hearing earlier today, but I've had some time to think also about additional comments that I would like to make, but I will keep my remarks brief. First of all, I'm so glad there's a second hearing being held. This is a lot of people, working people, who could not have made it earlier in the day to be here, and they're going to get their chance to speak as well. And I was really impressed by the testimony offered. People did their homework. People have been detailing the issues that they've been facing. They've been, keeping a collection of their bills and understanding. They're seeing the rate increases that have happened in the past and how that's impacted them. And they're not about to stand for a rate increase again without saying something about it for sure. It's really important for the public, especially those who are directly impacted by this proposed rate increase, to make their voices heard on an issue which impacts not only their daily financial well-being, but also their accessibility to a necessity of life. I think it's really important that we drop back and think for a moment. This is something you can't live without. You can't sell your house if you don't have water that is potable, that is, affordable in terms of selling your house to another interested buyer. If there have been problems, if there have been increases in rates, these are things that people know, and it impacts the opportunity to sell your home. Earlier today, I touched on the economic impacts of this proposed rate increase request. And I'm really loath to continue to go back to COVID, but I think one thing that we all know is that the recovery for many people in our society, and certainly in our community here, has been uneven. Some people are doing better than others. Some people are struggling to try to make ends meet. And this, having a rate increase come at this time couldn't be worse timing in terms of the financial outlook for so many people. And I'd also ask you, as you're looking at this, to think, this isn't the only bill that people pay. There are people here who are paying child care bills. They've got a mortgage. They may be paying for medical expenses. So this bill doesn't stand alone. But just imagine for those of us who perhaps are not customers, having to have a water bill that's hundreds of dollars. It just seems impossible to understand how that could happen to people. I think the public deserves time to recover from that economic turmoil of recent years, rather than facing the stress of higher water and wastewater bills. And I also want to note that businesses and institutions, as the Chairman Supervisor talked about earlier, they are impacted as well. I had a conversation with one of the Exeter School District school board members who told me that they received an increase of 30% in their water and wastewater treatment bill. And we all know that it's not just, the school district pays for it out of school property taxes. So the very people that are being impacted by an increase in their bills, in their own personal bills, are also having to pay higher school property taxes. I also discussed some of the unique aspects of the present rate increase request, a revenue decoupling mechanism, and an environmental compliance investment charge. These are two new alternative rate-making practices. The former would essentially serve as a revenue normalizer. In plain language, if the company doesn't meet their targets in terms of profits, for example, because all of us start conserving our water use and being very careful about how much we use to reduce our bills, trying to reduce our bills only works against us because the company then can request that they get higher, profits, they get more money to help normalize that revenue. And the latter would allow the Pennsylvania Water Company to offset the costs of environmental compliance projects onto the consumer. I find both of these really difficult to understand and to assume that we should, as consumers, take on these costs. A rate increase alone is bad enough. The addition of these mechanisms, I think, is frankly outrageous. I would again like to thank the Public Utility Commission, the judges, and all the active parties in this rate increase case, particularly those out there who are willing to take the time out of their busy schedules to come here and say something about what we may be experiencing. With that, just simply put, I would urge the PUC to deny the proposed rate increase request from Pennsylvania American Water. This is a hardship for too many people, and increases have come at such a rapid rate for people that we really need to take into account what they are facing. This is not the time to do this. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is George Bell.
Good evening. Appreciate the opportunity to make some remarks.
Just 1 second. I need to. You'd like to provide sworn testimony?
Indeed.
Okay. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay. Just a few preliminary questions. Could you please state and spell your name?
My name is George Bell. I'm the third, and spell it, it's George, Bell, Bell, and I'm the third.
Okay. And your address, please?
I live at 3700 Reif Place, Reiff Place, 19606.
Okay. And am I correct that you're an Exeter Township supervisor?
Supervisor, and of course resident by extension.
And are you a Pennsylvania American water and wastewater customer?
I am.
And are you appearing on your own behalf, or a group, or both?
I would characterize both as my planned remarks.
Okay. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Appreciate it. Thanks again. As the Senator mentioned, we appreciate everyone coming to our local Dunn Center. It's convenient, and I particularly appreciate the opportunity, having a full-time job during the day to speak during the evening, as perhaps some others in the room. So thanks for that. As a party, the township is providing written testimony, so I, this evening, in the interest of getting everyone the opportunity to testify, will make 3 key points in one ask is where I'd like to focus my remarks. So this evening, I'd like to start with my first point. Would like to thank the PUC. Last year, the township testimony carried my signature on behalf of the residents of the township, requesting reconsideration of the rate, and I believe it came in around 4% under what was initially requested. And for what it's worth, I would be remiss not to say thank you for that consideration. The township residents do appreciate it. So second, though, speaking of the residents and myself, Elaine and I are empty nesters, so we have a Cape Cod, a modest home, and we are empty nesters, no kids in the home. We have both sewer and water service from PA Water, and there are frequent occasions where our combined bill is over $300. I had occasion to speak to many residents around the election time of the year, and you might appreciate they share what's on their mind. And the number 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 most popular conversations dealt with this particular topic. So when we talk about what's on the constituents' mind, it is these rates and the impact. So Mr. Chairman of our board spoke about the specific rate increase in dollar terms. I just like to remind folks, it's kind of antiseptic sometimes to say 20% here or 10% there. So when rates, total bills are around $100, 20% was of course $20. Now that they're hovering north of $300, we're asking folks to pay $60 more per month. So when I think about that, and I have various residents speaking to me that their bill exceeds $350 per month, it draws me pause on where this money comes from. So specifically, I have that concern for 2 categories that I feel are disproportionately impacted, getting to the heart of my comments this evening. That is that lowest income category, which for the first time I heard that PA Water might have a program for. That sounds great, but I still have concerns for them. And then really focusing my point on that 17.1% or 3,000 of Exeter Township residents, a good many more in nearby St. Lawrence Borough that are above age 65. Roughly half, I don't have the exact number on that, but roughly half of those are one person households. So Social Security, for context, runs about $2,500 a month for those folks. So we're asking folks perhaps with as few as $2,500 coming in the door to spend perhaps $300. And I do feel like those 2 categories, Exeter Township's lowest income households and that senior population that sits sometimes right above them in maybe just one Social Security as their primary source of income, are unduly impacted. And so my comments cater to them. So lastly, the ask, I'm going to echo our state senator.
30 seconds.
Our state senator comment to please consider an outright rejection of the rate increase. And if not a rejection, I'll ask the PUC to at least temper it to the best of their ability on behalf of our Exeter Township.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Any questions from your company?
Very briefly, thank you for your testimony coming out tonight. Wanted to follow up on something you mentioned about not knowing much about the low-income programs and those residents that are kind of just above the low income. Are you aware that in our current rate request filing, we have proposed to increase eligibility for low income, for discounts to right now from 150% of the federal poverty level to 200%?
I was not here for. That was specifically what I was commenting on. That said, in our township, that still is a relatively small number of people, but it was pleasing to my ear to hear that that program was being considered as part of in your defense of.
No other questions.
Yeah.
Thank you.
No, you're welcome.
Thank you. OSBA?
No, you're.
OCA?
No, you're.
IME?
No questions.
Cause PA?
No questions, thank you.
Okay, thank you for your testimony.
You're welcome. Good evening.
Are there any other elected officials in the audience who I might not identify from this list who would like to speak now? No? Okay. Jordan Henning? Okay, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Great. And can you please state and spell your name?
Yes, Jordan Henning, JORDANHENNING.
Your address, please?
67 Winchester Court, Reading, PA 19606.
And are you employed, and if so, by whom?
Yes, Berks Counseling Center in Reading, Pennsylvania.
Okay. And are you a Pennsylvania American water and wastewater customer?
Yes, both.
Okay. And are you appearing on your own behalf or on behalf of a group?
myself and my family.
Yeah, please go ahead.
I will thank people, I'm not a politician, so I don't need to be too diplomatic. I'll thank people when the rate is frozen. But I want to say here, everyone has already attested to the fact that this rate increase is quite ridiculous. But I came here to specifically talk about my experience with customer service with Public American Water. We know the rate increase is corporate malfeasance and fleecing the public of a necessary utility. But what might not get to the Public Utility Commission as often are the customer service stories. A couple of years ago, we were notified after a couple months of a flat rate billing for our water that our water meter was not registering any water usage. PAWC sent out a team. They attempted to turn off the valve at the shutoff to replace the meter. The valve was unable to be turned by the contractor. They weren't able to shut it off. The contractor then said, we'll let PA American Water know. They'll get back to you. They'll set up another date for another contractor or a specific person from PA American Water to come back and shut off the water with different tools, whatever, not an engineer, and then replace the water meter. 3 or 4 months later, we called because we had not received any word back from PA American Water. They said, okay, well, we hear it. We are still registering the base payment. We'll get a team sent out. We'll contact you when we have something scheduled. 6 months later, we call again. We're just calling to say our bill hasn't changed. You said you were gonna send somebody out. We're just calling to see what's going on. Same answer. We'll send a team out. We'll let you know when we have something scheduled. About 4 months later, we received a letter from PA American Water stating that my wife and I owed over $1,800 worth of back payment for our water bills because of our fault in not contacting the company to get a team out there to replace our water meter. A little bit of self-disclosure. I've been a social worker for 14 years. I'm licensed in the state of Pennsylvania. I'm an adjunct professor at a local college teaching social work, including policy analysis, and other specialty things. If I had not had the wherewithal, the knowledge of the system, and the ability to threaten litigation and going to my local politicians, I would not have made any inroads in getting this rectified. And afterwards, after 3 separate calls to both the customer service line, but then the billing department, and then a separate department that is working with scheduling of these contractors, I would not have been able to get the company to recognize their own error in not getting back to us and having somebody sent out to do this. About 6 weeks after this letter, I finally was able to get them to admit that it was their mistake and drop the $1,800 bill. But if I had not been able to do that with a 6-month-old child at home, it would have been taking food out of my child's mouth. I am a person of pretty appropriate means. My wife and I, we have 2 young boys, we live a comfortable life. But imagine the people who don't have the resources and knowledge that I have. How many other times have water meters broken, and how many other times have they engaged in malfeasance like this, right? The customer is
30
always
seconds.
right. That's all I really have to say, other than there was an amazing testimony at the different times by Anthony Bolito from Bucks County. And I just have to say, he mentioned economies of scale. Well, scale this. Robizonia, Womelsdorf, 2 incredibly small boroughs in this area, probably equivalent of 4,000 people. Exeter has 25,000. My parents pay $10 a month for water. They pay $35 a month for sewer in the same agreement with Wernersville. Thank you for your time, and I appreciate it.
Sir, just a second. Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from the company?
No questions.
OSPA? OCA?
Yes, quickly. Thank you for your testimony. You mentioned needing to reach out to outsiders for help to get this resolved. Can you explain a little more about that?
Just knowing that, sorry, Senator Schwank, the Exeter is primarily represented by Gillen, and I am in Gillen's district. I know, unfortunately, sometimes the senatorial districts are too large, so I went to Gillen first, and he was the one that introduced me, or his staff was, to the public complaint form, and then from there I connected with Amanda Johnson and the Exeter Township Water Issues Group on Facebook, and have been coordinating with them and keeping updated.
And do you believe that by connecting with those outsiders, that is when your issue got resolved with PA American?
No, it was when I threatened to hire an attorney because we had kept our phone records, and we had also had witnesses to the contractors that came out, and we knew the exact date and time that they were here. And it took me the 3 calls to the 3 separate 8 aspects of the scheduling, the billing, and the customer service, because apparently they don't communicate with each other. So when I finally was able to get to the right level of people and tell them the right information and honestly yell and kind of be an ass, I was able to prove my point.
Well, thank you. I would not describe you that way. I would describe you as an advocate for yourself, but thank you very much.
Thank you.
I am here.
Sorry, I keep forgetting this.
No, sure. Cause PA? Okay, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you very much.
Julie Cox.
Hello,
Hi. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, can you please state and spell your name?
Julie Cox, Julie Cox,
Your address, please.
1106 Heathrow Court, 19606.
And are you employed, and if so, by whom?
Yes, I work for GlaxoSmithKline, and I'm also a realtor with Century 21 Gold.
And are you a Pennsylvania American Water and wastewater customer?
Yes.
And are you appearing on your own behalf or on behalf of the group?
I am appearing on behalf of myself and my family.
Okay, please go ahead.
I am a scientist by trade. I'm going to give you a little background. Data drives a lot of my decisions, not emotion. I have recently switched to a logistics role in my company, but that role still helps me understand how things break down. And on top of it, I am a realtor. So what I want to first talk about is what Senator Schwank brought up. Exeter Township, I grew up in Exeter Township. I graduated from Exeter High School. My children go here. I love this area. Unfortunately, we're getting a bad rap because the word is out. You can't afford to live in Exeter. You can't afford to live in Exeter because the water's high. If you want to move to Exeter, you got to make sure that your water bill is with Mount Penn Borough, which I will speak to personally a little bit later. This scares me because as a homeowner, and I am the everyday two-income family, I work, my kids are in high school, nothing special about me. I'm not a demographic that's in low income or someone that's retired, but this affects me, my future, and my children. I have 2 girls. Can you imagine trying to tell them that they have to cut their water so I can afford to take them to dance lessons, or I can pay for their cleats for all their activities? We do spend a lot of time focusing on budgets. My children are wise, and I just looked at some numbers last night, accurate numbers. On their website, they told me that this year I had 448,000 gallons, 4,800 gallons. Last year, it was 62,000. 22% reduction. We're working on reduction in my family. I now paid over 7% more, even though I've reduced my usage. How is that even fair? Like they said, anytime you try to reduce your water, the bills go up. I'm trying to teach my family budgeting. I can't budget for any of this. This is unfortunate. My bills since 2021 have increased at least $100 a month, at least. And that is without looking at the exact details, but there hasn't been much increase in my usage. I also want to speak to the fact that I own a property in St. Lawrence.
So I ran their numbers. They have Mount Penn water and Mount Penn sewer. They used 44% more water than I did last year. I paid 124% more water bill. $1,500 I spent for less water than people that would go and are in the Exeter School District. How is that fair, like you mentioned? So I don't understand how someone can come in, privatize this, and just keep making rates go up and up and up. The school taxes, that's another thing. I love my school district. Like they mentioned, they have water bills. Their water bill has gone up. That doesn't get absorbed by the school. That gets absorbed by all the residents, even the people in St. Lawrence. So it doesn't just affect the people that have Mount Penn, the water from PAWC. It affects those residents as well. Once again, there is that trickle down. I don't want to berate this. I just think this is a terrible decision. I appreciate all of the things that you have to do for your regulations. My company, we have to be compliant at GlaxoSmithKline. We have compliance issues, and we have to make sure we're not going to have, anything going. We need to invest in that. But this is not an investment. This is a way to take money out of hardworking people's pockets.
30 seconds.
I'm done. Thank you, guys.
Okay, just 1 second. Ma'am, 1 second. Yeah, I know it's not used to this. Any questions from the company? OSBA? OCA?
No.
INE?
No questions.
COSPA?
Okay, thank you.
Next is Cindy Murphy. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, please state and spell your name.
Cindy Murphy, CINDYMURPHY.
Your address, please.
2 Ironstone Drive, Reading, PA 19606.
And are you employed, and if so, by whom?
I am. I'm employed by Comprehensive Learning Center.
Are you a Pennsylvania American water and wastewater customer?
Yes, both.
And are you appearing on your own behalf or on behalf of the group?
On behalf of myself.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Thank you. So thank you for the opportunity to speak up to this matter of the newest proposed rate increases from PA American Water. I've been a resident of Exeter Township and a customer of Pennsylvania American Water since 2005, with wastewater services added at the time of the acquisition of Exeter's water treatment plant. I want to mention that I agree with testimony provided thus far by other residents, starting with Senator Schrank's 1 p.m. Testimony that she gave. I was here from 1 until 3:15 and heard every resident and agree with the testimony provided there. I'd like to add my own experiences and explanation of financial hardships caused by the recurring rate increases to my water and wastewater charges since Exeter Township sold its wastewater treatment plant to PA American Water in 2019. For context, my single-family home is 1,600 square feet in size, with 2 people residing in the home. I work full-time in Bucks County, and with my travel time, I'm away from my home for approximately 12 hours a day, 3 days a week. The other person living in my home is away from our home for at least 7 hours a day for 5 days a week. That is, my home is vacant about 65% of the time, assuming 16 waking hours per day for 7 days. This is an important variable in understanding our water usage. My bills are not quite as high as some of the other people have testified, but we're never there, so it's understandable. For the first 15 years of my home, my combined monthly water and wastewater cost averaged $58 per month. This includes monthly payments to PA American Water and quarterly payments at that time to Exeter Township for sewer service. Since PA American Water began servicing all wastewater for Exeter Township, my monthly bills for both water and wastewater have reached an average of $144 per month. This is a 147% increase in overall water and wastewater combined charges in the past 4 years, or an average of 37% per year. There's been much discussion of inflation and cost of living increases, and obviously this is well outside of that. The wastewater rate increases since 2020 have increased from 93 cents to $2.87. This is 208% increase overall. In addition, the wastewater monthly increase service charges are 51% higher since the acquisition occurred. My monthly bill for water service has now climbed higher than my electric and gas bills. I've been paying utility bills since the late 1980s, and water has always been one of the most affordable utilities. Now it is one of the least affordable, despite how necessary it is. I have no options to reduce my costs because, one, even though I practice conservation regularly and always have, the planned revenue decoupling mechanism will just revert any of my savings back to the PAW. And two, it's not like I can shop around for a better rate. I'm stuck. We're all stuck. I also want to point out that the process of billing wastewater based off of water use is not appropriate. Like many others, I used to purchase drinking water separately because of the quality of water from my tap. Because I'm an environmentally conscious person, to reduce my consumption of plastic, I invested in the high-quality water filtration system some years ago. The amount of water we drink now from the tap adds up to about 4 gallons per day, 28 gallons per week, or 112 gallons per month. This water is not going down the drain, and yet I'm being charged as though it were. Financially, I would have been better off continuing to purchase water in plastic bottles, because then PA American Water couldn't charge my 112 gallons per month of drinking water as wastewater. As far as PAW proposing to use wintertime usage as a measure for billing summertime usage of wastewater, as someone without a pool, with a hardy, sustainable lawn that never requires watering, with no small kids playing in the water during the summer, and as someone who only has time to go to the car wash
30 seconds.
versus washing at home, this measure would not affect my bills, so I take no comfort in that proposed remedy. For comparison to Exeter, I have relatives who live 3 miles away from me in Kenhorst, not receiving wastewater from PA American Water, and they have not experienced these wild increases in their monthly water and wastewater rates. It seems that we are, as a forced wastewater customer of PAW, we're having to foot the bill for the upcoming projects and future acquisition costs allowed by Act 12.
It's time.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Just 1 second. 1 second. Any questions from the company?
No questions.
OSPA? OCA?
No, thank you.
IME?
No questions.
COSPA?
No, thank you.
Thank you very much. Jennifer Soden? Jennifer Soden, S-O-D-E-N. Might be mispronouncing that. Okay, and also, is there anyone in the back? Could you please close the door? I'm getting some complaints it's a little cold, so. Next is Patricia Finley. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay. Please state and spell your name.
It's Patricia Finley, P-A-T-R-I-C-I-A, Finley, F-I-N-L-E-Y.
And your address, please.
28 Bentbrook Circle, Reading, PA 19606.
And are you employed, and if so, by whom?
I am self-employed.
And are you a Pennsylvania American Water and wastewater customer?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And are you appearing on your own behalf or on behalf of the group?
My household.
Okay, please go ahead.
Thank you. I'm a 65-year-old self-employed accountant, bookkeeper, and my husband is a retired 70-year-old who works part-time. As you know, water rates have increased from 1.0141 in 2017 to 1.6108 per 100 gallons in 2023, an increase of 59% in 9 years. Sewer rates, as you know, from the time of PA American Water's purchase at 9.38 to the 2.875, a 206.5% increase in 4 years. A lot more than inflation, which rates for the same time period from Consumer Price Index is 15.7%. And also the average annual income in Pennsylvania from Statistica from 2019 to 2022 was 17%. These rates do not include the distribution system improvement charges or decoupling surcharges that have been added to our bills of up to 7.5%. These rate increases have affected our household from 2013 when we moved in until 16. Our annual cost was $850 a year. From 17, it went to $970, 18 to $1,045, 2019 to $1,275, 2020 to $1,315, to 2021 at $1,540, 2022 to $1,680, and in 23 it was $1,860. Our annual rate went from $850 to $1,680. That's 2.214 times as much in 7 years. From $70 a month to $155 a month, an $85 a month increase in 7 years. The proposed increase will add another 34% to our annual cost, bringing it to $2,492 a year. My husband and I have done as much as we feel humanly possible to reduce our consumption, using dishwasher instead of hand washing, not watering our grass or plants from hose, not washing our vehicles at home. In March of 2023, seeing how the rates were going up and everything was happening, we installed a shower valve, which is supposed to reduce our consumption by 30%. We reduced our average number of gallons per day from 120 gallons to 86 gallons, a 25% decrease. Without the reduction of our monthly usage, our bill would be over $200 a month, resulting in almost 3 times a higher bill. Even still, our monthly cost is, in some months, the highest utility bill in our household. And the problem I have with PA American Water also is they have a 28-day cycle, and sometimes they have a 35-day cycle. And in our 89 gallon per day usage, that increases our bill by 623 gallons, or almost $28 a month. That's substantial. We're in a 2-person household who conserves water. I can't imagine what a 4-person household or a 6-person household would be. I'm concerned that we've done everything we can to reduce our consumption, and now they're talking about being able to add a surcharge because they think my household doesn't use enough water. So how can I manage my finances? The rate decrease also allows this environmental compliance surcharge and recoupling surcharge. PA American will be able to charge for these additional fees without getting PUC approval, and we'll lose our ability to attempt to reduce our bills. The quality of water for us is also an issue. We moved in 2013. In 2015, we installed a water softener because the water is hard. And
30 seconds.
Oh, wow. I had so much more to say here. I'm concerned about, I think the PUC should consider how much shareholders are receiving. They received $709 million, possibly $1.26 billion in 21, $820 million in 22. Executive compensation, the president and CEO made $6.7 million in 2022.
That's time. If you can wrap up. Okay.
Thank you.
Any questions from the company?
No questions.
OSBA? OCA?
Yes, thank you. Thank you for your testimony. You talked about all your efforts to save money, putting in the shower valves. And I think you did mention that you're aware of their proposal to have a new alternative rate making. You mentioned the surcharge, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Are you aware that that rate mechanism would require you to return a portion or all of your savings back to the company if they don't hit their revenue targets?
Yeah, they're going to charge me more for it, yes.
Yeah, what do you think about that?
I think it's horrible. I'm doing everything I can to conserve water, and they're going to just sock it to me anyway.
Right. You also talked about the back-to-back increases, right? So are you aware that they received a rate increase in 2018, 2021, 2022, 2023, and then this rate increase would take effect in 2024?
Exactly.
Yeah. Do you think that sounds prudent to you?
Well, as a business owner, if I want to increase my rate that often, I don't think I'd have any business.
Okay, and one follow-up question. Are you aware that in this case, the company is asking for the PUC to reward it up to $11.8 million extra in rates per year to reward the company for its prudent management?
I don't think they're managing very well. Look at the cost that they're making. People are making too much money.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
And passing it on to us.
IME?
No questions.
COSPA?
No questions, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Eva Ross. Eva Ross. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, thank you. And please state and spell your name.
My name is Eva Ross, EVA, last name Ross, ROSS. I reside at 171 Scotland Drive, Reading, PA. I'm employed. I'm a Pennsylvania American Water and wastewater customer, and I'm speaking on behalf of myself and my family.
Okay, just one small follow-up. You're employed by whom are you employed?
A company called Accenture.
Okay, I'm sorry, what was it?
Accenture?
Okay, please go ahead.
I've been a resident of this township since 2001. I'm here today to strongly oppose the proposed rate increase by the Pennsylvania American Water. Pennsylvania American Water's customers are paying some of the highest water and wastewater bills in the Commonwealth as a result of the frequent and snowballing rate increases requests filed by Pennsylvania American Water over the last several years. This latest increase was only 9 months after they got approved their increase. Recently, our community has faced the harsh reality of stagnant wages and for some, the burden of unemployment. In an environment where pay raises are scarce and job security is a rare commodity, any additional financial strain is not just an inconvenience, but a genuine threat to the stability of our homes. I heard all of the previous testimonies, and I agree with everyone that spoke at the 1 o'clock meeting today, as well as everybody that has spoken tonight. People are having to make sacrifices to pay a water bill. It's a necessity of life. In 2021, I paid a total of $1,666 for water and wastewater. In 2022, I paid $2,128. In 2023, I paid $2,856. And I must admit that in 2022, after the first rate increase, and when I really started paying attention to the bills and we reduced our consumption by making sure that we're doing all of the different things to conserve water, such as installing the shower valves, making sure we're not running the faucet while we're brushing our teeth or shaving, making sure that we have 2-minute timers on each of the bathrooms that rings or our cell phones are used so that we can get out of the shower and not forget that we have reached our 2 minutes. My bill keeps increasing despite conservation measures. The repercussions of utility rate increases extend beyond our households and impact the local businesses and our schools. As utility rate surges, the school district is forced to grapple with inflated operational costs, leading to an unavoidable strain on their budget. This translates into passing the burden onto taxpayers who are doubly burdened, first through the direct impact on their household budget, and second through the indirect consequences as these increases cascade into higher taxes, not just from the school, but also from the township, as we heard today. My concerns with Pennsylvania American Water: they do not provide adequate water quality or pressure, despite all of the increases that keep getting. Water has a bad taste and hardness, which is not only unpleasant, but also damaging to appliances, requiring additional expenses for repairs, requiring filters to be changed before it's time. We're compelled to buy bottled water for drinking. We cannot drink the water out of the faucets. Pennsylvania American Water does not provide affordable water and sewer service. I can no longer keep a garden, no longer have flower beds or a lawn because we cannot afford to water them. They request rate increases every year to afford the monopoly of buying wastewater systems and padding the pockets of the executives at the back of the taxpayers. The high bills are deterring people from moving to the township, bringing down property prices. The number of days on billing period varies every month, which makes it difficult to predict usage, and budget billing does not make it any better. If we find a water leak which makes a bill jump from $200 to $400, like I had happened to me because one of the outside hoses started to leak, I called. You only get 1 leak adjustment, and guess what the money back you get for that doubling in the bill? It's $2 to $3. That's the most you'll get back if you complain for a leak. As consumers of water, we should not have to shut everything in our house that uses a drop of water. I've listened to everybody speak today about the sacrifices they have made and to pay all of these exorbitant water bills, and it's reminiscent of a third world country where I grew up, where I had to carry water from the 1st floor to the 5th because there was no pressure. There is no pressure in Exeter Township. There is no pressure for the water. The proposed rate decoupling mechanism is also alarming because it penalizes customers for saving water through imposed surcharges. In addressing the PUC, I implore you to recognize that the citizens you represent are not just statistics. They are hardworking individuals with a fundamental right to access essential services without being pushed to the brink. I request that you deny any additional rate increases requested by Pennsylvania American Water. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the company? Any questions from OSBA? OCA?
Just to follow up on service quality, you said bad taste. Can you describe that taste?
The water has many minerals. If you have tried to actually boil the water, you will see what you find at the bottom of the pot. In addition, it does not, I don't know why, but it has odor to it. I have lived at 2 different residences in the same township, and it's the same. And it's serviced by PA American Water. And the taste of the water in other places where I have family that live there is not the same. So we have been buying water for as long as we have lived in Exeter Township.
And you said there's no pressure, so that means like the very low pressure?
Correct.
And does that come and go, or is that constant?
It's gotten worse in the last 3 to 4 years.
Okay, thank you.
Always provide a glass of water.
Sorry, sir, just everyone who wants to testify tonight is free to testify, but just a reminder, we do have a court reporter, so any comments out there, it's just, we try to make sure everything's on the transcript, so we can use it later. Anyway, Ione?
No questions.
Cause PA? Okay, thank you very much. Arthur Offenbach? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Could you please state and spell your name?
Arthur Achenbach III, A-R-T-H-U-R, Achenbach, A-U-C-H-E-N-B-A-C-H.
And your address, please?
135 Plymouth Court, Wyomissing, PA.
And are you employed, and if so, by whom?
By Reardon Materials Corporation.
And are you a Pennsylvania American Water and wastewater customer?
Not wastewater, a past water customer.
Okay, and are you appearing on your own behalf or on behalf of a group?
On my behalf in industry, yes.
What's the industry?
Water and wastewater industry.
Okay, please go ahead.
I mentioned my name's Art Achenbach. I'm a licensed engineer here in the state of Pennsylvania, the president of Reardon Materials Corporation. We provide technical sales equipment and processes to the water and wastewater industry. As I mentioned, I'm a past customer of Pennsylvania American and currently an approved vendor for the company. Prior to PA American ownership of the Exeter wastewater treatment plant, my company provided equipment to Exeter Township. My company also sells equipment to the city of Reading, County Township, Western Berks, and quite a few other locations here in Berks County. I was at a local industry event and there was a discussion about these meetings, and I offered to speak on my experience as a vendor with Pennsylvania American and with municipal water and wastewater systems in our area. I'm also very active with the Berks County Water and Sewer Association, the Eastern Pennsylvania Water Pollution Control Operators Association, and the Pennsylvania Water Environment Association. Needless to say, I'm very active within the industry, and my company is very involved with a variety of private, industrial, and municipal water and wastewater projects in the Mid-Atlantic region. I witnessed firsthand the dilemmas that municipal infrastructure faces, and while no one wants to pay more than what is necessary, what the average public doesn't see or understand is that the people in our industry, the operators, municipal boards, are facing tremendous problems and pressures often outside of our control. Right or wrong, there are countless unfunded mandates issued by state and national politicians and generally misunderstanding what's needed to own and operate water and wastewater systems. The simple act of finding and keeping a licensed operator is a massive challenge for the industry. Chesapeake Bay initiatives, biosolids disposal, arsenic removal, PFAS treatment, and removal are just a few of the current costly issues facing the industry that have to be accounted for and planned for. When you combine these issues with a municipality that may not be forward-thinking or doesn't change or doesn't plan for those financial needs, you'll have struggles to place those costs on a small municipal user base. As discussed earlier, supply chain and COVID still is a factor. Just cost of equipment, we've seen double-digit cost increases across the board, whether it's municipal or private industry. Adding to the issue is most board members feel their sole purpose is to keep rates low, while often losing sight of the fact that their primary purpose is to protect the public health and balance user rates. A non-local example, everyone knows, is Flint, Michigan. Flint state-appointed emergency managers made or forced decisions about the city's water supplies and treatment protocols that were ostensibly made with the goal of cutting costs. Good intentions, but horrible results. It never ceases to amaze me that most of us have no issue paying $3 for an unregulated bottle of water, $100, $200 for a mobile phone or internet, but we really get upset about our water and sewer. All of the issues I just talked about cost money and rates go up. I can't speak to the details of rates here or in other areas, but the reality is there's real costs associated with the training and paying for the operators of these systems, the upgrades needed to meet the new limits, often are unfunded, and accommodating the regulations imposed by DEP, EPA, and our elected officials. We can live without phones, cable TV, community centers, golf courses, parks, but we can't live without access to clean drinking water and sanitary sewers. Our water, wastewater infrastructure not only protects our public health, but it's also the driver for nearly all of our economic development and growth of our local economies. As Senator Schwenk mentioned, one of the biggest roadblocks to development is adequate water and sewer, that infrastructure. Unfortunately, some municipalities—
30 seconds.
Unfortunately, not all municipalities, they're not all equipped to manage, maintain, and develop these systems. Companies like PA American are able to absorb these costs, get in front of the regulatory landslides, and lead these infrastructure upgrades, which provide jobs and help local economies, my company being one of them. I know they provide a statewide customer assistance program, and they lead as far as some of the critical environmental stewardship, some of the regulations that our industry faces. Thanks for the time.
Yeah. Any questions from the company?
No questions. Thank you for your testimony.
OSBA? OCA?
Yes, thank you, sir, for your testimony. Just to be clear, are you a current or a past water customer?
Past Pennsylvania American Water
Okay,
customer. Yeah.
so you're not facing a rate increase?
No.
Okay.
Not from Pennsylvania American.
Okay, and you said that your company is an approved vendor with PA American?
Correct.
Okay, so you receive payment for the services or goods that you provide to PA American? Your organization
my
does?
company, yes.
Does your organization have to compete with other vendors to get PA American's business?
Yes.
And would you like to continue to receive PA American's business?
Yes.
Thank you.
IME? College PA? Okay, thank you. Okay, next actually I have two people signed up. I'm not sure if they intended to provide the same testimony, so I'll have Anastasia Fitzgerald and David Fitzgerald. We only have one person at a time that come up, so either Anastasia Fitzgerald or David Fitzgerald. All right, seeing nobody. I also have the same thing with the next sign up. There's two names, so Robert and Sharon Bingaman. Do one or the other want to come up? I'm probably going to mispronounce it. Scott Kolkuwan. Okay, okay.
I'll spell it.
Okay, thanks.
Good evening.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state and spell your name.
Scott, S-C-O-T-T. Last name is C-O-L-Q-U-H-O-U-N.
And your address, please.
1002 Strawberry Run, Reading, PA 19612.
And are you employed, and if so, by whom?
Recently retired.
And are you a Pennsylvania American Water and Wastewater customer?
Yes, unfortunately, I do not have a choice.
And are you appearing on your own behalf or on behalf of a group?
My own behalf.
Please go ahead.
When I heard about this meeting coming on, I decided to look at the water bill and just check the water every day to see what kind of usage I have. And this month's bill was 111 gallons. There's two of us live in the household. So I went and checked every day to see what the water was. And what they're saying is we use 111 gallons a day, 3,000 a month. So for a week, I checked everything. And comes out to 67 gallons per day. So what I'm finding out is that we're being charged, overly charged for the water, our water usage. Being overcharged by 1,186 gallons a month. They bill by the unit of 100, one unit is 100 gallons. Same bill for 3 units, 3,000 gallons. Well, the bill for the water, fresh water, is $48.32. My calculations should be 28 gallons, $28. And for wastewater, being charged $86, and it should be 52 then, based on their calculations. Hard thing to understand is why the wastewater is more expensive, actually double the cost of fresh water coming into the house. Also, the usage of water. So during the summer, people water their lawn, right? They wash their car, water their gardens, plants, whatever. That water's not going back into the wastewater. It's going into the ground, and yet being charged. There's no, compensation for that. And checking with one of my neighbors, he recently bought a house, and he's saying he's using 6,000 gallons, just 2 people. I'm just wondering why. Maybe since I've been in the house 26 years, our usage has pretty much probably been the same all along, but I got a feeling because he's new, it just automatically boosted his usage up for no apparent reason, because he wouldn't have waited to check that with anyway. We're doing what we can to, cut down water usage, siphoning our showers, showering every other day. And of course, the problem is there's no alternative to the water source, so we're stuck. That's all I want to say.
Thank you. The company?
Yeah, just quickly. You testified that you mentioned some, what I would call kind of summer, seasonal type usage, washing your car, watering your lawn, that kind of thing.
Right.
Correct? Are you aware of the proposal in this rate case to use winter averaging?
No.
Okay. So are you aware that winter averaging would take your usage during the winter months when you're not doing that kind of seasonal things and apply them in the summer? Now, if you end up using less in the summer than you use in the winter, it would be your actual summer usage. Are you aware that's a proposal in this case?
No, but the odd thing is that in September, October, November, December, I'm showing it's using more water than February through May. It doesn't make sense, but so I don't know if it would help me.
So are you aware though the winter months are, maybe I might get this wrong.
What's the objection?
Getting into testimony.
What's the question?
I'll withdraw it. I do encourage you to speak to our folks in the back though if you have questions about your bill, because it sounded like you did.
Okay.
OSBA? OCA?
No, thank you.
IME?
No questions, thank you.
COSBA?
No questions.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next is Susan Keating. Susan Keating. Jeff Green. Okay, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, please state and spell your name.
Jeffrey Green, Jeffrey, Greene.
And your address?
4161 Steeplechase Drive, 19606.
And are you employed, and if so, by whom?
I'm employed by Core BTS.
Okay, and are you a Pennsylvania American Water and wastewater customer?
I am.
And are you appearing on your own behalf or on behalf of the group?
I'm appearing on my own behalf.
Okay, please go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to point out what Senator Schwank had said, that water is a basic need. It's not a want. And this is relative to electric and gas, right? I definitely want electric and I want gas, but it's not a basic human need. However, on any given month, my highest utility is now my water bill by any stretch. It's never close. If it's really cold or it's really hot, maybe gas and electric equals the water bill. But for things that I want, I pay much less than for the things that I need. And these rate increases, to do what? You know, this company pays dividends. That's something I don't understand. A public company providing a basic need pays dividends. In the tune of, I heard more than what I got. I got 180.8 million shares, you know, to the tune of $500 million in dividends. On top of that, the executive salaries, the top 6 are paid almost $20 million, $520 million that we pay for. And they want to up the rate. Maybe you should pay less dividends. Absorb your own costs. Sorry, I'm getting angry. Yeah, it's just sad that we have to pay this. And this winter averaging, you're going to bundle that in with a rate increase? That's just that's baloney. I mean, you want to do that, that's great. But the thing is that, you know, you're going to use more water in the winter. You're in the house more. You're home. I mean, that average is going to be higher. I can't water my plants. Heard someone say they don't have a garden. It's just ridiculous. It really. That's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you. The company?
No questions.
OSBA? OCA?
No, thank you.
IME?
No questions.
COSBA?
No questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your testimony. Next is Patrick Antasy. Patrick Antasy. Paul Brown. Okay, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, please state and spell your name.
My name's Paul Brown. I live at 114 West 36th Street in Reading, 19606. It is Exeter Township. I do have PA American Water and Sewer.
Okay, and are you employed, and if so, by whom?
I am currently employed by Kodak Polaris. That's going to end on April 2nd, when I wanted to retire. We'll see if I can afford to.
And are you appearing on your own behalf or on behalf of a group?
On my family's behalf,
Okay,
my wife and I.
Go ahead.
I want to say up front, for the most part, I agree with the testimonies I've heard. Some of you might guess which one I take a little bit of exception with, but we moved here in 2020. Previously, we lived in Rochester, New York, and everybody hears about the outrageous costs and prices of everything in Rochester. They did have municipal water and sewer, or we did, I should say, and the rate there in 2020 was about $160 a quarter, less than $50, yeah, about $50 a month. When we moved here in 2020, I was surprised to find out that our first water bills were about $90 a month, but the surprises didn't end there. I actually went through and calculated rate increases over the past 3.5 years, but you've heard them before. Basically, our water and sewer bill, have gone from that $90 a month to about $190 a month, and that's prior to this rate increase in less than 4 years. And that does really line up. When I calculated the average rate increase, it was around 24% a year over the last 4 years, last 3 years, and then this one that they're desiring. So I'm trying to figure out how to retire, when I should retire, and to create a budget to see if I can afford to do so. I'd like to understand how to budget for a water bill 10 years out that's doubling every 4 years. If I do that, even 20 years out, is the money I have set aside along with Social Security, is that gonna pay for what I have to pay if the water bill keeps doubling every 3 to 4 years? I can't even calculate, well, I could calculate what that number would be a month, but if I gave that to a financial advisor, they'd say, you gotta be kidding me. So basically, that was the only additional thing. Just the idea that this 15, 20, 25% increase is compounded. So it increases that much this year. If it increases again that much next year, the increase is on last year's increased money. And if it increases the year after that, that increases based on each year's rate, new rate. So I would implore you to deny the rate request as well. That's all.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the company?
No questions.
OSBA? OCA?
No.
INE?
No questions.
COSPA?
No questions.
Okay, thank you for your testimony. Next is Jennifer Sarah. Hi. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, and please state and spell your name.
Jennifer Sarah, C-E-R-R-A.
Your address, please.
110 Kathy Ann Drive, Reading, PA, 19606.
And are you employed, and if so, by whom?
Yes, by Herbine.
Okay, and are you a Pennsylvania American Water and Wastewater customer?
Yes.
And are you appearing on your own behalf or on behalf of the group?
On behalf of my family.
Okay, please go ahead.
Tonight I'm here as a concerned Exeter Township resident and customer of PA American Water to express my strong opposition to the proposed 25% rate increase currently under consideration. In light of the recent increases in our water rates, such a significant additional burden on consumers would be unjustifiable. Many residents are already grappling with the economic challenges, and a substantial rate hike would only exacerbate the financial strain on our households. I urge the PUC to thoroughly evaluate the necessity and justification for this proposed increase, considering the impact it would have on our community. Transparent communication regarding the specific reasons for the rate adjustment and a detailed breakdown of how the funds will be utilized would be crucial in fostering understanding and acceptance. I can speak for my husband when I say we do not object to a fair increase, but PA American Water's ongoing increases have been neither fair nor effectively communicated. We have lived here for almost 18 years and we've raised our son here. It's a shame that we're now considering moving, in no small measure due to the untenable water rate situation. We, like our fellow Exeter Township residents, shouldn't have to ration water use when water is available. Furthermore, I encourage the PUC to explore alternative solutions and cost-saving measures. I encourage PA Water before imposing such a substantial increase on consumers. I appreciate your attention to this matter. I trust that you will carefully consider the concerns of all the residents who've spoken tonight who will be directly affected by this proposed rate increase. And I just want to add, my husband isn't here tonight. He's the one who pays the water bill at our house. In 2019, I think our bill was $80 a month, and last month it was $240. And we are doing our very best, like everyone has said, to try to ration the water. My husband monitors every shower we take. I mean, it's crazy. It's just absolutely crazy. So that's all I had to say.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the company?
No questions.
OSBA?
No.
OCA?
No, thank you.
INE?
No questions.
COSPA?
No questions, thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Next is Sarah Stump. Sarah Stump. Okay, Bill Clark. Okay, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, and please state and spell your name.
My name, William Clark, W-I-L-L-I-A-M, Clark, C-L-A-R-K.
Okay.
And yes, I am a customer for Pennsylvania American Water.
Okay, and your address, please?
Sorry.
Your address, please?
251 Shelbourne Road, Reading.
And are you employed, and if so, by whom?
I'm employed Penn Stainless Products, Quakertown.
Okay, and are you appearing on your own behalf or on behalf of a group?
Myself,
Okay,
my
please,
family, actually.
please go ahead.
As you heard from many people here about this outrageous increase of what's proposed, what I really object to is the legislature, Pennsylvania legislature, gave people the right to do whatever they want as far as price increases, and it's been done over and over again. We're paying American Water to allow them to buy other companies at a pretty good interest rate. We just give them the money free because they sure aren't doing a job. Which brings me up to the point. In December, we got a letter from Pennsylvania American Water. They were requesting information, actually requesting that we approve them to send an inspection team into our house to hunt for lead pipes in our water system. I don't know the last time I ever heard of lead pipes in a water system in a household. I don't think they ever were, maybe back in the 1860s, but that's about it. And what really surprised me, we sent it back this fourth time, we sent back the little note we always give them. This is 3 times previously. We are not a water customer. We have a well. And they sent, that's the 4th letter we got on the same stuff about them on our water pipes or water period. Evidently, their customer service people do not read the notes they get, nor do they care. Because that's the impression I'm left. And I didn't think anything about it until I realized they wanted to check our house out. One of the subsidiaries they offer is American Water Resources. They're the ones, the insurance company basically, to handle the sewage pipe going across my property, across the road to the main sewer lines. Insurance. It's not regulated by the PUC at all. But the rates are increasing just as well. 2120 was $9 a pay period, I'd say monthly. American Water, Pennsylvania American Water doesn't bill by the month, they bill by whatever days they want to. Well, anyway, it was $9. It went up following year. In March, it went up to $10.50. And then it jumped up to $12.25 in June of 22. And this February, it's going to go up to $17.99. It almost sounds like they're in the same group of categories of Pennsylvania American Water. As far as just, oh, let everybody pay for it, we'll just keep going. And that's the way you feel. You feel they're just digging into your pocket and loving every minute of it. And they don't care. I hear people talk about the water quality, taste of it. One person earlier today was talking about calcium. Well, they're talking about a white coating on their dishes.
30 seconds.
There's limits, chemical limits on a lot of stuff by EPA that's supposed to be in drinkable water. And I don't see them publishing that anyplace. How often they check and when. We should actually know what they're sending out to people in this township. We don't know. I thank you. And, oh, yes, by the way, I wholeheartedly agree that you should not, you actually should put a freeze on any of their.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from the company?
Just very quickly. Are you aware that the protection programs, the warranty that you're speaking about?
Sorry, I can't hear you.
Sorry. Can you hear me now? Is that better? Are you aware that the protection programs, the warranty service that you mentioned, is not owned or affiliated with Pennsylvania American Water? Okay.
But they do evidently get some benefit from that because I send a bill to Pennsylvania American Water. I don't think they're doing it for free.
Okay. The other question I had is if you had lead service line coming into your house or in your home, would you want to know?
Sorry.
If you had a lead service line coming into your home or lead in your home, would you want to know?
If I had a service
Lead.
A lead pipe
lead pipe,
coming into your home.
if it's coming in, it's only good, the only place it'd be is a sewer line where it's buried in the ground, because I don't sure see it as a water pipe.
Just a hypothetical question.
Objection to hypotheticals?
Okay, well, I think he's answered the question as best as he can. So any other questions from the OCA? Or, sorry, the company. OSBA, any questions?
No.
OCA, any questions?
No, thank you.
INE, any questions?
Yeah, thank you. Something else?
On the bit about the water, I had all, when I moved into this house in the 78, all the copper water pipes, which were quarter-inch, were increased in size. I have all pulled out copper pipes out with brand new copper 5/8 pipes in, just so I would have enough flow.
Okay.
So I do know what the pipes were.
Okay. Any questions from Cause PA?
No questions.
Okay, thank you for your testimony. Next is Gail Coleman. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Could you please state and spell your name?
Gail Coleman, Gailcoleman. I live at 411 West 37th Street, Reading, 19606.
And are you employed, and if so, by whom?
I'm employed by Reading Hospital.
And are you a Pennsylvania American Water and wastewater customer?
Am I what?
Are you a Pennsylvania American Water and wastewater customer?
Sewer.
And are you appearing on your own behalf or on behalf of a group?
Just me.
Okay, please go ahead.
When I first moved into my house, it was 97, and the water meter was installed by the township. My bills were never above $95 a quarter. And like I said, I have a well, and then I have the sewer through PA Water. When they took over, my bills immediately doubled. And just like everybody else, every single month. And this was, like I said, $95 a quarter to $115 a month. And every month, it just got higher and higher and higher, to the point that this past year, I was paying $200 to $227 a month. Now, when I first moved into my house and the bills started, I was living with my husband and 3 sons. In 2022, they had all moved out except for 1 son. So it was me and my 1 son. Bills were like I said, $200, $227 a month. And when I would look at it, it would show the water usage was the same as the year before. So I called, and they said that they needed to have somebody come out to check the meter because they didn't think it wasn't reading correctly. I told them I work till 4:30 every day, so don't have anybody come out before that because they won't be able to get in the house. They sent somebody out while I was at work a week later. Then I get a letter from PA Water that if I don't allow somebody to come in my house and read or check or fix the meter, they're going to turn off my water. To which I was like, I'd like to see that happen. I have a well. So this past, my son moved out. So 2023, it's just me. My bills stayed the same, pretty much as they were all through 2022. And this past September, I started really looking into things, and I started really calling and questioning things. Turns out that they had been charging me based on last year's usage because the meter wasn't working correctly. Now this all got fixed in like August. Bills stayed the same. $220, $227, $235. And by September, I thought I've had enough of this. So I started calling, making a lot of phone calls. At one point in time, the gentleman that I spoke to said, all right, I understand, just pay what you think is fair, sorry. So I sent them a check for 25 cents. The next month, I get a bill for $467. I live alone. Again, I'm sure your customer service people are fed up with me, but to make a long story short, after I kept fighting with him and kept fighting with him and kept fighting with him, I get a letter from PA Water that they had made all these different adjustments and my bill would now be $75 a month. So I guess to everybody out there, the point I'm trying to make, don't give up. Just keep fighting. That's what I did. I just fought and fought because I said, no way, this isn't right. And I'd like to know why, when you made all those
30 seconds.
adjustments to the facility, all that came off of the backs of all your customers.
I'm not sure if you're waiting for an answer, ma'am.
No.
Oh, just a rhetorical
No, sorry.
question. Okay, got it. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Any questions from the company?
No question.
OSBA?
No.
OCA?
Yeah, just quickly, thank you. You explained that you had to advocate for yourself in order to get the bill adjusted.
Oh, yeah.
Do you feel that you received inadequate customer service?
Well, yeah, especially when the time came about the water meter. They sent the guy out when I told them not to, and then they sent me this letter threatening to turn off my water, which they couldn't, till I made an arrangement for the guy to come out when I was home.
Okay, thank you.
Any, just a second. Any questions from IME?
No.
COSBA?
No question.
Okay, thank you very much. Next is Gerald Erdman. Okay, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state and spell your name.
Gerald Erdman, Gerald, Erdman.
And your address, please?
4581 Kelly Lane, Reading, PA 19606.
And are you employed, and if so, by whom?
I am retired.
And are you a Pennsylvania American Water and wastewater customer?
I am.
And are you appearing on your own behalf or on behalf of the group?
My wife and I.
Okay, please go ahead.
Thank you. I'm going to echo some of the things that have already been said. I guess one of the last folks here. But I looked back over the bills, and I just looked back, took a 3-year look at the bills from Pennsylvania American Water. And I did a basis using the rates and the 3,200 gallons that was touted as the average rate that's used. And I did it based on the actual billing, and I excluded the state tax adjustments because that's a small amount. And what I found was pretty much what things that were stated previously by the gentleman from Rochester and the fellow who talked about his as well. Back in January 2001, the dollars per month were 96, or about $1,150 a year. That escalated from 2021 to January 2024 to $175 a month, or about $2,104 a year. That's a compound average growth rate of 22.3%. At that rate, the water bill, the sewer bill would double every 3.5 years. It's not sustainable. It may be sustainable for Pennsylvania American Water, but it's not sustainable for the consumers. And on that basis, I oppose the proposed rate increase. Now, I tried to look at some drivers for what's causing all this. And some of the things were mentioned earlier. I think it was mentioned that there was over $1 billion of capital spend ongoing by PA American Water. Well, that money has to be recovered. And it's how the money that's being recovered is the problem. It's on the backs of the people short term. And the money that's involved here with the bills is outrageous. The people have $3,000 bills in 3.5 years would have a $6,000 monthly water bill. It's incredible. So coming back to the capital spend, this is further driven by something called Act 12. It's a congressional action in Pennsylvania, and they enable the utilities to acquire municipalities that are stressed, in addition to their ongoing capital spend. And the way those utilities are acquired and the money that's paid for them is it further exacerbating the capital. What can be done about it? Legislators, I think contacting the legislators and letting them know that PA Act 12 needs to be modified to avoid the situation that's occurred. I think there should be a strict validation process about selling stressed municipalities, and at this point, I think consumer involvement needs to be heavy to correct the problems that have occurred, both with the PUC and with our legislators. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any questions from the company?
No questions.
OSBA? OCA?
Yeah, yes, quickly. Thank you, sir, for your testimony. Act 12, do you know that it's completely the company's choice to pursue an acquisition under Act 12?
Did not.
Right. And do you know that they've included 2 Act 12 acquisitions in this rate case?
Did not.
Given that it's the company's choice to pay a premium for systems under Act 12, do you think that the company should not pursue Act 12 acquisitions until it can get back to reasonable rates?
I think the intent of the legislation was good because it intended to solve stressed utility problems. I can't prove what's happening with the sale of the utilities, but there can be cases where the fair market value that's tabulated for them are different or higher than what they deserve to be. There's things like subsidies, grants, and income, to my understanding, that are included in those fair market value assessments. All those things elevate the price for an acquired facility.
And one final question. Are you aware that Act 12 applies to distressed systems, but also healthy systems?
Also?
Not distressed systems.
That's correct.
Okay.
So people, utilities may elect to sell their systems to PACW to make money, to get cash. I think that's part of the problem.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. IME?
No questions.
Cosby?
No questions.
Okay, thank you for your testimony. Next is Sherry Green. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay. Please state and spell your name.
Sherry Green, Sherrie, Green, Greene.
Your address, please.
1001 Vista Lane, Reading, PA 19606.
And are you employed, and if so, by whom?
No, I'm too old.
Are you a Pennsylvania American Water and wastewater customer?
I am the sewer customer of American Water. We have a well. I almost thought I shouldn't speak.
Are you, just one more question, are you appearing on your own behalf or on behalf of the group?
Just my own behalf.
Okay, please go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, I wasn't sure I should speak because lucky me, we have a well, or I have a well. My husband passed away. I'm living alone. I'm trying to live on a very fixed income. I want to stay here in Exeter. We built our dream home 33 years ago. I don't want to leave the house. The sewer bill went from, in 2018, it was $47 a quarter, and it went up to $106 a month in 2023. That's a lot of money. That's a huge increase. I did look into what I could maybe do, and I talked to some people, and someone said that they had put a meter in, and I thought, that's scary. They're going to know how much water I'm using, but I put a meter in, and the bill dropped about $20 a month, so they were charging me, I guess, top dollar, but still, $106 a month for just sewer, I feel is very high. And that's all I have to say. And I feel like I'm lucky I don't have to pay for the water, and I feel bad for everyone that does.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the company?
No questions.
OSBA?
No.
OCA?
No, thank you.
IME?
No questions.
COSPA?
No questions, thank
Yeah, thank you. Next is Kevin Horning. Kevin Horning. Okay. Michelle White.
Hi there.
Okay, all right, I still have to say, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
You do, okay. And please state and spell your name.
Michelle White, M-I-C-H-E-L-L-E, White, spelled like the color.
Okay, and your address, please?
It's 16 Ptarmigan Drive, Reading, PA 19606.
And are you employed, and if so, by whom?
I am Health Fitness Corporation.
And are you a Pennsylvania water and wastewater customer?
I am,
And are you appearing on your own behalf or on behalf of the group?
on behalf of my family.
Okay, please go ahead.
All right. Just as far as data, I'm not going to be real data heavy in this testimony. In 2023, our water bills ranged from $222 to $528 a month. Our monthly average over the last 12 months was $352. That's just for perspective. Friends in Spring Township top out at $120 monthly on average for water and sewer. They have PA American Water. They do not have PA American for sewer. Friends in Birdsboro and Fleetwood, both families of four, like I am, or like we are, pay $345 to $375 quarterly, which is what I'm paying monthly. Changes we've made many changes. Some have been mentioned by those who have already spoken. Shorter showers, less frequent showering, not ideal when you have teenagers, just saying. Here's one that hasn't been mentioned. Less frequent toilet flushing. Can I tell you, it's disgusting. Our toilets have a permanent ring from urine and feces sitting in a toilet bowl because I say you cannot flush. We have 3 females in the family, small bladders. We're going all day long. It's just a biological thing. You can't flush the toilet. I'm sorry, Mom, it's disgusting. I'm sorry, use less toilet paper because now we're filling a toilet bowl with toilet paper and you can't have that because then you can't flush at all because now you're clogging the toilet. It's disgusting and it's happening, and I heard a clap tells me other people are suffering the same. Less use of our pool. We don't have a big disposable income. We rely on our pool. That's our family vacation. We don't go places. We have a pool. Don't have too much fun in the pool. You'll splash the water out. Then we have to refill it. And oh, by the way, we pay for the water we put in our pool every year. I've seen bills higher than $600 for a month because it's summertime and God forbid we fill the pool because you have to drain off the pool in the winter, otherwise your pipes freeze. From a hardship perspective, and I don't want to get emotional, but we hold our breath every time the bill comes. It is met with either crying or swearing, and typically it is both.
The days of the billing cycle, it's a nightmare to not have the ability to budget and plan. And I'm the breadwinner. I have a good job. I get paid well, but we are back to paycheck. It's COVID, it never got better. Everything else is still high too. This is really, really, really difficult. One expected expense, and we are not making ends meet. I had to go to urgent care. Guess what? My $349 bill for January isn't getting paid. And I feel very vulnerable. I'm looking for neighbors because I don't want them to be here. Oh, don't wave to me. I don't want to know that you're here. I'm going to get really vulnerable here. I'm the breadwinner. I pawned my husband's wedding ring to pay the bill 1 month. I didn't sell it because I knew I'd get it back. And the reason I did it was because going on a payment plan just means you're in the hole even deeper. And the idea of trying to claw your way out of that hole when you're already in one, it is so stressful. This is a life-sustaining utility, and I'm so angry about this, and I'm really trying to hold it in. CEOs sitting on millions of dollars,
30 seconds.
doing this to a community of hardworking people that are just trying to get by. Even without this rate increase, I'm still suffering. I'm still paying $352 average. Unless Act 12 gets repealed, I feel screwed no matter what. And I'm here speaking probably the language of a lot of people who aren't getting out of their seats, maybe out of fear, out of vulnerability, but I'm doing it anyway. This is a hardship, and it is killing our community.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the company? OSBA? OCA?
Quickly, thank you very much for your testimony. You testified to the drastic measures you and your family are taking to reduce your water consumption with respect to the toilet flushing. Are you aware that in this case, the company is proposing a new alternative rate-making mechanism called the revenue decoupling mechanism that would require you to return all or a portion of any bill savings you achieve by reducing your usage?
Oh yeah.
And what do you think about that?
I don't think we have to ask the question. It's horrible. And the kicker, it's not even drinkable water. It's not even drinkable. It's nuts.
So as a follow-up to that, when you say it's not drinkable, can you describe why is there an odor, taste, or color problem?
Well, consistent with the earlier testimony, it doesn't taste good. You've got the minerals that are left if you're trying to boil it. It has an odor. It doesn't taste good.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And any discoloration?
I haven't noticed it through, because we're not drinking it, and through the urine, who knows?
Right. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. IME? COSBA? Thank you for your testimony. Yeah. Okay, so that's the end of the list of signups. We're going to make sure we get to folks who, for some reason, they didn't make it onto the list, they'll want to testify. But I want to go back first to names I called. I'll do one more time the names that I called and nobody responded, just in case they came in late. Jennifer Soden. Okay, Anastasia Fitzgerald or David Fitzgerald. Robert or Sharon Bingaman. Susan Keating. Patrick Antasy. Sarah Stump. Kevin Horning. Okay, well, then so what I'll do now is just if you're here and you haven't already spoken, if you could please just raise your hand. If you want, I'm sorry, yeah, if you have not spoken and you would like to speak, please raise your hands. Sir, please go ahead. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, could you please state and spell your name?
Andrew Kingsbury, Andrew, last name Kingsbury.
And your address, please?
29 Scotland Drive, Reading, PA 19606.
And are you employed, and if so, by whom?
I am. I'm a pricing analyst at Penske.
Okay. And are you a Pennsylvania American Water and wastewater customer?
I am.
And are you appearing tonight on your own behalf or on behalf of a group?
My own and my family's.
Okay, please go ahead.
Good evening. I want to thank all the parties for their time tonight, especially the advocates for us concerned citizens regarding the proposed rate increase from PA American Water. My family and I, a total of 4 individuals, with another on the way. We recently moved to Exeter Township in October of 23 from Robisonia, where our bill for water was at most $60 a quarter. Imagine my surprise when our first full water bill came, and it was $336 for 68 measurement units. So surely I thought this was an error in billing. I thought the rate might be calculated high, or there was an issue with us being charged a full 68 measurement units for potable water at $1.61 per measurement unit, and being charged 68 measurement units for sewer usage at $2.88, I am rounding, per measurement unit. Essentially, that leads to us being measured double our actual usage, going from 68 measurement units to 136 measurement units at a combined rate of $2.24.5 per measurement unit. I called, and after insisting there be an internal investigation to the rate and the billing practices, it was eventually confirmed to me that this is in fact the correct rate and the correct billing practice for PA American Water. So this is my first grievance with PA American Water. Common sense would dictate that not all water used is sewage, not all water used is potable water. There should be some proportion relative to the total water unit. I'm not flushing the toilet every single time, and I'm not using the water from the fridge every single time. So there should be proportional amount charged for potable water and for sewage water, or 2 rates should be combined, averaged out, and then charged for the actual amount of water used per the billing period. As a pricing analyst, I am also in charge of the pricing model for my company. So I understand all too well the impact that COVID has had on the economy, ballooning company costs, everything. I factor all of that in. I'm very deep in CPI, inflation, parts, everything. However, the difference in this scenario is my customers have choices. There are competitors where they can go out and choose. PA American Water is providing a basic human need. The pricing model and historical rate increases, along with the proposed rate increases that PA American Water is using, is only justified when looked through or looked at as a way to subsidize their existing customer base, or to use their existing customer base to subsidize their going out and further expansion and acquisitions. Shareholder profit is, according to some economists, the only purpose of businesses. This makes sense when it is in a competitive environment. However, in an uncompetitive environment where a company is providing a necessity, an environment where consumers have no choice in who their water provider is, results in consumers being forced to pay what the company requests and what the PUC approves. An unconscionable act in a market economy. So I have 3 asks tonight. The first is that the PUC rejects the proposed rate increase, that the billing practices of PA American Water are changed to reflect the real rate and real usage, and it's in that Act 12, and I know that this isn't in your guys' purview, and unfortunately Senator left, but that Act 12 is repealed, and fair rates pegged to the actual costs of operation is used.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the company?
No question.
OSBA?
Yeah.
OCA?
Yes, quickly. You testified about Act 12.
Yes.
Do you know that it is completely within the company's control and choice whether or not it elects to use Act 12?
Yes.
Okay, and how do you feel about that? Like when they elect to use it, how do you feel about that?
It's unconscionable.
Thank you.
IME?
No questions.
Cause PA?
No question.
Okay, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you very much.
Okay, is there anyone else who hasn't testified but would like to testify?
Kind of informal, but Matthew Helliger,
Or just, one second, let me swear you in. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Okay, please state and spell your name.
Matthew Helliger, Matthew
Great.
250 Pathfinder Drive, Birdsboro, PA 19508.
And are you employed, and if so, by whom?
Yes, Extreme Networks.
Okay, and are you a Pennsylvania American Water and wastewater customer?
Yes,
And are you appearing on your own behalf or on behalf of a group?
on my own behalf.
Okay, please go ahead.
So when I started noticing these price increases, it's probably about 2020, 2021, when they said that they were going to continue to increase over the next 3 years, okay? I looked at my bills on a monthly basis. I had over probably around 6,500 gallons or on an average month, okay, which comes out to 65 units, okay? I have since lowered my unit rate. I would take a picture on my water meter every day, all right? I checked to make sure we didn't have leaks, okay? That's the first thing that these people say to you. Oh, do you have leaks, all right? The leaks aren't the problem, okay? Even though if you do have one, get it fixed. But the problem is the amount of money they're charging because we sold our sewer system, okay? It is absolutely ridiculous, okay? To be paying, my average bill went from $341, it's now down in the mid-200s for a family of 4. I dropped my usage from anywhere from 4,000 to 4,500 gallons a month, all right? I take an average of a 3-minute shower a day. I tell my 2 daughters and my wife the same thing. Get in, get out, okay? We shouldn't have to live like this as Americans. We live in the best country in the whole wide world. Why is Exeter Township being singled out in this area? And why are we getting these rate increases that are beyond ridiculous, okay? Our bills have tripled on a monthly basis. When I called in about having the ability to put a meter on my outgoing, because I'm wondering if I want to water my grass or I would need to pressure wash my house to keep it nice looking, all right? I have to monitor how much water I'm using. This is ridiculous. I mean, just to keep and maintain a property in Exeter Township has gotten out of hand, okay? We shouldn't have to be doing this on a monthly, on a daily basis. I feel bad for this woman who says, I can't flush my toilet. How ridiculous is that we have to go through something like that? It is just mind-boggling. You guys need to do something. Get out of the bureaucrat's way and start thinking about the people who pay your bills.
Just 1 second, and I'll let you finish. There's some talking in the back. If you please just either take it elsewhere. Okay.
So that's the frustration that we have here, all right? I make a good living, all right? We do the best we can. I have a daughter that just finished college. I got college bills to pay, okay? And a lot of other people have that same thing going on in their lives. Paying more than we pay for water or electric and gas on a monthly basis is beyond stupid, okay? You guys are ripping people off, and I don't know why the PUC, number one, this rate increase for water should be taken away, as well as the previous increases that you guys are doing to us here in Exeter Township. It is unfathomable. And that's what I have to say. So if you have any questions.
Thank you. Any questions from the company? OSBA? OCA?
Yes, quickly. Thank you. You testified how you and your family managed to drop your usage and achieve bill savings.
Yes.
Okay, are you aware, I think you maybe heard about this revenue decoupling mechanism that would require you to return a portion or all of that savings back to the company. How do you feel about that?
Oh, it's terrible. It's a, I don't understand how a privately, publicly traded company like PA American Water can get away with buying a utility like this, and we constantly, publicly traded companies have the right to gain a profit or have profits. This is not something that should be profitable. It should be a non-profit type of utility, and because it is a daily usage and a necessity that we have here in Pennsylvania. As far as, I'll give you an example. I had company come for Christmas time. I cringed every time they got in the shower because I knew my bills was just going to go, keep going up. Why? Why do we have to live like this? It's not fair. No, none of the other, every township that I talk to around our general area is not paying these kind of bills. All right, they're paying about a third of what we're paying. It's unfair, and you guys need to fix it. Simple as that.
Thank you.
Amy? Cosby? Is there anybody else who would like to offer testimony tonight? Okay, please, go ahead. Could you please state and spell your name? I'm sorry, let me swear you in first. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay, please state and spell your name.
Stephanie Noecker, Stephanie Noecker. And I'm at 33 Rockhaven Court in Reading.
Okay, and are you?
And I'm both.
Okay, and are
water
you?
and sewer.
Okay, and are you employed, and if so, by whom?
By the Commonwealth.
By the Commonwealth, okay. Okay, and you said you're both a water and wastewater customer. Are you appearing on your own behalf or on behalf of the group?
Myself.
Okay, please go ahead.
I just want to reiterate what everybody said. This hike should not go through. I didn't even realize my bill was so much. My kids just are both in college and I'm home alone. And my bill has been going up, and I'm just sitting here realizing, oh my gosh, my bill is up. It's only me at the house. 2 kids are in college. So I asked my sister in Southern California how much she pays in her $1 billion house, and she pays $97 a month for 4 people in the home. And my brother pays $60 for 5 people in the home, and my other sister pays $120 when her kids are home from college, when 4 people are in the home. So somebody that they have no water, they have, lots of EPA rules, they're paying less than we pay in Exeter Township, and I just wanted to say I think you should not have the increase. That's it.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the companies? OSBA? OCA?
No, thank you.
INE? OSBA?
Thank
Okay,
you.
thank you very much. Okay, is there anyone else who wants to testify tonight? Okay, all right, well, seeing no one, thank you very much for coming tonight, and we are adjourned.
Well, they're big.